Section 1 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the morning of Christ's Nativity. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and Virgin Mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. For so the holy sages once did sing, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to this his new abode, now while the heaven, by the sun's team untrod, hath took no prince of the approaching light, and all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright? See how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odours sweet. Oh, run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honour first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar, touched with hallowed fire. The Hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies, nature in all to him had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame the saintly veil of maiden white to throw. Confounded that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he her fears to cease sent down the meek-eyed Peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down through the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing. And waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or battle's sound was heard the world around, the idle spear and shield were high uphung. The hooked chariot stood, unstained with hostile blood, the trumpet spake not to the armed throng. And kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign lord was by. But peaceful was the night, wherein the Prince of Light his reign of peace upon the earth began, the winds with wonder whist, smoothly thy waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on the charmed wave. The stars with deep amaze stand fixed in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight for all the morning light, or Lucifer that often warned them thence, but in their glittering orbs did glow, until their Lord himself bespake, and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head for shame, as his inferior flame the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axle tree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sat simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they then that the mighty Pan was kindly come to live with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice, answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took. The air such pleasure loath to lose, with thousands echoes still prolongs each heavenly close. Nature that heard such sound, beneath the hollow round of Cynthia's seats the airy region thrilling, now was almost won to think her part was done, and that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happier union. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, that with long beams the shamefaced knights arrayed. The helmed cherubim, the sworded seraphim, are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir with unexpressive notes to heaven's newborn heir. Such music as 'tis said before we never made, but when the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channels keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full consort of the angelic symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt from earthly mould, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions to the peering day. Yes, truth and justice then will down return to men, the enamelled arras of the rainbow wearing, and mercy set between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissue clouds down steering, and heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so. The babe lies yet in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first, to those he chained in sleep, the wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep, with such a horrid clang as on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smouldering clouds outbreak, the age's earth aghast with terror at that blast shall from the surface to the centre shake, when at the world's last session the dreadful judge in middle air shall spread his throne. And then at last our bliss full and perfect is, but now begins, for from this happy day the old dragon underground, in straiter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and wroth to see his kingdom fail, swinges the scaly horror of his folded tail. The oracles are dumb, no voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, with hollow shriek the steep of Delphos leaving. No nightly trance or breathed spell inspires the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard and loud lament, from haunted spring and dale, edged with poplar pale, the parting genius is with sighing sent. With flower-inwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth and on the holy hearth, the lars and lemurs moan with midnight plaint. In urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. Peor and Baalim forsake their temples dim, with that twice battered god of Palestine, and Muned Ashtaroth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girt with tapers' holy shrine. The Libyc Hammon shrinks his horn, in vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Thammuz mourn. And sullen Moloch fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain with cymbals ring, they call the grisly king, in dismal dance about the furnace blue. The brutish gods of Nile as fast, Isis and Horus, and the dog Anubis, haste. Nor is Osiris seen in Memphian grove or green, trampling the unshowered grass with lowings loud, nor can he be at rest within his sacred chest, naught but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain with timbrelled anthems dark, the sable-stoled sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. He feels from Judah's land the dreaded infant's hand, the rays of Bethlehem blind his dusky eyne, nor all the gods beside longer dare abide, nor Typhon huge ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to show his godhead true, can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. So when the sun in bed, curtained with cloudy red, pillows his chin upon an orient wave, the flocking shadows pale creep to the infernal jail, each fettered ghost slips to his several grave, and the yellow-skirted fays fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-love maze. But see, the Virgin blessed hath laid her babe to rest. Time is our tedious song should here have ending. Heaven's youngest timid star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping lord with handmaid lamp attending, and all about the courtly stable bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. End of section 1. Read by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England. Section 2 of The Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. A Paraphrase on Psalm 114, 1624. When the blessed seed of Terah's faithful son, after long toil their liberty had won, and passed from Pharian fields to Canaan land, led by the strength of the Almighty's hand, Jehovah's wonders were in Israel shown, his praise and glory was in Israel known. That saw the troubled sea, and shivering fled, and sought to hide his froth-becurled head low in the earth. Jordan's clear streams recoil, as a faint host that hath received the foil. The high huge-bellied mountains skip like rams amongst their ewes, the little hills like lambs. Why fled the ocean, and why skipped the mountains? Why turned Jordan toward his crystal fountains? Shake, earth, and at the presence be aghast of him that ever was and aye shall last, that glassy floods from rugged rocks can crush, and make soft rills from fiery flintstones gush. End of section 2. Read by Alan Mapstone. Section 3 of The Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Psalm 136. Let us with a gladsome mind praise the Lord, for he is kind. For his mercies aye endure, ever faithful, ever sure. Let us blaze his name abroad, for of gods he is the God. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. O let us his praises tell, that doth the wrathful tyrants quell. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. That with his miracles doth make amazed heaven and earth to shake. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. That by his wisdom did create the painted heavens so full of state. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. That did the solid earth ordain to rise above the watery plain. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. That by his all-commanding might did fill the new-made world with light. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. And cause the golden tressed sun all the day long his course to run. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. The horned moon to shine by night amongst her spangled sisters bright. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. He with his thunder-clasping hand smote the firstborn of Egypt land. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. And in despite of Pharaoh fell, he brought from thence his Israel. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. The ruddy waves he cleft in twain of the Erythraean main. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. The flood stood still like walls of glass, while the Hebrew bands did pass. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. But full soon they did devour the tawny king with all his power. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. His chosen people he did bless in the wasteful wilderness. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. In bloody battle he brought down kings of prowess and renown. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. He foiled bold Sion and his host that ruled the Amorian coast. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. And large-limbed Og he did subdue with all his over-hardy crew. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. And to his servant Israel he gave their land therein to dwell. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. He hath with a piteous eye beheld us in our misery. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. And freed us from the slavery of the invading enemy. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. All living creatures he doth feed, and with full hands supplies their need. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. Let us therefore warble forth his mighty majesty and worth. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. That his mansion hath on high, above the reach of mortal eye. For his mercies endure, ever faithful, ever sure. End of section 3, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 4 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the death of a fair infant dying of a cough. 1. O fairest flower, no sooner blown but blasted, soft silken primrose fading timelessly, summer's chief honour, if thou hadst outlasted bleak winter's force that made thy blossom dry. For he, being amorous on that lovely dye, that did thy cheek and vermeil, thought to kiss, but killed, alas, and then bewailed his fatal bliss. 2. For since grim Aquilo, his charioteer, by boisterous rape the Athenian damsel got, he thought it touched his deity full near, if likewise he some fair one wedded not, thereby to wipe away the infamous blot of long uncoupled bed and childless eld, which mongst the wanton gods a foul reproach was held. 3. So, mounting up in icy pearled car, through middle empire of the freezing air, he wandered long, till thee he spied from far. There ended was his quest, there ceased his care. Down he descended from his snow-soft chair, but all unwares, with his cold kind embrace, unhoused thy virgin soul from her fair biding place. 4. Yet thou art not inglorious in thy fate, for so Apollo with unweeting hand whilom did slay his dearly loved mate, young Hyacinth, born on Eurota's strand. Young Hyacinth, the pride of Spartan land, but then transformed him to a purple flower. Alack, that so to change thee winter had no power. 5. Yet can I not persuade me thou art dead, or that thy corse corrupts in earth's dark womb, or that thy beauties lie in wormy bed, hid from the world in a low delved tomb. Could heaven for pity thee so strictly doom? Oh no, for something in thy face did shine above mortality, that showed thou wast divine. 6. Resolve me then, O soul most surely blest, if so be it that thou these plaints dost hear, tell me, bright spirit, where'er thou hoverest, whether above that high first moving sphere, or in the Elysian fields, if such there were. O say me true, if thou wert mortal wight, and why from us so quickly thou didst take thy flight. 7. Wert thou some star, which from the ruined roof of shaked Olympus by mischance didst fall, which careful Jove in nature's true behoof took up and in fit place did reinstall? Or did of late earth's suns besiege the wall of sheeny heaven, and thou some goddess fled amongst us here below, to hide thy nectared head? 8. Or wert thou that just maid, who once before forsook the hated earth, O tell me sooth, and camest again to visit us once more? Or wert thou Mercy, that sweet smiling youth, or that crowned matron, sage white-robed Truth, or any other of that heavenly brood, let down in cloudy throne to do the world some good? 9. Or wert thou of the golden winged host, who having clad thyself in human weed, to earth from thy prefixed seat didst post, and after short abode fly back with speed, as if to show what creatures heaven doth breed, thereby to set the hearts of men on fire, to scorn the sordid world, and unto heaven aspire? 10. But oh, why didst thou not stay here below, to bless us with thy heaven-loved innocence, to slake his wrath whom sin hath made our foe, to turn swift rushing black perdition hence, or drive away the slaughtering pestilence, to stand twixt us and our deserved smart? But thou canst best perform that office where thou art. 11. Then thou, the mother of so sweet a child, her false imagined loss cease to lament, and wisely learn to curb thy sorrows wild. Think what a present thou to God hast sent, and render him with patience what he lent. This if thou do, he will an offspring give, that till the world's last end shall make thy name to live. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Fiona Tronics. The Complete Poems of John Milton, at a vacation exercise in the college, part Latin, part English. The Latin speeches ended, the English thus began. Hail, native language, that by sinews weak didst move my first endeavoring tongue to speak, and madest imperfect words, with childish trips, half unpronounced, slide through my infant lips. Driving dumb silence from the portal door, where he had mutely sat 2 years before, here I salute thee, and thy pardon ask, that now I use thee in my latter task. Small loss it is that thence can come unto thee. I know my tongue but little grace can do thee. Thou needst not be ambitious to the first. Believe me, I have thither packed the worst. And, if it happen as I did forecast, the daintiest dishes shall be served up last. I pray thee, then, deny me not thy aid, for this same small neglect that I have made. But haste thee straight to do me once a pleasure, and from thy wardrobe bring thy chiefest treasure, not those new-fangled toys and trimming slight, which takes our late fantastics with delight, but cull those richest robes and gayest attire, which deepest spirits and choicest wits desire. I have some naked thoughts that rove about, and loudly knock to have their passage out, and, weary of their place, do only stay till thou hast decked them in thy best array, that so they may, without suspect or fears, fly swiftly to this fair assembly's ears. Yet I had rather, if I were to choose, thy service in some graver subject use, such as may make thee search thy coffers round, before thou clothe my fancy in fit sound, such where the deep transported mind may soar, above the wheeling poles and at heaven's door. Look in and see each blissful deity, how he before the thunderous throne doth lie, listening to what unshorn Apollo sings, to the touch of golden wires while Hebe brings immortal nectar to her kingly sire, Then, passing through the spheres of watchful fire, and misty regions of wide air next under, and hills of snow and lofts of piled thunder, may tell at length how green-eyed Neptune raves, in heaven's defiance mustering all his waves. Then sing of secret things that came to pass, when beldam nature in her cradle was, and last of kings and queens and heroes old, such as the wise Dimodocus once told, in solemn songs at King Alcinoüs' feast, while sad Ulysses' soul and all the rest are held, with his melodious harmony, in willing chains and sweet captivity. But fie, my wandering muse, how thou dost stray! Expectance calls thee now another way. Thou know'st it must be now thy only bent, to keep in compass of thy predicament. Then quick about thy purposed business come, that to the next I may resign my room. Then Ens is represented as father of the predicaments, his 10 sons, whereof the eldest stood for substance with his canons, which Ens thus speaking explains. Good luck befriend thee, son, for at thy birth the fairy ladies danced upon the hearth. The drowsy nurse hath sworn she did them spy, come tripping to the room where thou didst lie, and sweetly singing round about thy bed, strew all their blessings on thy sleeping head. She heard them give thee this, that thou shouldst still from eyes of mortals walk invisible. Yet there is something that doth force my fear, for once it was my dismal hap to hear a sibyl old, bow-bent with crooked age, that far events full wisely could presage, and, in time's long and dark perspective glass, foresaw what future days should bring to pass. Your son, said she, nor can you it prevent, o'er all his brethren shall he reign as king, yet every one shall make him underling, and those that cannot live from him asunder, ungratefully shall strive to keep him under. In worth and excellence he shall outgo them, yet, being above them, he shall be below them. From others he shall stand in need of nothing, yet on his brothers shall depend for clothing. To find a foe it shall not be his hap, and peace shall lull him in her flowery lap. Yet shall he live in strife, and out his door devouring war shall never cease to roar. Yea, it shall be his natural property to harbor those that are at enmity. What power, what force, what mighty spell, if not your learned hands, can loose this Gordian knot? The next, quantity and quality, spake in prose, then relation was called by his name. Rivers, arise, whether thou be the son of utmost Tweed, or Ouse, or gulfy Dun, or Trent, who, like some earth-born giant, spreads his 30 arms along the indented meads, or sullen Mull that runneth underneath, or Severn Swift, guilty of maiden's death, or rocky Avon, or of sedgy Lee, or Coley Tane, or ancient hallowed Dee, or Humber Loud, that keeps the Scythian's name, or Medway Smooth, or Royal Towered Tame. The rest was prose. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the complete poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The complete poems of John Milton. The Passion. Ere while of music and ethereal mirth, wherewith the stage of air and earth did ring, and joyous news of heavenly infants' birth, my muse with angels did divide to sing. But headlong joy is ever on the wing, in wintry solstice like the shortened light, soon swallowed up in dark and long outliving nights. For now to sorrow must I tune my song, and set my harp to notes of saddest woe, which on our dearest Lord did seize ere long, dangers and snares and wrongs, and worse than so, which he for us did freely undergo. Most perfect hero, tried in heaviest plight, of labours huge and hard, too hard for human wight. He, sovereign priest, stooping his regal head, that dropped with odorous oil down his fair eyes, poor fleshly tabernacle entered, his starry front low-roofed beneath the skies. Oh, what a mask was there, what a disguise! Yet more, the stroke of death he must abide, then lies him meekly down, fast by his brethren's side. These latest scenes confine my roving verse. To this horizon is my Phoebus bound, his godlike acts and his temptations fierce, and former sufferings otherwhere are found. Loud o'er the rest Cremona's trump doth sound, me softer airs befit, and softer strings of lute or viol still, more apt for mournful things. Befriend me, knight, best patroness of grief, over the pole thy thickest mantle throw, and work my flattered fancy to belief, that heaven and earth are coloured with my woe. My sorrows are too dark for day to know, the leaves should all be black whereon I write, and letters where my tears have washed a wannish white. See the chariot, and those rushing wheels that whirled the prophet up at Chebar flood. My spirit some transporting cherub feels, to bear me where the towers of Salem stood, once glorious towers, now sunk in guiltless blood. There doth my soul in holy vision sit, in pensive trance and anguish and ecstatic fit. Mine eye hath found that sad sepulchral rock, that was the casket of heaven's richest store, and here, though grief my feeble hands uplock, yet on the softened quarry would I score my plaining verse as lively as before. For sure so well instructed are my tears, that they would fitly fall in ordered characters. Or should I thence, hurried on viewless wing, take up a weeping on the mountains wild, the gentle neighbourhood of grove and spring would soon unbosom all their echoes mild, and I, for grief is easily beguiled, might think the infection of my sorrows loud had got a race of mourners on some pregnant cloud. End of section 6, read by Alan Mapstone. Section 7 of The Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On Shakespeare, 1630. What needs my Shakespeare for his honoured bones the labour of an age of piled stones? Or that his hollowed relics should be hid under a starry pointing pyramid? Dear son of memory, great heir of fame, what needst thou such weak witness of thy name? Thou, in our wonder and astonishment, hast built thyself a livelong monument. For whilst, to the shame of slow endeavouring art, thy easy numbers flow, and that each heart hath from the leaves of thy unvalued book those Delphic lines with deep impression took. Then thou, our fancy of itself bereaving, dost make us marvel with too much conceiving, and so sepulchred in such pomp dost lie, that kings for such a tomb would wish to die. End of section 7. Read by Alan Mapstone. Section 8 of the complete poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The complete poems of John Milton. On the University Carrier, who sickened in the time of his vacancy, being forbid to go to London by reason of the plague. Here lies old Hobson, death hath broke his girt, and here, alas, hath laid him in the dirt. Or else the ways being foul, 20 to 1, he's here stuck in a slough and overthrown. 'Twas such a shifter that, if truth were known, death was half glad when he had got him down. For he had any time this 10 years full dodged with him betwixt Cambridge and the Bull. And surely death could never have prevailed, had not his weekly course of carriage failed. But lately, finding him so long at home, and thinking now his journey's end was come, and that he had ta'en up his latest in the kind office of a chamberlain, showed him his room where he must lodge that night, pulled off his boots, and took away the light. If any ask for him, it shall be said, Hobson has supped, and's newly gone to bed. End of section 8. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 9 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Another on the same. Here lieth one who did most truly prove that he could never die while he could move. So hung his destiny never to rot, while he might still jog on and keep his trot, made of sphere metal, never to decay, until his revolution was at stay. Time numbers motion, yet, without a crime gainst old truth, motion numbered out his time, and, like an engine moved with wheel and weight, his principles being ceased, he ended straight. Rest, that gives all men life, gave him his death, and too much breathing put him out of breath. Nor were it contradiction to affirm, too long vacation hastened on his term. Merrily to drive the time away he sickened, fainted, and died, nor would with ale be quickened. Nay, quoth he, on his swooning bed outstretched, if I mayn't carry, sure I'll ne'er be fetched. But vow, though the cross doctors all stood hearers, for one carrier put down to make 6 bearers. Ease was his chief disease, and, to judge right, he died for heaviness that his cart went light. His leisure told him that his time was come, and lack of load made his life burdensome, that even to his last breath there be that sate, as he were pressed to death, he cried, "More weight!" But, had his doings lasted as they were, he had been an immortal carrier. Obedient to the moon he spent his date, in course reciprocal, and had his fate linked to the mutual flowing of the seas. Yet, strange to think, his wane was his increase. His letters are delivered all and gone, only remains this superscription. End of section 9. Read by Christina Roberts. Denver, December 4th, 2025. Section 10 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. An Epitaph on the Marchioness of Winchester. This rich marble doth inter the honored wife of Winchester, a viscount's daughter, an earl's heir, besides what her virtues fair, added to her noble birth, more than she could own from earth. Summers 3 times 8 save one, she had told, alas, too soon, after so short time of breath, to house with darkness and with death. Yet had the number of her days been as complete as was her praise, nature and fate had had no strife in giving limit to her life. Her high birth and her graces sweet quickly found a lover meet, the virgin choir for her request, the God that sits at marriage feast. He at their invoking came, but with a scarce well-lighted flame, and in his garland, as he stood, ye might discern a cypress bud. Once had the early matrons run to greet her of a lovely son, and now with second hope she goes, and calls Lucina to her throes. But, whether by mischance or blame, Atropos for Lucina came, and with remorseless cruelty spoiled at once both fruit and tree. The hapless babe before his birth had burial, yet not laid in earth, and the languished mother's womb was not long a living tomb. So have I seen some tender slip, saved with care from winter's nip, the pride of her carnation train, plucked up by some unheedy swain, who only thought to crop the flower, new shot up from vernal shower. But the fair blossom hangs the head, sideways as on a dying bed, and those pearls of dew she wears prove to be presaging tears, which the sad morn had let fall on her hastening funeral. Gentle lady, may thy grave peace and quiet ever have, after this thy travail sore. Sweet rest seize thee evermore, that to give the world increase, shorten hast thy own life's lease. Here besides the sorrowing that thy noble house doth bring, here be tears of perfect moan, wept for thee in Helicon, and some flowers and some bays, for thy hearse to strew the ways, sent thee from the banks of Came, devoted to thy virtuous name, whilst thou, bright saint, high sittest in glory, next her, much like to thee in story, that fair Syrian shepherdess, who, after years of barrenness, the highly favored Joseph bore to him that served for her before, and at her next birth, much like thee, through pangs fled to felicity, far within the bosom bright of blazing majesty and light. There with thee, new welcome saint, like fortune's May her soul acquaint. With thee they're clad in radiant sheen, no Marchioness, but now a queen. End of section 10. Read by Christina Roberts. Denver, December 4th, 2025.
Section 11 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E. Sharp. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On his being arrived to the age of 23, 1631. How soon hath time, the subtle thief of youth, stolen on his wing my 23 year! My hasting days fly on with full career, but my late spring no bud or blossom sheweth. Perhaps my semblance might deceive the truth, that I to manhood am arrived so near, and inward ripeness doth much less appear, that some more timely happy spirits induth. Yet be it less or more, or soon or slow, it shall be still in strictest measure even to that same lot, however mean or high, toward which time leads me, and the will of heaven. All is, if I have the grace to use it so, as ever in my great taskmaster's eye. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E. Sharp. The Complete Poems of John Milton. L'Allegro, 1633. Hence, loathed melancholy, of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn, mongst horrid shapes and shrieks and sights unholy, find out some uncouth cell, where brooding darkness spreads his jealous wings, and the night raven sings. There under ebon shades and low-browed rocks, as ragged as thy locks, in dark Cimmerian desert ever dwell. But come, thou goddess fair and free, in heaven yclept Euphrosyne, and by men heart-easing mirth, whom lovely Venus at a birth with 2 sister Graces more to ivy-crowned Bacchus bore, or whether, as some sagers sing, the frolic wind that breathes the spring, Zephyr with Aurora playing, as he met her once a-maying, there on beds of violet blue, and fresh-blown roses washed in dew, filled her with thee, a daughter fair, so buxom, blithe, and debonair. Haste thee, nymph, and bring with thee jest and youthful jollity, quips and cranks and wanton wiles, nods and becks and wreathed smiles, such as hang on Hebe's cheek, and love to live in dimple sleek, sport that wrinkled care derides, and laughter holding both his sides. Come, and trip it as ye go on the light fantastic toe, and in thy right hand lead with thee the mountain nymph, sweet Liberty. And if I give thee honor due, mirth admit me of thy crew, to live with her and live with thee, in unreproved pleasures free, to hear the lark begin his flight, and singing startle the dull night, from his watchtower in the skies, till the dappled dawn doth rise. Then to come, in spite of sorrow, and at my window bid good morrow, through the sweet briar or the vine, or the twisted eglantine, while the cock with lively din scatters the rear of darkness thin, and to the stack or the barn door stoutly struts his dames before. oft listening how the hounds and horn cheerly roused the slumbering morn, from the side of some hoar hill, through the high wood echoing shrill. Sometime walking, not unseen, by hedgerow elms, on hillocks green, right against the eastern gate, where the great sun begins his state, robed in flames and amber light, the clouds in thousand liveries dight, while the ploughman, near at hand, whistles o'er the furrowed land, and the milkmaid singeth blithe, and the mower whets his scythe, and every shepherd tells his tale under the hawthorn in the dale. Straight mine eye hath caught new pleasures, whilst the landskip round it measures, russet lawns and fallows grey, where the nibbling flocks do stray, mountains on whose barren breast the labouring clouds do often rest, meadows trim with daisies pied, shallow brooks and rivers wide, towers and battlements it sees, bosomed high in tufted trees, where perhaps some beauty lies, the cynosure of neighbouring eyes. Hard by, a cottage chimney smokes from betwixt two aged oaks, where Corydon and Thyrsis met, are at their savoury dinner set, of herbs and other country messes, which the neat-handed Phyllis dresses. And then in haste her bower she leaves, with Thestilis to bind the sheaves, or, if the earlier season lead, to the tanned haycock in the mead. Sometimes with secure delight the upland hamlets will invite, when merry bells ring round, and the jocund rebecks sound, to many a youth and many a maid dancing in the checkered shade, and young and old come forth to play on a sunshine holiday, till the livelong daylight fail, then to the spicy nut-brown ale, with stories told of many a feat, how fairy Mab the junkets eat. She was pinched and pulled, she said, and he by friar's lanthorn led. Tells how the drudging goblin sweat to earn his cream bowl duly set, when in one night, ere glimpse of morn, his shadowy flail hath threshed the corn, that 10-day labourers could not end. Then lies him down, the lubber fiend, and stretched out all the chimney's length, basks at the fire his hairy strength, and cropful out of doors he flings, ere the first cock his matin rings. Thus done the tales, to bed they creep, by whispering winds soon lulled asleep. Towered cities please us then, and the busy hum of men, where throngs of knights and barons bold, in weeds of peace, high triumphs hold, with store of ladies whose bright eyes rain influence, and judge the prize of wit or arms, while both contend to win her grace, whom all commend. There let Hymen oft appear, in saffron robe, with taper clear, and pomp and feast and revelry, with mask and antique pageantry, such sights as youthful poets dream on summer eves by haunted stream. Then to the well-trod stage anon, if Johnson's learned sock be on, or sweetest Shakespeare, fancy's child, warble his native wood notes wild, and ever against eating cares lap me in soft Lydian airs, married to immortal verse, such as the meeting soul may pierce, in notes with many a winding bout of linked sweetness long drawn out. With wanton heed and giddy cunning, the melting voice through mazes running, untwisting all the chains that tie the hidden soul of harmony, that Orpheus's self may heave his head from golden slumber on a bed of heaped Elysian flowers, and hear such strains as would have won the ear of Pluto to have quite set free his half-regained Eurydice. These delights, if thou canst give, mirth, with thee I mean to live. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by E. Sharp. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Il Penseroso, 1633. Hence, vain, deluding joys, the brood of folly without father bred. How little you bested, or fill the fixed mind with all your toys. Dwell in some idle brain, and fancies fond with gaudy shapes possess, as thick and numberless as the gay motes that people the sunbeams, or likest hovering dreams the fickle pensioners of Morpheus's train. But hail, thou goddess sage and holy, hail, divinest melancholy, whose saintly visage is too bright to hit the sense of human sight, and therefore to our weaker view o'erlaid with black staid wisdom's hue, black, but such as in esteem Prince Memnon's sister might beseem, or that starred Ethiop queen that strove to set her beauty's praise above the sea nymphs and their powers offended. Yet thou art higher far descended. Thee bright-haired Vesta long of yore to solitary Saturn bore. His daughter she, in Saturn's reign such mixture was not held a stain. Oft in glimmering bowers and glades he met her, and in secret shades of woody Ida's inmost grove, whilst yet there was no fear of Jove. Come, pensive nun, devout and pure, sober, steadfast, and demure, all in a robe of darkest grain, flowing with majestic train, and sable stole of cypress lawn over thy decent shoulders drawn. Come, but keep thy wonted state, with even step and musing gait, and looks commercing with the skies, thy rapt soul sitting in thine eyes. There, held in holy passion still, forget thyself to marble, till with a sad leaden downward cast thou fix them on the earth as fast. And join with thee calm peace and quiet, spare fast that oft with gods doth diet, and hears the muses in a ring, aye, round about Jove's altar sing, and add to these retired leisure, that in trim gardens takes his pleasure. But first and chieftest with thee bring him that yon soars on golden wing, guiding the fiery wheeled throne, the cherub Contemplation. And the mute Silence hissed along, lest Philomel will deign a song, in her sweetest, saddest plight, smoothing the rugged brow of night, while Cynthia checks her dragon yoke gently o'er the accustomed oak. Sweet bird, that shunn'st the noise of folly, most musical, most melancholy, thee, chauntress, off the woods among I woo to hear thy even song, and missing thee, I walk unseen on the dry smooth-shaven green, to behold the wandering moon, riding near her highest noon, like one that had been led astray through heaven's wide pathless way, and oft, as if her head she bowed, stooping through a fleecy cloud. Oft on a plat of rising ground I hear the far-off curfew sound over some wide-watered shore, swinging slow with sullen roar, or if the air will not permit, still some removed place will fit, where glowing embers through the room teach light to counterfeit a gloom. Far from all resort of mirth, save the cricket on the hearth, or the bellman's drowsy charm to bless the doors from nightly harm, or let my lamp at midnight hour be seen in some high lonely tower, where I may oft outwatch the bear with thrice great Hermes, or unsphere the spirit of Plato to unfold what worlds or what vast regions hold the immortal mind that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshly nook. And of those daemons that are found in fire, air, flood, or underground, whose power hath a true consent with planet or with element. Sometime let gorgeous tragedy in sceptred pall come sweeping by, presenting Thebes or Pelops' line, or the tale of Troy divine, or what, though rare, of later age, ennobled hath the buskined stage. But oh, sad virgin, that thy power might raise Musaeus from his bower, or bid the soul of Orpheus sing such notes as, warbled to the string, drew iron tears down Pluto's cheek, and made hell grant what love did seek. Or call him up that left half told the story of Cambuscan bold, of Campbell and of Algarsife, and who had Canacé to wife, that owned the virtuous ring and glass, and of the wondrous horse of brass on which the Tartar king did ride. And if aught else great bards beside in sage and solemn tunes have sung, of tourneys and of trophies hung, of forest and enchantments drear, where more is meant than meets the ear. Thus, knight, oft see me in thy pale career, till civil-suited morn appear, not tricked and frounced as she wont with the Attic boy to hunt, but kerchiefed in a comely cloud, while rocking winds are piping loud, or ushered with a shower still, when the gust hath blown his fill, ending on the rustling leaves with minute drops from off the eaves. And when the sun begins to fling his flaring beams, me, goddess, bring to arched walks of twilight groves, and shadows brown that sylvan loves of pine or monumental oak, where the rude axe with heaved stroke was never heard the nymphs to daunt, or fright them from their hallowed haunt. There in close covert, by some brook, where no profaner eye may look, hide me from day's garish eye, while the bee with honeyed thigh, that at her flowery work doth sing, and the waters murmuring, with such consort as they keep, entice the dewy-feathered sleep. And let some strange mysterious dream wave at his wings in airy stream, of lively portraiture displayed, softly on my eyelids laid. And as I wake, sweet music breathe above, about, or underneath, sent by some spirit to mortals good, or the unseen genius of the wood. But let my dew feet never fail to walk the studious cloisters pale, and love the high embowed roof, with antique pillars massy proof, and storied windows richly dight, casting a dim religious light. There let the pealing organ blow to the full-voiced choir below, in service high and anthems clear, as may with sweetness through mine ear dissolve me into ecstasies, and bring all heaven before mine eyes. And may at last my weary age find out the peaceful hermitage, the hairy gown and mossy cell, where I may sit and rightly spell of every star that heaven doth show, and every herb that sips the dew, till old experience do attain to something like prophetic strain. These pleasures, melancholy, give, and I with thee will choose to live. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Sonnet to the Nightingale. O Nightingale, that on yon blooming spray warblest at eve, when all the woods are still, thou with fresh hopes the lover's heart dost fill, while the jolly hours lead on propitious May. Thy liquid notes that close the eye of day, first heard before the shallow cuckoo's bill, portend success in love. Oh, if Jove's will have linked that amorous power to thy soft lay, now timely sing, ere the rude bird of hate foretell my hopeless doom in some grove nigh, as thou from year to year hast sung too late for my relief, yet hadst no reason why. Whether the Muse or Love call thee his mate, both them I serve, and of their train am I. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patty Marie. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Song on May Morning. Song on May Morning, 1632-33. Now the bright morning star, day's harbinger, comes dancing from the east, and leads with her the flowery May, who from her green lap throws the yellow cowslip and the pale primrose. Hail, bounteous May, that dost inspire mirth and youth and warm desire. Woods and groves are of thy dressing, hill and dale doth boast thy blessing. Thus we salute thee with our early song, and welcome thee, and wish thee long. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Phil Schempf. On Time. Fly, envious time, till thou run out thy race. Call on the lazy leaden stepping hours, whose speed is but the heavy plummet's pace, and glut thyself with what thy womb devours, which is no more than what is false and vain, and merely mortal dross. So little is our loss, so little is thy gain. For whenas each thing bad thou hast entombed, and last of all thy greedy self consumed, then long eternity shall greet our bliss with an individual kiss, and joy shall overtake us as a flood, when everything that is sincerely good and perfectly divine, with truth and peace and love shall ever shine about the supreme throne of Him, to whose happy making sight alone, when once our heavenly guided soul shall climb, then all this earthly grossness quit. Attired with stars we shall forever sit, triumphing over death, and chance, and thee, O Time. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patty Marie. The Complete Poems of John Milton. At a Solemn Music, 1633 to 1634. Blessed pair of sirens, pledges of heaven's joy, sphere-born, harmonious sisters, voice and verse, wed your divine sounds and mixed power employ, dead things with embreathed sense able to pierce. And to our high-raised fantasy present that undisturbed song of pure consent, sung before the sapphire-colored throne to Him that sits thereon, with saintly shout and solemn jubilee. where the bright seraphim in burning row their loud uplifted angel trumpets blow, and the cherubic host in thousand choirs touch their immortal harps of golden wires, with those just spirits that wear victorious palms, hymns devout and holy psalms singing everlastingly, that we on earth with undiscording voice may rightly answer that melodious noise, as once we did, till disproportioned sin jarred against nature's chime, and with harsh din broke the fair music that all creatures made to their great Lord, whose love their motion swayed in perfect diapason, whilst they stood in first obedience and their state of good. Oh, may we soon again renew that song, and keep in tune with heaven, till God ere long to his celestial consort us unite, to live with him and sing in endless morn of light. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Patty Marie. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Upon the Circumcision, 1634. Ye flaming powers and winged warriors bright, that erst with music and triumphant song first heard by happy watchful shepherd's ear, so sweetly sung your joy the clouds along, through the soft silence of the listening night. Now mourn, and if sad, share with us to bear, your fiery essence can distill no tear. Burn in your sighs, and borrow seas wept from our deep sorrow. He who with all heaven's heraldry while ere entered the world, now bleeds to give us ease. Alas, how soon our sin sore doth begin his infancy to seize. O more exceeding love, or law more just? Just law indeed, but more exceeding love. For we, by rightful doom remediless, were lost in death, till he that dwelt above, high-throned in secret bliss, for us frail dust emptied his glory, even to nakedness. And that great covenant which we still transgress, entirely satisfied, and the full wrath beside of vengeful justice bore for our excess, and seals obedience first with wounding smart this day. But oh, ere long, huge pangs and strong will pierce more near his heart. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Arcades, 1633. Part of an entertainment presented to the Countess Dowager of Derby at Hereford by some noble persons of her family, who appear on the scene in pastoral habit, moving toward the seat of state with this song. 1. Song. Look, nymphs and shepherds, look! What sudden blaze of majesty is that which we from hence descry, too divine to be mistook? This is she, to whom our vows and wishes bend. Here our solemn search hath end. Fame, that her high worth to raise, seemed erst so lavish and profuse, we may justly now accuse of detraction from her praise. Less than half we find expressed, envy bid conceal the rest. Mark what radiant state she spreads, encircle round her shining throne, shooting her beams like silver threads. This is she alone, sitting like a goddess bright in the center of her light. Might she the wise Latona be, or the towered Cybele, mother of 100 gods? Juno dares not give her odds. Who had thought this clime had held a deity so unparalleled? As they come forward, the genius of the wood appears, and turning toward them, speaks. Genius. Stay, gentle swains, for though in this disguise I see bright honor sparkle through your eyes, a famous Arcady ye are, and sprung of that renowned flood, so often sung, divine Alpheus, who, by secret sluice, stole under seas to meet his Erethus. And ye, the breaking roses of the wood, fair silver-buskined nymphs, as great and good. I know this quest of yours and free intent was all in honor and devotion meant to the great mistress of yon princely shrine, whom with low reverence I adore as mine, and with all helpful service will comply to further this night's glad solemnity, and lead you where you may more near behold what shallow searching fame hath left untold, which I full oft, midst these shades alone, have sat to wonder at and gaze upon. For know, by lot from Jove, I am the power of this fair wood, and live in oaken bower, to nurse the saplings tall, and curl the grove with ringlets quaint and wanton windings wove. And all my plants I save from nightly ill of noisome winds and blasting vapors chill, and from the boughs brush off the evil dew, and heal the harms of thwarting thunder blue, or what the cross dire-looking planet smites, or hurtful worm with canker venom bites. When evening gray doth rise, I fetch my round over the mount, and all this hallowed ground. And early, ere the odorous breath of morn awakes the slumbering leaves, or tasseled horn shakes the high thicket, haste I all about, number my ranks, and visit every sprout, with puissant words and murmurs made to bless. But else, in deep of night, when drowsiness hath locked up mortal sense, then listen I to the celestial sirens' harmony, that sit upon the 9 enfolded spheres, and sing to those that hold the vital shears, and turn the adamantine spindle round, on which the fate of gods and men is wound. Such sweet compulsion doth in music lie, to lull the daughters of necessity, and keep unsteady nature to her law, and the low world in measured motion draw after the heavenly tune, which none can hear of human mold with gross unpurged ear. And yet such music worthiest were to blaze the peerless height of her immortal praise, whose lustre leads us, and for her boasts fit, if my inferior hand or voice could hit inimitable sounds. Yet as we go, whate'er the skill of lesser gods can show, I will essay, her worth to celebrate, and so attend you toward her glittering state, where you may all, that heir of noble stem, approach, and kiss her sacred vestures hem. 2. Song. O'er the smooth enamelled green, where no print of step hath been, follow me as I sing, and touch the warbled string. Under the shady roof of branching elm, star-proof, follow me. I will bring you where she sits, clad in splendor as befits her deity. Such a rural queen all Arcadia hath not seen. 3. Song. Nymphs and shepherds dance no more by sandy Ladon's lilied banks, on old Lycidas or Silene hoar, trip no more in twilight ranks. Though Erymanthe your loss deplore, a better soil shall give ye thanks. From the stony Manalus bring your flocks and live with us. Here ye shall have greater grace to serve the lady of this place. Through Syrinx your Pan's mistress were, yet Syrinx might well want on her. Such a rural queen all Arcadia hath not seen. End of section 19, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio.
Section 20 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Comus, a Masque. The persons: the attendant spirit, afterwards in the habit of Thyrsis; Comus with his crew; the lady; first brother, second brother; Sabrina, the nymph. Presented at Ludlow Castle, 1634, before the Earl of Bridgewater, then President of Wales. The chief persons which presented were the Lord Brackley, Mr. Thomas Egerton, his brother, the Lady Alice Egerton. The first scene discovers a wild wood. The attendant spirit descends or enters. Before the starry threshold of Jove's court my mansion is, where those immortal shapes of bright aerial spirits live ensphered in regions mild of calm and serene air, above the smoke and stir of this dim spot which men call earth, and with low-thoughted care confined and pestered in this pinfold here, strive to keep up a frail and feverish being, unmindful of the crown that virtue gives, after this mortal change, to her true servants, amongst th' enthroned gods on sainted seats. Yet some there be that by due steps aspire to lay their just hands on that golden key that opes the palace of eternity. To such my errand is, and but for such I would not soil these pure ambrosial weeds with the rank vapours of this sin-warred mould. But to my task. Neptune, besides the sway of every salt flood and each ebbing stream, took in by lot twixt high and nether Jove imperial rule of all the sea-girt isles, that like to rich and various gems inlay the unadorned bosom of the deep, which he, to grace his tributary gods, by course commits to several government, and gives them leave to wear their sapphire crowns and wield their little tridents. But this isle, the greatest and the best of all the main, he quarters to his blue-haired deities. And all this tract that fronts the falling sun, a noble peer of mickle trust and power has in his charge, with tempered awe to guide an old and haughty nation proud in arms. Where his fair offspring, nursed in princely lore, are coming to attend their father's state and new entrusted sceptre. But their way lies through the perplexed paths of this drear wood, the nodding horror of whose shady brows threats the forlorn and wandering passenger. And here their tender age might suffer peril, but that by quick command from sovereign Jove I was dispatched for their defence and guard. And listen why. For I will tell you now what never yet was heard in tale or song, from old or modern bard, in hall or bower. Bacchus, that first from out the purple grape crushed the sweet poison of misused wine, after the Tuscan mariners transformed, coasting the Tyrrhene shore as the winds listed, on Circe's island fell. Who knows not Circe, the daughter of the sun, whose charmed cup whoever tasted lost his upright shape, and downward fell into a grovelling swine. This nymph that gazed upon his clustering locks, with ivy berries wreathed, and his blithe youth, had by him, ere he parted thence, a son much like his father, but his mother more, whom therefore she brought up, and Comus named, who, ripe and frolic of his full-grown age, roving the Celtic and Iberian fields, at last betakes him to this ominous wood, and in thick shelter of black shades embowered, excels his mother at her mighty art, offering to every weary traveller his orient liquor in a crystal glass, to quench the drought of Phoebus, which as they taste, for most do taste through fond intemperate thirst, soon as the potion works, their human countenance, the express resemblance of the gods, is changed into some brutish form of wolf or bear, or ounce or tiger, hog or bearded goat, all other parts remaining as they were. And they, so perfect is their misery, not once perceive their foul disfigurement, but boast themselves more comely than before, and all their friends and native home forget, to roll with pleasure in a sensual sty. Therefore, when any favourite of high Jove chances to pass through this adventurous glade, swift as the sparkle of a glancing star, I shoot from heaven to give him safe convoy, as now I do. But first I must put off these my sky robes, spun out of iris woof, and take the weeds and likeness of a swain that to the service of this house belongs, who, with his soft pipe and smooth-dittied song, well knows to still the wild winds when they roar, and hush the waving woods, nor of less faith, and in this office of his mountain watch likeliest and nearest to the present aid of this occasion. But I hear the tread of hateful steps. I must be viewless now. Comus enters, with the charming rod in one hand, his glass in the other. With him a rout of monsters, headed like sundry sorts of wild beasts, but otherwise like men and women, their apparel glistering. They come in, making a riotous and unruly noise, with torches in their hands. Comus. The star that bids the shepherd fold now the top of heaven doth hold, and the gilded car of day his glowing axle doth allay in the steep Atlantic stream, and the slope sun his upward beam shoots against the dusky pole, pacing toward the other goal of his chamber in the east. Meanwhile, welcome joy and feast, midnight shout and revelry, tipsy dance and jollity. Braid your locks with rosy twine, dropping odours, dropping wine. Rigour now is gone to bed, and Vice with scrupulous head, strict age, and sour severity, with their grave saws, in slumber lie. We that are of purer fire imitate the starry choir, who in their nightly watchful spheres lead in swift round the months and years, the sounds and seas with all their finny drove, now to the moon in wavering morris move, and on the tawny sands and shells trip the pert fairies and the dapper elves. By dimpled brook and fountain brim the wood nymphs, decked with daisies trim, their merry wakes and pastimes keep. What hath night to do with sleep? Night hath better sweets to prove. Venus now wakes, and wakens love. Come, let us our rites begin. 'Tis only daylight that makes sin, which these dun shades will ne'er report. Hail, goddess of nocturnal sport, dark-veiled Cotito, to whom the secret flame of midnight torches burns, mysterious dame, that ne'er art called but when the dragon womb of Stygian darkness spets her thickest gloom, and makes one blot of all the air. Stay thy cloudy ebon chair, wherein thou ridest with Hecate, and befriend us thy vowed priests, till utmost end of all thy dues be done, and none left out, ere the blabbing eastern scout, the nice morn on the Indian steep, from her cabin loophole peep, and to the telltale sun descry our concealed solemnity. Come, knit hands, and beat the ground in a light fantastic round. The measure. Break off, break off! I feel the different pace of some chaste footing near about this ground. Run to your shrouds within these brakes and trees, our number may affright. Some virgin, sure, for so I can distinguish by mine art, benighted in these woods. Now to my charms, and to my wily trains. I shall ere long be well stocked with as fair a herd as crazed about my mother Circe. Thus I hurl my dazzling spells into the spongy air, of power to cheat the eye with blear illusion, and give it false presentments, lest the place and my quaint habits breed astonishment, and put the damsel to suspicious flight, which must not be, for that's against my course. I, under fair pretence of friendly ends, and well-placed words of glozing courtesy, baited with reasons not unplausible, wind me into the easy-hearted man, and hug him into snares. When once her eye hath met the virtue of this magic dust, I shall appear some harmless villager, whom thrift keeps up about his country gear. But here she comes. I fairly step aside, and hearken, if I may, her business here. The lady enters. Lady. This way the noise was, if mine ear be true, my best guide now. Methought it was the sound of riot and ill-managed merriment, such as the jocund flute or gamesome pipe stirs up among the loose unlettered hinds, when, for their teeming flocks and granges full, in wonted dance they praise the bounteous Pan, and thank the gods amiss. I should be loath to meet the rudeness and swilled insolence of such late wassailers, yet, oh, where else shall I inform my unacquainted feet in the blind mazes of this tangled wood? My brothers, when they saw me wearied out with this long way, resolving here to lodge under the spreading favour of these pines, stepped, as they said, to the next thicket side, to bring me berries, or such cooling fruit as the kind hospitable woods provide. They left me then, when the grey-hooded even, like a sad votarist in palmer's weed, rose from the hindmost wheels of Phoebus' wain. But where they are, and why they came not back, is now the labour of my thoughts. 'Tis likeliest they had engaged their wandering steps too far, and envious darkness, ere they could return, had stole them from me. Else, O thievish night, why shouldst thou, but for some felonious end, in thy dark lantern thus close up the stars that nature hung in heaven, and filled their lamps with everlasting oil, to give due light to the misled and lonely traveller? This is the place, as well as I may guess, whence even now the tumult of loud mirth was rife, and perfect in my listening ear. Yet naught but single darkness do I find. What might this be? 1,000 fantasies begin to throng into my memory, of calling shapes and beckoning shadows dire, and airy tongues that syllable men's names on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. These thoughts may startle well, but not astound the virtuous mind, that ever walks attended by a strong-siding champion, conscience. O welcome, pure-eyed faith, white-handed hope, thou hovering angel girt with golden wings, and thou unblemished form of chastity, I see ye visibly, and now believe that he, the supreme good, to whom all things ill are but as slavish officers of vengeance, would send a glistering guardian, if need were, to keep my life and honour unassailed. Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night? I did not err. There does a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night, and casts a gleam over this tufted grove. I cannot hallow to my brothers, but such noise as I can make, to be heard farthest, I'll venture. For my new enlivened spirits prompt me, and they perhaps are not far off. Song. Sweet echo, sweetest nymph that liv'st unseen within thy airy shell, by slow meanders margent green, and in the violet-embroidered vale, where the love-lorn nightingale nightly to thee her sad song mourneth well, canst thou not tell me of a gentle pair that likest thy Narcissus are? Oh, if thou have hidden them in some flowery cave, tell me but where, sweet queen of parley, daughter of the sphere. So mayst thou be translated to the skies, and give resounding grace to all heaven's harmonies. Comus. Can any mortal mixture of earth's mould breathe such divine, enchanting ravishment? Sure something holy lodges in that breast, and with these raptures moves the vocal air to testify his hidden residence. How sweetly did they float upon the wings of silence, through the empty vaulted night, at every fall smoothing the raven down of darkness, till it smiled. I have oft heard my mother Circe with the sirens 3, amidst the flowery kirtled Naiades, culling their potent herbs and baleful drugs, who, as they sung, would take the prisoned soul and lap it in Elysium. Scylla wept, and chid her barking waves into attention, and fell Charybdis murmured soft applause. Yet they in pleasing slumber lulled the sense, and in sweet madness robbed it of itself. But such a sacred and home-felt delight, such sober certainty of waking bliss, I never heard till now. I'll speak to her, and she shall be my queen. Hail, foreign wonder, whom certain these rough shades did never breed, unless the goddess that in rural shrine dwells here with Pan or Sylvan, by blessed song forbidding every bleak unkindly fog to touch the prosperous growth of this tall wood. Lady. Nay, gentle shepherd, ill is lost that praise that is addressed to unattending ears. Not any boast of skill, but extreme shift how to regain my severed company, compelled me to awake the courteous echo, to give me answer from her mossy couch. Comus. What chance, good lady, hath bereft you thus? Dim darkness, and this leafy labyrinth. Could that divide you from near ushering guides? They left me weary on a grassy turf. By falsehood, or discourtesy, or why? To seek the valley some cool friendly spring. And left your fair side all unguarded, lady? They were but twain, and purposed quick return. Perhaps forestalling night prevented them. How easy my misfortune is to hit! Imports their loss beside the present need? No less than if I should my brothers lose. Were they of manly prime or youthful bloom? As smooth as Hebe's their unrazored lips. Comus. Two such I saw, what time the laboured ox in his loose traces from the furrow came, and the swinked hedger at his supper sat. I saw them under a green mantling vine that crawls along the side of yon small hill, plucking ripe clusters from the tender shoots. Their port was more than human as they stood. I took it for a fairy vision of some gay creatures of the element, that in the colours of the rainbow live, and play at the plighted clouds. I was awestruck, and as I passed I worshipped. If those you seek, it were a journey like the path to heaven to help you find them. Lady. Gentle villager, what readiest way would bring me to that place? Comus. Due west it rises from this shrubby point. Lady. To find out that, good shepherd, I suppose, in such a scant allowance of starlight, would overtask the best line-pilot's art, without the sure guess of well-practised feet. Comus. I know each lane, and every valley green, dingle, or bushy dell of this wild wood, and every bosky bourne from side to side, my daily walks and ancient neighbourhood. And if your stray attendants be yet lodged or shroud within these limits, I shall know ere morrow wake, or the low-roosted lark from her thatched pallet rouse. If otherwise, I can conduct you, lady, to a low but loyal cottage, where you may be safe till further quest. Lady. Shepherd, I take thy word, and trust thy honest offered courtesy, which oft is sooner found in lowly sheds with smoky rafters than in tapestry halls and courts of princes, where at first was named, and yet is most pretended. In a place less warranted than this, or less secure, I cannot be, that I should fear to change it. I me bless Providence, and square my trial to my proportioned strength. Shepherd, lead on. The Two Brothers. Elder Brother. Unmuffle, ye faint stars, and thou, fair moon, that once to love the traveller's benison, stoop thy pale visage through an amber cloud, and disinherit chaos, that reigns here in double light of darkness and of shades. Or if your influence be quite dammed up with black usurping mists, some gentle taper, though a rush candle from the wicker hole of some clay habitation, visit us with thy long levelled rule of streaming light, and thou shalt be our star of Arcady, or Tyrian cynosure. Second Brother. Or if our eyes be barred that happiness, might we but hear the folded flocks penned in their wattled coats, or sound of pastoral reed with oaten stops, or whistle from the lodge, or village cock count the night watches to his feathery dames, 'twould be some solace yet, some little cheering in this close dungeon of innumerous boughs. But, oh, that hapless virgin, our lost sister, where may she wander now? Whither betake her from the chill dew amongst rude burrs and thistles? Perhaps some cold bank is her bolster now, or 'gainst the rugged bark of some broad elm leans her unpillowed head, fraught with sad fears. What if, in wild amazement and affright, or while we speak, within the direful grasp of savage hunger or of savage heat, elder brother, peace, brother, be not over exquisite to cast the fashion of uncertain evils. For grant they be so, while they rest unknown, what need a man forestall his date of grief, and run to meet what he should most avoid? Or if they be but false alarms of fear, how bitter is such self-delusion! I do not think, my sister, so to seek, or so unprincipled in virtue's book, and the sweet peace that goodness bosoms ever, as that the single want of light and noise, not being in danger, as I trust she is not, could stir the constant mood of her calm thoughts, and put them into misbecoming plight. Virtue could see to do what virtue would by her own radiant light, though sun and moon were in the flat sea sunk. And wisdom's self oft seeks to sweet retired solitude, where, with her best nurse, contemplation, she plumes her feathers and lets grow her wings, that in the various bustle of resort were all too ruffled, and sometimes impaired. He that has light within his own clear breast may sit at the centre and enjoy bright day, but he that hides a dark soul in foul thoughts, benighted walks under the midday sun. Himself is his own dungeon. Second brother. 'Tis most true that musing meditation most affects the pensive secrecy of desert cell, far from the cheerful haunt of men and herds, and sits as safe as in a senate house. For who would rob a hermit of his weeds, his few books, or his beads, or maple dish, or do his grey hairs any violence? But beauty, like the fair Hesperian tree laden with blooming gold, hath need the guard of dragon watch with unenchanted eye to save her blossoms and defend her fruit from the rash hand of bold incontinence. You may as well spread out the unsunned heaps of miser's treasure by an outlaw's den, and tell me it is safe, as bid me hope danger will wink on opportunity, and let a single helpless maiden pass uninjured in this wild surrounding waste. Of night, O loneliness, it recks me not. I fear the dread events that dog them both, lest some ill-greeting touch attempt the person of our unowned sister. Elder brother. I do not, brother, infer as if I thought my sister's state secure without all doubt or controversy, yet where an equal poise of hope and fear does arbitrate the event, my nature is that I incline to hope rather than fear, and gladly banish squint suspicion. My sister is not so defenceless left as you imagine. She has a hidden strength, which you remember not. Second brother. What hidden strength? Unless the strength of heaven, if you mean that. Elder brother. I mean that too, but yet a hidden strength which, if heaven gave it, may be termed her own. 'Tis chastity, my brother, chastity. She that has that is clad in complete steel, and like a quivered nymph with arrows keen may trace huge forests and unharbored heaths, infamous hills, and sandy perilous wilds, where, through the sacred rays of chastity, no savage, fierce, bandit, or mountaineer will dare to soil her virgin purity. Yea, there where very desolation dwells, by grots and caverns shagged with horrid shades, she may pass on with unblenched majesty, be it not done in pride or in presumption. Some say no evil thing that walks by night in fog or fire, by lake or moorish fen, blue meagre hag or stubborn unlaid ghost, that breaks his magic chains at curfew time, no goblin or swart fairy of the mine hath hurtful power or true virginity. Do ye believe me yet, or shall I call antiquity from the old schools of Greece to testify the arms of chastity? Hence had the huntress Dian her dread bow, fair silver-shafted queen, for ever chaste, wherewith she tamed the brinded lioness and spotted mountain pard, but set at naught the frivolous bolt of Cupid. Gods and men feared her stern frown, and she was queen of the woods. What was that snaky-headed Gorgon shield that wise Minerva wore, unconquered virgin, wherewith she freezed her foes to congealed stone, but rigid looks of chaste austerity, and noble grace that dashed brute violence with sudden adoration and blank awe? So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lackey her, driving far off each thing of sin and guilt, and in clear dream and solemn vision tell her of things that no gross ear can hear, till oft converse with heavenly habitants begin to cast a beam on the outward shape, the unpolluted temple of the mind, and turns it by degrees to the soul's essence, till all be made immortal. But when lust, by unchaste looks, loose gestures, and foul talk, but most by lewd and lavish act of sin, lets in defilement to the inward parts, the soul grows clotted by contagion, embodies and imbrutes, till she quite lose the divine property of her first being. Such are those thick and gloomy shadows damp oft seen in charnel vaults and sepulchres, lingering and sitting by a new-made grave, as loath to leave the body that it loved, and linked itself by carnal sensuality to a degenerate and degraded state. Second Brother. How charming is divine philosophy! Not harsh and crabbed, as dull fools suppose, but musical as is Apollo's lute, and a perpetual feast of nectared sweets, where no crude surfeit reigns. Elder Brother. List, list! I hear some far-off hallow break the silent air. Second Brother. Methought so too. What should it be? Elder Brother. For certain, either some one like us night-foundered here, or else some neighbour woodman, or at worst some roving robber calling to his fellows. Second Brother. Heaven keep my sister! Again, and near. Best draw and stand upon our guard. Elder Brother. I'll hallow. If he be friendly, he comes well. If not, defence is a good cause, and heaven be for us. End of section 20. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 21 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enter the attendant spirit, habited like a shepherd. Elder Brother. That hallow I should know. What are you? Speak. Come not too near, you fall on iron stakes else. Spirit. What voice is that, my young lord? Speak again. Second Brother. Oh, brother, 'tis my father's shepherd, sure. Elder Brother. Thersis, whose artful strains have oft delayed the huddling brook to hear his madrigal, and sweetened every musk-rose of the dale? How camest thou here, good swain? Hath any ram slipped from the fold, or young kid lost his dam, or straggling wether the pent flock forsook? How couldst thou find this dark sequestered nook? Spirit. O my loved master's heir, and his next joy, I came not here on such a trivial toy as a strange ewe, or to pursue the stealth of pilfering wolf. Not all the fleecy wealth that doth enrich these downs is worth a thought to this my errand, and the care it brought. But, oh, my virgin lady, where is she? How chance she is not in your company? Elder Brother. To tell thee sadly, shepherd, without blame or our neglect, we lost her as we came. Spirit. Ay me unhappy! Then my fears are true. Elder Brother. What fears, good Thyrsis? Prithee, briefly show. Spirit. I'll tell ye. 'Tis not vain or fabulous, though so esteemed by shallow ignorance, what the sage poets, taught by the heavenly muse, storied of old in high immortal verse of dire chimeras and enchanted isles, and rifted rocks whose entrance leads to hell, for such there be, but unbelief is blind. Within the navel of this hideous wood, immured in cypress shades, a sorcerer dwells, of Bacchus and of Circe born, great Comus, deep skilled in all his mother's witcheries, and here to every thirsty wanderer by sly enticement gives his baneful cup, with many murmurs mixed, whose pleasing poison the visage quite transforms of him that drinks, and the inglorious likeness of a beast fixes instead, unmoulding reason's mintage characters in the face. This have I learnt tending my flocks hard by the hilly crofts that brow this bottom glade, whence night by night he and his monstrous rout are heard to howl like stabled wolves or tigers at their prey, doing of horrid rites to Hecate in their obscured haunts of inmost bowers. Yet have they many baits and guileful spells to inveigle and invite the unwary sense of them that pass unweeting by the way. This evening, late, by then the chewing flocks had ta'en their supper on the savoury herb of knotgrass dubus brent, and were in fold, I sat me down to watch upon a bank with ivy canopied and interwove with flaunting honeysuckle, and began, wrapped in a pleasing fit of melancholy, to meditate my rural minstrelsy, till fancy had her fill. But ere a close, the wonted roar was up amidst the woods, and filled the air with barbarous dissonance, at which I ceased and listened them a while, till an unusual stop of sudden silence gave respite to the drowsy flighted steeds that draw the litter of close-curtained sleep. At last the soft and solemn breathing sound rose like a steam of rich distilled perfumes, and stole upon the air, that even silence was took ere she was ware, and wished she might deny her nature, and be never more, still to be so displaced. I was all ear, and took in strains that might create a soul under the ribs of death. But, ere long, too well I did perceive it was the voice of my most honoured lady, your dear sister. Amazed I stood, harrowed with grief and fear, and, poor hapless Nightingale, thought I, how sweet thou sing'st, how near the deadly snare! Then down the lawns I ran with headlong haste, through paths and turnings, often trod by day, till, guided by mine ear, I found the place where that damned wizard, hid in sly disguise, for so by certain signs I knew, had met already, ere my best speed could prevent the aidless innocent lady his wished prey, who gently asked if he had seen such two, supposing him some neighbour villager. Longer I durst not stay, but soon I guessed ye were the two she meant. With that I sprung into swift flight, till I had found you here. But further know I not. Second Brother. O night and shades, how are ye joined with hell in triple knot, against th' unarmed weakness of one virgin, alone and helpless? Is this the confidence you gave me, brother? Elder Brother. Yes, and keep it still. Lean on it safely. Not a period shall be unsaid for me. Against the threats of malice or sorcery, or that power which erring men call chance, this I hold firm. Virtue may be assailed, but never hurt, surprised by unjust force, but not enthralled. Yea, even that which mischief meant most harm shall in the happy trial prove most glory. But evil on itself shall back recoil, and mix no more with goodness, when at last, gathered like scum and settled to itself, it shall be in eternal restless change self-fed and self-consumed. If this fail, the pillared firmament is rottenness, and earth's base built on stubble. But come, let's on. Against the opposing will and arm of heaven may never this just sword be lifted up. But for that damned magician, let him be girt with all the grisly legions that troop under the sooty flag of Acheron, harpies and hydras, or all the monstrous forms twixt Africa and Ind. I'll find him out, and force him to restore his purchase back, or drag him by the curls to a foul death, cursed as his life. Spirit. Alas, good venturous youth, I love thy courage, yet and bold emprise, but here thy sword can do thee little stead. Far other arms and other weapons must be those that quell the might of hellish charms. He with his bare wand can unthread thy joints and crumble all thy sinews. Elder Brother. Why, prithee, shepherd, how durst thou then thyself approach so near as to make this relation? Spirit. Care and utmost shifts how to secure the lady from surprisal brought to my mind a certain shepherd lad, of small regard to see to, yet well skilled in every virtuous plant and healing herb that spreads her verdant leaf to the morning ray. He loved me well, and oft would beg me sing, which when I did, he on the tender grass would sit, and hearken even to ecstasy, and in requital ope his leathern scrip, and show me simples of 1,000 names, telling their strange and vigorous faculties. Amongst the rest, a small unsightly root, but of divine effect, he culled me out. The leaf was darkish, and had prickles on it, but in another country, as he said, bore a bright golden flower, but not in this soil. Unknown, and like esteemed, the dull swain treads on it daily with his clouted shoon. And yet more medicinal is it than that moly that Hermes once to wise Ulysses gave. He called it Hymene, and gave it me, and bade me keep it as of sovereign use gainst all enchantments, mildew blast, or damp, or ghastly furies apparition. I pursed it up, but little reckoning made, till now that this extremity compelled. But now I find it true, for by this means I knew the foul enchanter, though disguised, entered the very lime twigs of his spells, and yet came off. If you have this about you, as I will give you when you go, you may boldly assault the necromancer's hall, where, if he be, with dauntless hardihood and brandished blade, rush on him, break his glass, and shed the luscious liquor on the ground, but seize his wand, though he and his cursed crew fierce sign of battle make, and menace high, or like the sons of Vulcan vomit smoke, yet will they soon retire, if he but shrink. Elder brother. Thyrsus, lead on apace, I'll follow thee, and some good angel bear a shield before us. The scene changes to a stately palace, set out with all manner of deliciousness, soft music, tables spread with all dainties. Comus appears with his rabble, and the lady set in an enchanted chair, to whom he offers his glass, which she puts by, and goes about to rise. Comus. Nay, lady, sit. If I but wave this wand, your nerves are all chained up in alabaster, and you a statue, or as Daphne was, root-bound that fled Apollo. Lady. Fool, do not boast. Thou canst not touch the freedom of my mind with all thy charms, although this corporal rind thou hast immanacled, while heaven sees good. Comus. Why are you vexed, lady? Why do you frown? Here dwell no frowns nor anger. From these gates sorrow flies far. See, here be all the pleasures that fancy can beget on youthful thoughts, when the fresh blood grows lively, and returns brisk as the April buds in primrose season. And first, behold this cordial julep here, that flames and dances in his crystal bounds, with spirits of balm and fragrant syrups mixed. Not that Nepenthes, which the wife of Thone in Egypt gave to Jove-born Helena, is of such power to stir up joy as this, to life so friendly, or so cool to thirst. Why should you be so cruel to yourself and to those dainty limbs which nature lent for gentle usage and soft delicacy? But you invert the covenants of her trust, and harshly deal like an ill borrower with that which you received on other terms, scorning the unexempt condition by which all mortal frailty must subsist, refreshment after toil, ease after pain, that have been tired all day without repast, and timely rest have wanted. But, fair virgin, this will restore all soon. Lady. 'Twill not, false traitor. 'Twill not restore the truth and honesty that thou hast banished from thy tongue with lies. Was this the cottage and the safe abode thou toldst me of? What grim aspects are these ugly-headed monsters? Mercy guard me! Hence with thy brood enchantments, foul deceiver! Hast thou betrayed my credulous innocence with visored falsehood and base forgery? And wouldst thou seek again to entrap me here with liquorish baits fit to ensnare a brute? Were it a draught for Juno when she banquets, I would not taste thy treasonous offer. None but such as are good men can give good things, and that which is not good is not delicious to a well-governed and wise appetite. Comus. Oh, foolishness of men that lend their ears to those budge doctors of the Stoic fur, and fetch their precepts from the Cynic tub, praising the lean and sallow abstinence. Wherefore did nature pour her bounties forth with such a full and unwithdrawing hand, covering the earth with odours, fruits, and flocks, thronging the seas with spawn innumerable, but all to please and sate the curious taste, and set to work millions of spinning worms, that in their green shops weave the smooth-haired silk, to deck her sons. And that no corner might be vacant of her plenty, in her own loins she hutched the all-worshipped ore and precious gems, to store her children with. If all the world should in a pet of temperance feed on pulse, drink the clear stream, and nothing wear but frieze, the all-giver would be unthanked, would be unpraised, not half his riches known and yet despised. And we should serve him as a grudging master, as a penurious niggard of his wealth, and live like nature's bastards, not her sons, who would be quite surcharged with her own weight, and strangled with her waste fertility, the earth cumbered, and the winged air darked with plumes. The herds would overmultitude their lords, the sea o'erfraught would swell, and the unsought diamonds would so emblaze the forehead of the deep, and so bestud with stars, that they below would grow inured to light, and come at last to gaze upon the sun with shameless brows. List, lady, be not coy, and be not cozened with that same vaunted name virginity. Beauty is nature's coin, must not be hoarded, but must be current, and the good thereof consists in mutual and partaken bliss, unsavoury in the enjoyment of itself. If you let slip time, like a neglected rose, it withers on the stalk with languished head. Beauty is nature's brag, and must be shown in courts, at feasts, and high solemnities, where most may wonder at the workmanship. It is for homely features to keep home, they had their name thence. Coarse complexions and cheeks of sorry grain will serve to ply the sampler, and to tease the hussif's wool. What need a vermeil-tinctured lip for that? Love-darting eyes, or tresses like the morn. There was another meaning in these gifts. Think what, and be advised. You are but young yet. Lady, I had not thought to have unlocked my lips in this unhallowed air, but that this juggler would think to charm my judgment as mine eyes, obtruding false rules pranked in reason's garb. I hate when vice can bolt her arguments, and virtue has no tongue to check her pride. Impostor, do not charge most innocent nature, as if she would her children should be riotous with her abundance. She, good cateress, means her provision only to the good, that live according to her sober laws, and holy dictate of spare temperance. If every just man that now pines with want had but a moderate and beseeming share of that which lewdly pampered luxury now heaps upon some few with vast excess, nature's full blessings would be well dispensed, in unsuperfluous even proportion, and she no whit encumbered with her store, and then the giver would be better thanked, his praise due paid. For swinish gluttony ne'er looks to heaven amidst his gorgeous feast, but with besotted base ingratitude crams and blasphemes his feeder. Shall I go on, or have I said enow? To him that dares arm his profane tongue with contemptuous words against the sun-clad power of chastity, fain would I something say, yet to what end? Thou hast nor ear nor soul to apprehend the sublime notion and high mystery that must be uttered to unfold the sage and serious doctrine of virginity. And thou art worthy that thou shouldst not know more happiness than this thy present lot. Enjoy your dear wit and gay rhetoric, that hath so well been taught her dazzling fence. Thou art not fit to hear thyself convinced. Yet should I try, the uncontrolled worth of this pure cause would kindle my rapt spirits to such a flame of sacred vehemence, that dumb things would be moved to sympathize, and the brute earth would lend her nerves and shake, till all thy magic structures, reared so high, were shattered into heaps o'er thy false head. Comus. She fables not. I feel that I do fear her words set off by some superior power, and though not mortal, yet a cold shuddering dew dips me all o'er, as when the wrath of Jove speaks thunder, and the chains of Erebus to some of Saturn's crew. I must dissemble, and try her yet more strongly. Come, no more. This is mere moral babble, and direct against the canon laws of our foundation. I must not suffer this. Yet 'tis but the lees and settlings of a melancholy blood, but this will cure all strait. One sip of this will bathe the drooping spirits in delight beyond the bliss of dreams. Be wise, and taste. The brothers rush in with swords drawn, wrest his glass out of his hand, and break it against the ground. His rout makes sign of resistance, but all are driven in. The attendant spirit comes in. Spirit. What? Have you let the false enchanter escape? Oh, ye mistook. Ye should have snatched his wand and bound him fast. Without his rod reversed, and backward mutters of dissevering power, we cannot free the lady that sits here in stony fetters, fixed and motionless. Yet stay, be not disturbed. Now I bethink me some other means I have which may be used, which once of Melibæus old I learnt, the soothest shepherd that e'er piped on plains. There is a gentle nymph not far from hence, that with moist curb sways the smooth Severn stream. Sabrina is her name, a virgin pure. Whilome she was the daughter of Locrine, that had the sceptre from his father Brute. She, guiltless damsel, flying the mad pursuit of her enraged stepdame, Gwendolen, commended her fair innocence to the flood that stayed her flight, with his cross-flowing course. The water nymphs that in the bottom played held up their pearled wrists and took her in, bearing her straight to aged Nereus' hall, who, piteous of her woes, reared her lank head, and gave her to his daughters to embathe in nectared lavers strewed with asphodel, and through the porch and inlet of each sense dropped in ambrosial oils, till she revived, and underwent a quick immortal change, made goddess of the river. Still she retains her maiden gentleness, and oft at eve visits the herds along the twilight meadows, helping all urchin blasts and ill luck signs that the shrewd meddling elf delights to make, which she with precious violed liquors heals. For which the shepherds at their festivals carol her goodness loud in rustic lays, and throw sweet garland wreaths into her stream, of pansies, pinks, and gaudy daffodils. And, as the old swain said, she can unlock the clasping charm and thaw the numbing spell, if she be right invoked in warbled song. For maidenhood she loves, and will be swift to aid a virgin such as was herself, in hard besetting need. This will I try, and add the power of some adjuring verse. Song. Sabrina fair, listen while thou art sitting under the glassy, cool, translucent wave, in twisted braids of lilies knitting the loose train of thy amber-dropping hair. Listen for dear honour's sake, goddess of the silver lake, listen and save. Listen and appear to us in name of great Oceanus, by the great earth-shaking Neptune's mace and Tethys' grave majestic pace, by hoary Nereus' wrinkled look, and the Carpathian wizard's hook, by scaly Triton's winding shell, and old soothsaying Glaucus' spell, by Leucothia's lovely hands, and her son that rules the strands, by Thetis' tinselled slippered feet, and the songs of sirens sweet, by dead Parthenope's dear tomb, and fair Ligeia's golden comb, wherewith she sits on diamond rocks, sleeking her soft alluring locks. By all the nymphs that nightly dance upon thy streams with wily glance, rise, rise, and heave thy rosy head from thy coral-paven bed, and bridle in thy headlong wave, till thou our summons answered have. Listen and save. Sabrina rises, attended by water nymphs, and sings. By the rushy fringed bank, where grows the willow and the osier dank, my sliding chariot stays, thick set with agate, and the azure sheen of turquoise blue and emerald green, that in the channel strays. Whilst from off the water's fleet, thus I set my printless feet, or the cowslip's velvet head that bends not as I tread. Gentle swain, at thy request I am here. Spirit. Daughters dear, we implore thy powerful hand to undo the charmed band of true virgin here distressed, through the force and through the wile of unblessed enchanter vile. Sabrina. Shepherd, 'tis my office best to help ensnared chastity. Brightest lady, look on me. Thus I sprinkle on thy breast drops that from my fountain pure I have kept a precious cure. Thrice upon thy finger's tip, thrice upon thy rubied lip. Next this marble venom seat, smeared with gums of glutinous heat, I touch with chaste palms, moist and cold. Now the spell hath lost his hold, and I must haste ere morning hour to wait in Amphitrite's bower. Sabrina descends, and the lady rises out of her seat. Spirit. Virgin, daughter of Locrine, sprung of old Anchises' line, may thy brimmed waves for this their full tribute never miss from 1,000 petty rills that tumble down the snowy hills. Summer drought or singed air never scorch thy tresses fair, nor wet October's torrent flood thy molten crystal fill with mud. May thy billows roll ashore the beryl and the golden ore. May thy lofty head be crowned with many a tower and terrace round, and here and there thy banks upon with groves of myrrh and cinnamon. Come, lady, while heaven lends us grace, let us fly this cursed place, lest the sorcerer us entice with some other new device. Not a waste or needless sound till we come to holier ground. I shall be your faithful guide through this gloomy covert wide, and not many furlongs thence is your father's residence, where this night are met in state many a friend to gratulate his wished presence, and beside all the swains that there abide with jigs and rural dance resort. We shall catch them at their sport, and our sudden coming there will double all their mirth and cheer. Come, let us haste, the stars grow high, but night sits monarch yet in the mid-sky. The scene changes, presenting Ludlow town and the President's castle. Then come in country dancers, after them the attendant Spirit with the two brothers and the lady. Song. Spirit. Back, shepherds, back, enough your play, till next sunshine holiday. Here be, without duck or nod, other trippings to be trod of lighter toes, and such court guise as Mercury did first devise with the mincing Dryades, on the lawns and on the leas. This second song presents them to their father and mother. Noble lord and lady bright, I have brought ye new delight. Here behold, so goodly grown, 3 fair branches of your own. Heaven hath timely tried their youth, their faith, their patience, and their truth, and sent them here through hard assays with a crown of deathless praise, to triumph in victorious dance, or sensual folly and intemperance. The dance is ended, the Spirit epiloguizes. Spirit. To the ocean now I fly, and those happy climes that lie where day never shuts his eye, up in the broad fields of the sky. There I suck the liquid air, all amidst the gardens fair of Hesperus and his daughters 3, that sing about the golden tree. Along the crisped shades and bowers revels the spruce and jocund spring. The graces and the rosy-bosomed hours thither all their bounties bring. There eternal summer dwells, and west winds with musky wing about the cedron alleys fling nard and cassia's balmy smells. Iris there with humid bow waters the odorous banks, that blow flowers of more mingled hue than her purfled scarf can shew, and drenches with Elysian dew, list mortals, if your ears be true, beds of hyacinth and roses, where young Adonis oft reposes, waxing well of his deep wound, in slumber soft, and on the ground sadly sits the Assyrian queen. But far above in spangled sheen celestial Cupid, her famed son, advanced, holds his dear Psyche sweet entranced. After her wandering labours long, till free consent the gods among make her his eternal bride, and from her fair unspotted side 2 blissful twins are to be born, youth and joy, so Jove hath sworn. But now my task is smoothly done, I can fly, or I can run quickly to the green earth's end, where the bowed welkin slow doth bend, and from thence can soar as soon to the corners of the moon. Mortals that would follow me, love virtue, she alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb higher than the spheric chime, or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. End of Comus. End of section 21. Read by Thomas Copeland.
Section 22 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Miles Wolfe. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Lycidas. Lycidas, 1637. In this monody the author bewails a learned friend, unfortunately drowned in his passage from Chester on the Irish seas, 1637, and, by occasion, foretells the ruin of our corrupted clergy, then in their height. Yet once more, O ye laurels, and once more ye myrtles brown, with ivy never sere, I come to pluck your berries harsh and crude, and with forced fingers rude, shatter your leaves before the mellowing year. Bitter constraint and sad occasion dear compels me to disturb your season due, for Lycidas is dead, dead ere his prime, young Lycidas, and hath not left his peer. Who would not sing for Lycidas? He knew himself to sing, and build the lofty rhyme. He must not float upon his watery bier, unwept, and welter to the parching wind without the meed of some melodious tear. Begin, then, sisters of the sacred well that from beneath the seat of Jove doth spring. Begin, and somewhat loudly sweep the string. Hence, with denial vain and coy excuse, so may some gentle muse with lucky words favor my destined urn, and as he passes, turn, and bid fair peace be to my sable shroud. For we were nursed upon the self-same hill, fed the same flock, by fountain, shade, and rill. Together both, ere the high lawns appeared under the opening eyelids of the morn, we drove afield, and both together heard what time the grey fly winds her sultry horn, battening our flocks with the fresh dews of night, off till the star that rose at evening bright towards heaven's descent had sloped his westering wheel. Meanwhile the rural ditties were not mute. Tempered to the oaten flute, rough satyrs danced, and fawns with cloven heel from the glad sound would not be absent long, and old Demetis loved to hear our song. But oh, the heavy change, now thou art gone, and never must return. Thee, shepherd, thee the woods and desert caves, with wild thyme and gadding vine o'ergrown, and all their echoes mourn. The willows and the hazel copses green shall now no more be seen, fanning their joyous leaves to thy soft lays. As killing as the canker to the rose, or taintworm to the weanling herds that graze, or frost to flowers that their gay wardrobe wear when first the white thorn blows, such, Lycidas, thy loss to shepherd's ear. Where were ye, nymphs, when the remorseless deep closed o'er the head of your loved Lycidas? For neither were ye playing on the steep, where your old bards the famous Druids lie, nor on the shaggy top of Mona high, nor yet where Deva spreads her wizard stream. Ay me, I fondly dream, had ye been there! For what could that have done? What could the muse herself that Orpheus bore, the muse herself for her enchanting son, whom universal nature did lament, when, by the rout that made the hideous roar, his gory visage down the stream was sent, down the swift Hebrus to the Lesbian shore? Alas, what boots it with uncessant care to tend the homely, slighted shepherd's trade, and strictly meditate the thankless muse? Were it not better done, as others use, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade, or with the tangles of Neaera's hair? Fame is the spur that the clear spirit doth raise, that last infirmity of noble mind, to scorn delights and live laborious days. But the fair guerdon, when we hope to find, and think to burst out into sudden blaze, comes the blind fury with the abhorred shears, and slits the thin-spun life. But not the praise, Phoebus replied, and touched my trembling ears. Fame is no plant that grows on mortal soil, nor in the glistering foil set off to the world, nor in broad rumor lies, but lives and spreads aloft by those pure eyes and perfect witness of all judging Jove, as he pronounces lastly on each deed, of so much fame in heaven expect thy meed. O fountain Arethuse, and thou honored flood, smooth-sliding Mincius, crowned with vocal reeds, that strain I heard was of a higher mood. But now my oat proceeds, and listens to the herald of the sea that came in Neptune's plea. He asked the waves, and asked the felon winds, what hard mishap hath doomed this gentle swain, and questioned every gust of rugged wings that blows from off each beaked promontory. They knew not of his story. And sage Hippotades their answer brings, that not a blast was from his dungeon strayed. The air was calm, and on the level brine sleek Panope and all her sisters played. It was that fatal and perfidious bark, built in the eclipse and rigged with curses dark, that sunk so low that sacred head of thine. Next Comus, reverend sire, went footing slow, his mantle hairy and his bonnet sedge, inwrought with figures dim, and on the edge, like to that sanguine flower, inscribed with woe. Ah, who hath reft, quoth he, my dearest pledge? Last came, and last did go, the pilot of the Galilean lake. 2 massy keys he bore of metals twain, the golden opes, the iron shuts amain. He shook his mitred locks, and stern bespake. How well could I have spared for thee, young swain, enow of such as for their bellies' sake creep and intrude and climb into the fold. Of other care they little reckoning make than how to scramble at the shearer's feast and shove away the worthy bidden guest. Blind mouths that scarce themselves know how to hold a sheep-hook, or have learnt aught else the least that to the faithful herdman's art belongs. What recks it them? What need they? They are sped, and when they list, their lean and fleshy songs grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw. The hungry sheep look up and are not fed, but swoln with the wind and the rank mist they draw rot inwardly, and foul contagion spread. Besides what the grim wolf with privy paw daily devours apace, and nothing said. But that 2-handed engine at the door stands ready to smite once, and smite no more. Return, Alpheus. The dread voice is past that shrunk thy streams. Return, Sicilian muse, and call the vales, and bid them hither cast their bells and flowerets of 1,000 hues. Ye valleys low, where the mild whispers use of shades and wanton winds and gushing brooks, on whose fresh lap the swart star sparely looks, throw hither all your quaint enamelled eyes, that on the green turf suck the honeyed showers and purple all the ground with vernal flowers. Bring the wraith primrose that forsaken dies, the tufted croto and pale jessamine, the white pink and the pansy freaked with jet, the glowing violet, the musk rose, and the well-attired woodbine with cowslips wan that hang the pensive head, and every flower that sad embroidery wears. Bid amaranthus all his beauty shed, and daffodillies fill their cups with tears to strew the laureate hearse where Lycid lies. For so, to interpose a little ease, let our frail thoughts dally with false surmise. Ay me, whilst thee the shores and sounding seas wash far away, where'er thy bones are hurled, whether beyond the stormy Hebrides, where thou perhaps under the whelming tide visit'st the bottom of the monstrous world, or whether thou, to our moist vows denied, sleep'st by the fable of Belarus old, where the great vision of the guarded mount looks toward Namancos and Baena's hold. Look homeward, angel, now, and melt with ruth, and O ye dolphins, waft the helpless youth. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more, for Lycidas your sorrow is not dead, sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. So sinks the day-star in the ocean bed, and yet anon repairs his drooping head and tricks his beams, and with new-spangled ore flames in the forehead of the morning sky. So Lycidas, sunk low but mounted high, through the dear might of him that walked the waves, where other groves and other streams along, with nectar pure his oozy locks he laves, and hears the unexpressive nuptial song in the blessed kingdoms meek of joy and love. There entertain him all the saints above, in solemn troops and sweet societies that sing, and singing in their glory move and wipe the tears forever from his eyes. Now, Lycidas, the shepherds weep no more. Henceforth thou art the genius of the shore, in thy large recompense, and shalt be good to all that wander in that perilous flood. Thus sang the uncouth swain to the oaks and rills, while the still morn went out with sandals grey. He touched the tender stops of various quills, with eager thought warbling his Doric lay. And now the sun had stretched out all the hills, and now was dropped into the western bay. At last he rose, and twitched his mantle blue, tomorrow to fresh woods and pastures new. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. When the assault was intended to the city, captain or colonel or knight in arms, whose chance on these defenceless doors may seize, if deed of honour did thee ever please, guard them and him within protect from harms. He can requite thee, for he knows the charms that call fame on such gentle acts as these, and he can spread thy name o'er lands and seas, whatever clime the sun's bright circle warms. Lift not thy spear against the Muses' bower, the great Emathian conqueror bid spare the house of Pindarus, when temple and tower went to the ground, and the repeated air of sad Electra's poet had the power to save the Athenian walls from ruin bare. End of section 23. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 24 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Kachuk. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To a Virtuous Young Lady, 1644. Lady, that in the prime of earliest youth wisely hast shunned the broad way and the green, and with those few art eminently seen that labour up the hill of heavenly truth, the better part with Mary and with Ruth chosen thou hast, and they that overween and at thy growing virtues fret their spleen, no anger find in thee, but pity and ruth. Thy care is fixed, and zealously attends to fill thy odorous lamp with deeds of light, and hope that reaps not shame. Therefore be sure thou, when the bridegroom with his feastful friends passes to bliss at the mid-hour of night, hast gained thy entrance, virgin wise and pure. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To the Lady Margaret Ley, 1644-45. Daughter to that good Earl, once President of England's Council and her Treasury, who lived in both unstained with gold or fee, and left them both more in himself content, till the sad breaking of that Parliament broke him, as that dishonest victory at Caronia, fatal to liberty, killed with report that old man eloquent, though later born than to have known the days wherein your father flourished. Yet by you, madam, methinks I see him living yet. So well your words his noble virtues praise, that all both judge you to relate them true, and to possess them, honored Margaret. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the detraction which followed upon my writing certain treatises. A book was writ of late called Tetrachordon, and woven close, both matter, form, and style, the subject new, it walked the town a while, numbering good intellects, now seldom pored upon. Cries the store reader, bless us, what a word on a title page is this, and some in file stand spelling false, while one might walk to Mile End Green. Why is it harder, sirs, than Gordon, Colchester, or Macdonald, or Galasp? Those rugged names to our like mouths grow sleek, that would have made Quintilian stare and gasp. Thy age like ours, O soul of Sir John Cheek, hated not learning worse than toad or asp, when thou taught'st Cambridge and King Edward Greek. End of section 26. Read by Alan Mapstone. Section 27 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the same. I did but prompt the age to quit their clogs by the known rules of ancient liberty, when straight a barbarous noise environs me of owls and cuckoos, asses, apes, and dogs, as when those hinds that were transformed to frogs railed at Latona's twin-born progeny, which after held the sun and moon in fee. But this is got by casting pearl to hogs, that bawl for freedom in their senseless mood, and still revolt when truth would set them free. License they mean when they cry liberty, for who loves that must first be wise and good. But from that mark how far they rove we see, for all this waste of wealth and loss of blood. End of section 27. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 28 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the New Forcers of Conscience under the Long Parliament, 1646. Because you have thrown off your prelate lord, and with stiff vows renounced his liturgy, to seize the widowed whore plurality from them whose sin ye envied, not abhorred, dare ye for this adjure the civil sword to force our consciences that Christ set free, and right us with a classic hierarchy, taught ye by mere A.S. and Rutherford, men whose life, learning, faith, and pure intent would have been held in high esteem with Paul, must now be named and printed heretics by shallow Edwards and Scotch what-d'ye-call. But we do hope to find out all your tricks, your plots and packing, worse than those of Trent, so that the Parliament may with their wholesome and preventive shears clip your phylacteries, though balk your ears, and succour our just fears, when they shall read this clearly in your charge. New presbyter is but old priest, writ large. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To Mr. H. Laws on his Airs. Harry, whose tuneful and well-measured song first taught our English music how to span words with just note and accent, not to scan with Midas ears, committing short and long, thy worth and skill exempts thee from the throng, with praise enough for envy to look wan. To after age thou shalt be writ the man that with smooth air couldst humour best our tongue. Thou honourest verse, and verse must lend her wing to honour thee, the priest of Phoebus' choir, that tunest their happiest lines in hymn or story. Dante shall give fame leave to set thee higher than his Casella, whom he wooed to sing, met in the milder shades of purgatory. End of section 29, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 30 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Public Domain Scholar. The Complete Poems of John Milton, on the religious memory of Miss Catherine Thomson, my Christian friend, deceased, December 16th, 1646. When faith and love, which parted from thee, never have ripened thy just soul to dwell with God, meekly thou didst resign this earthly load of death called life, which us from life doth sever. Thy works and alms, and all thy good endeavour, stayed not behind, nor in the grave were trod, but as faith pointed with her golden rod, followed thee up to joy and bliss forever. Love led them on, and faith, who knew them best, thy handmaids, clad them o'er with purple beams, and azure wings, that up they flew, so dressed, and speak the truth of thee on glorious themes, before the Judge, who henceforth bid thee rest, and drink thy fill of pure immortal streams. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Kachuk. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the Lord General Fairfax at the Siege of Colchester, 1648. Fairfax, whose name in arms through Europe rings, filling each mouth with envy or with praise, and all her jealous monarchs with amaze, and rumours loud that daunt remotest kings. Thy firm unshaken virtue ever brings victory home, though new rebellions raise their hydra heads, and the false North displays her broken league to imp their serpent wings. O yet a nobler task awaits thy hand, for what can war but endless war still breed, till truth and right from violence be freed, and public faith cleared from the shameful brand of public fraud? In vain doth valour bleed, while avarice and rapine share the land. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To the Lord General Cromwell, on the proposals of certain ministers at the Committee for the Propagation of the Gospel. 1652. Cromwell, our chief of men, who through a cloud not of war only, but detractions rude, guided by faith and matchless fortitude, to peace and truth thy glorious way hast ploughed, and on the neck of crowned fortune proud hast reared God's trophies and his work pursued, while Darwen's stream with blood of Scots imbrued, and Dunbar field resounds thy praises loud, and Worcester's laureate wreath. Yet much remains to conquer still. Peace hath her victories no less renowned than war. New foes arise, threatening to bind our souls with secular chains. Help us to save free conscience from the paw of hireling wolves, whose gospel is their maw. End of section 32. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 33 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arthur Nascimento. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To Sir Henry Vane the Younger, 1652. Vane, young in years, but in sage counsel old, them whom a better senator ne'er held the helm of Rome, when gowns, not arms, repelled the fierce Epirot and the African bold, whether to settle peace or to unfold the drift of hollow states, hard to be expelled. Then to advise how war may best, upheld, moved by her own two main nerves, iron and gold, in all her equipage. Besides, to know, both spiritual power and civil, what each means, what severs each, thou hast learned, which few have done. The bounds of either sword to thee we owe. Therefore on thy firm hand religion leans, in peace, and reckons thee her eldest son. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bruce Kachuk. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On the late massacre in Piemont, 1655. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, whose bones lie scattered on the Alpine mountains cold, even them who kept thy truth so pure of old, when all our fathers worshipped stocks and stones. Forget not, in thy book record their groans who were thy sheep, and in their ancient fold slain by the bloody Piemontese, that rolled mother with infant down the rocks. Their moans the vales redoubled to the hills, and they to heaven. Their martyred blood and ashes sow o'er all the Italian fields, where still doth sway the triple tyrant, that from these may grow 100-fold, who, having learnt thy way, early may fly the Babylonian woe. End of section 34.
Section 35 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On His Blindness. When I consider how my light is spent, ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent, to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he, returning, chide. Doth God exact day labor, light denied? I fondly ask. But patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies. God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Will. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To Mr. Lawrence. 1656. Lawrence, a virtuous father, virtuous son, now that the fields are dank and ways are mire, where shall we sometimes meet, and by the fire help waste a sullen day, what may be won from the hard season gaining? Time will run on smoother till Favonius re-inspire the frozen earth, and clothe in fresh attire the lily and rose that neither sowed nor spun. What neat repast shall feast us, light and choice, of Attic taste with wine, whence we may rise to hear the lute well touched, or artful voice warble immortal notes and Tuscan air? He who of those delights can judge and spare, to interpose them oft is not unwise. End of section 36. Section 37 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Will. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To Cyriack Skinner. 1656. Cyriack, whose grandsire on the royal bench of British Themis, with no mean applause, pronounced and in his volumes taught our laws, which others at their bar so often wrench, today deep thoughts resolve with me to drench in mirth that after no repenting draws. Let Euclid rest and Archimedes pause, and what the Swede intend and what the French. To measure life learn thou betimes, and know toward solid good what leads the nearest way. For other things mild heaven a time ordains, and disapproves that care, the wise in show, that with superfluous burden loads the day, and, when God sends a cheerful hour, refrains. End of section 37.
Section 38 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Giuliano Battista. The Complete Poems of John Milton. To the same. Cyriack. This 3 years' day these eyes, though clear to outward view of blemish or of spot, bereft of light their seeing have forgot, nor to their idle orbs doth sight appear of sun or moon or star throughout the year, or man or woman. Yet I argue not against heaven's hand or will, nor bate a jot of heart or hope, but still bear up and steer right onward. What supports me, doth thou ask? The conscience, friend, to have lost them, overplied in liberty's defence, my noble task, of which all Europe rings from side to side. This, though might lead me through the world's vain mask, content, though blind, I had no better guide. End of section 38.
Section 39 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. On his deceased wife. Methought I saw my late espoused saint brought to me like Alcestis from the grave, whom Jove's great son to her glad husband gave, rescued from death by force, though pale and faint. Mine, as whom washed from spot of childbed taint, purification in the old law did save, and such as yet once more I trust to have, full sight of her in heaven without restraint, came vested all in white, pure as her mind. Her face was veiled, yet to my fancied sight, love, sweetness, goodness, in her person shined, so clear as in no face with more delight. But oh, as to embrace me she inclined, I waked, she fled, and day brought back my night. End of section 39. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 40 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost, the first book, Part 1. Paradise Lost, 1658 to 1663. The verse. The measure is English heroic verse without rhyme, as that of Homer in Greek and of Virgil in Latin, rhyme being no necessary adjunct or true ornament of poem or good verse, in longer works especially, but the invention of our barbarous age to set off wretched matter and lame metre. Graced indeed, since by the use of some famous modern poets, carried away by custom, but much to their own vexation, hindrance, and constraint to express many things otherwise, and for the most part worse than else they would have expressed them. Not without cause, therefore, some both Italian and Spanish poets of prime note have rejected rhyme both in longer and shorter works, as have also long since our best English tragedies, as a thing of itself, to all judicious ears, trivial and of no true musical delight, which consists only in apt numbers, fit quantity of syllables, and the sense variously drawn out from one verse into another, not in the jingling sound of like endings, a fault avoided by the learned ancients, both in poetry and all good oratory. This neglect, then, of rhyme is so little to be taken for a defect, though it may seem so, perhaps, to vulgar readers, that it rather is to be esteemed an example set, the first in English, of ancient liberty recovered to a heroic poem, from the troublesome and modern bondage of rhyming. The first book. The argument. This first book proposes, first in brief, the whole subject, man's disobedience and the loss thereupon of paradise, wherein he was placed, then touches the prime cause of his fall, the serpent, or rather Satan in the serpent, who, revolting from God, and drawing to his side many legions of angels, was, by the command of God, driven out of heaven, with all his crew, into the great deep. Which action passed over, the poem hastes into the midst of things, presenting Satan with his angels, now fallen into hell, described here not in the center, for heaven and earth may be supposed as yet not made, certainly not yet accursed, but in a place of utter darkness, fitly is called chaos. Here Satan, with his angels, lying on the burning lake, thunderstruck and astonished, after a certain space recovers, as from confusion, calls upon him who, next in order and dignity, lay by him. They confer of their miserable fall. Satan awakens all his legions, who lay till then in the same manner confounded. They rise their numbers, array of battle, their chief leaders named, according to the idols known afterwards in Canaan and the countries adjoining. To these Satan directs his speech, comforts them with hope yet of regaining heaven, but tells them lastly of a new world and a new kind of creature to be created, according to an ancient prophecy or report in heaven. For that angels were long before this visible creation was the opinion of many ancient fathers. To find out the truth of this prophecy and what to determine thereon, he refers to a full council. What his associates thence attempt. Pandemonium, the palace of Satan, rises, suddenly built out of the deep. The infernal peers there sit in council. Of man's first disobedience, and the fruit of that forbidden tree, whose mortal taste brought death into the world, and all our woe, with loss of Eden, till one great man restore us, and regain the blissful seat. Sing, heavenly muse, that on the secret top of Oreb, or of Sinai, didst inspire that shepherd who first taught the chosen seed, in the beginning, how the heavens and earth rose out of chaos, or, if Sion hill delight thee more, and Siloa's brook that flowed fast by the oracle of God, I thence invoke thy aid to my adventurous song, that with no middle fight intends to soar above the Aeonian mount, while it pursues things unattempted yet in prose or rhyme. And chiefly thou, O Spirit, that dost prefer before all temples the upright heart and pure, instruct me, for thou knowest, thou from the first wast present, and with mighty wings outspread, dove-like, satst brooding on the vast abyss, and madest it pregnant. What in me is dark illume, what is low raise and support, that to the height of this great argument I may assert eternal providence, and justify the ways of God to men. Say first, for heaven hides nothing from thy view, nor the deep tract of hell. Say first what cause moved our great parents, in that happy state, favored of heaven so highly, to fall off from their Creator, and transgress his will for want restraint, lords of the world besides. Who first seduced them to that foul revolt? The infernal serpent, he it was whose guile, stirred up with envy and revenge, deceived the mother of mankind, what time his pride had cast him out from heaven, till all his host of rebel angels, by whose aid, aspiring to set himself in glory above his peers, he trusted to have equaled the Most High, if he opposed, and, with ambitious aim against the throne and monarchy of God, raised impious war in heaven and battle proud, with vain attempt. Him the almighty power hurled headlong flaming from the ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion, down to bottomless perdition, there to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire, who durst defy the omnipotent to arms. 9 times the space that measures day and night to mortal men, he, with his horrid crew, lay vanquished, rowling in the fiery gulf, confounded, though immortal. But his doom reserved him to more wrath, for now the thought both of lost happiness and lasting pain torments him. Round he shows his baleful eyes, that witnessed huge affliction and dismay, mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate. At once, as far as angels can, he views the dismal situation waste and wild, a dungeon horrible on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed. Yet from those flames no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe, regions of sorrow, doleful shades, where peace and rest can never dwell, hope never comes that comes to all, but torture without end still urges, and a fiery deluge, fed with everlasting sulphur unconsumed. Such place eternal justice had prepared for those rebellious. Here their prison, ordained in utter darkness, and their portion set, as far removed from God and light of heaven, as from the center thrice to the utmost pole. Oh, how unlike the place from whence they fell! There the companions of his fall, overwhelmed with floods and whirlwinds of tempestuous fire, he soon discerns. And weltering by his side, one next himself in power, and next in crime, long after known in Palestine, and named Beelzebub, to whom the archenemy, and thence in heaven called Satan, with bold words, breaking the horrid silence, thus began. If thou beest he, but oh how fallen, how changed from him, who in the happy realms of light, clothed with transcendent brightness, didst outshine myriads, though bright, if he whom mutual league, united thoughts and counsels, equal hope and hazard in the glorious enterprise, joined with me once, how misery hath joined in equal ruin. Into what pit thou seest, from what height fallen, so much the stronger proved he with his thunder, and till then who knew the force of those dire arms? Yet not for those, not what the potent victor in his rage can else inflict, do I repent or change, though changed in outward lustre, that fixed mind and high disdain from sense of injured merit, that with the mightiest raised me to contend, and to the fierce contention brought along innumerable force of spirits armed, that durst dislike his reign, and me preferring his utmost power with adverse power opposed, in dubious battle on the plains of heaven, and shook his throne. What though the field be lost? All is not lost. The unconquerable will, the study of revenge, immortal hate, and courage never to submit or yield. And what is else not to be overcome? That glory never shall his wrath or might extort from me, to bow and sue for grace with suppliant knee, and deify his power, who from the terror of this arm so late doubted his empire, that were low indeed, that were in ignominy and shame beneath this downfall, since by fate the strength of gods and this empirical substance cannot fail. Since, through experience of this great event, in arms not worse, in foresight much advanced, we may with more successful hope resolve to wage by force or guile eternal war, irreconcilable to our grand foe, who now triumphs, and in the excess of joy sole reigning holds the tyranny of heaven. So spake the apostate angel, though in pain, vaunting aloud, but racked with deep despair, and him thus answered soon his bold compeer. O Prince, O Chief of many-throned powers, that led the embattled Serapin to war under thy conduct, and in dreadful deeds, fearless, endangered heaven's perpetual king, and put to proof his high supremacy, whether upheld by strength, or chance, or fate. Too well I see and rue the dire event that, with sad overthrow and foul defeat, hath lost us heaven, and all this mighty host in horrible destruction laid thus low, as far as gods and heavenly essences can perish. For the mind and spirit remains invincible, and vigor soon returns, though all our glory extinct, and happy state here swallowed up in endless misery. But what if he our conqueror, whom I now of force believe almighty, since no less than such could have overpowered such force as ours, have left us this our spirit and strength entire, strongly to suffer and support our pains, that we may so suffice his vengeful ire, or do him mightier service as his thralls, by right of war, whate'er his business be, here in the heart of hell to work in fire, or do errands in the gloomy deep. What can it then avail, though yet we feel strength undiminished or eternal being, to undergo eternal punishment? Whereto with speedy words the archfiend replied, Fallen cherub, to be weak is miserable, doing or suffering. But of this be sure, to do aught good never will be our task, but ever to do ill our sole delight, as being the contrary to his high will whom we resist. If then his providence out of our evil seek to bring forth good, our labor must be to pervert that end, and out of good still to find means of evil, which ofttimes may succeed so as perhaps shall grieve him, if I fail not, and disturb his inmost counsels from their destined aim. But see, the angry victor hath recalled his ministers of vengeance and pursuit back to the gates of heaven. The sulphurous hail, shot after us in storm, o'erborne hath laid the fiery surge that from the precipice of heaven received us falling, and the thunder, winged with red lightning and impetuous rage, perhaps hath spent his shafts, and ceases now to bellow through the vast and boundless deep. Let us not slip the occasion, whether scorn or satiate fury yield it from our foe. Seest thou yon dreary plain, forlorn and wild, the seat of desolation, void of light, save what the glimmering of these livid flames casts, pale and dreadful? Thither let us tend from off the tossing of these fiery waves. There rest, if any rest can harbor there, and reassembling our afflicted powers, consult how we may henceforth most offend our enemy, our own loss how repair, how overcome this dire calamity, what reinforcement we may gain from hope, if not what resolution from despair. Thus Satan, talking to his nearest mate, with head uplift above the wave, and eyes that sparkling blazed. His other parts, besides, prone on the flood, extended long and large, lay floating many a rood, in bulk as huge as whom the fables name of monstrous size, Titanian or earth-born, that warred on Jove, Briareos or Typhon, whom the den by ancient Tarsus held, or that sea beast, Leviathan, which God of all his works created hugest that swarm over ocean stream. Him, haply slumbering on the Norway foam, the pilot of some small night-foundered skiff, deeming some island oft, as seamen tell, with fixed anchor on his scaly rind, moors by his side under the lee, while night invests the sea, and wished morn delays. So stretched out huge in length the arch-fiend lay, chained on the burning lake, nor ever thence had risen, or heaved his head, but that the will and high permission of all ruling heaven left him at large to his own dark designs, that with reiterated crimes he might heap on himself damnation, while he sought evil to others, and enraged might see how all his malice served but to bring forth infinite goodness, grace, and mercy, shown on man by him seduced, but on himself trouble, confusion, wrath, and vengeance poured. Forthwith upright he rears from off the pool his mighty stature. On each hand the flames driven backward slope their pointing spires, and, rowelled in billows, leave the midst of a horrible vale. Then with expanded wings he steers his flight aloft, incumbent on the dusky air, that felt unusual weight, till on dry land he lights, if it were land that ever burned with solid, as the lake with liquid fire, and such appeared in hue as when the force of subterranean wind transports a hill, torn from Polaris, or the shattered side of thundering Etna, whose combustible and fueled entrails, thence conceiving fire, sublimed with mineral fury, aid the winds, and leave a singed bottom all involved with stench and smoke. Such resting found the soul of unblessed feet. Him followed his next mate, both glorying to have escaped the Stygian flood as gods, and by their recovered strength, not by the sufferance of supernal power. Is this the region, this the soil, the clime? Said then the lost archangel. This the seat that we must change for heaven, this mournful gloom for that celestial light? Be it so, since he who is now sovereign can dispose and bid what shall be right. Farthest from him is best, whom reason hath equalled, force has made supreme above his equals. Farewell, happy fields, where joy forever dwells. Hail, horrors, hail, infernal world, and thou, profoundest hell, receive thy new possessor, one who brings a mind not to be changed by place or time. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matter where, if I still be the same, and what I should be, all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater? Here at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice. To reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. But wherefore let we then our faithful friends, the associates and co-partners of our loss, lie thus astonished on the oblivious pool, and call them not to share with us their part in this unhappy mansion, or once more with rallied arms to try what may be yet regained in heaven, or what more lost in hell. End of section 40, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 41 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Book 1, Part 2. So Satan spake, and him Beelzebub thus answered, Leader of those armies bright, which but the omnipotent none could have foiled. If once they hear that voice, their liveliest pledge of hope in fears and dangers, heard so oft in worst extremes, and on the perilous edge of battle, when it raged, in all assaults their surest signal, they will soon resume new courage and revive, though now they lie groveling and prostrate on yon lake of fire, as we erewhile, astounded and amazed. No wonder, fallen such a pernicious height. He scarce had ceased when the superior fiend was moving toward the shore, his ponderous shield, ethereal temper, massy large and round, behind him cast. The broad circumference hung on his shoulders like the moon, whose orb through optic glass a Tuscan artist views at evening from the top of Fisoli, or in Valderno, to descry new lands, rivers, or mountains in her spotty globe. His spear, to equal which the tallest pine hewn on Norwegian hills, to be the mast of some great admiral, were but a wand, he walked with, to support uneasy steps over the burning marl, not like those steps on heaven's azure, and the torrid climb smote on him sore besides, vaulted with fire. Natheless he so endured, till on the beach of that inflamed sea he stood, and called his legions, angel forms who lay entranced, thick as autumnal leaves that strew the brooks in Valabrosia, where the Etrunian shades high overarched embower, or scattered sedge afloat, when with fierce winds Orion armed hath vexed the Red Sea coast, whose waves overthrew Busiris and his Memphian chivalry, while with perfidious hatred they pursued the sojourners of Goshen, who beheld from the safe shore their floating carcasses and broken chariot wheels. So thick bestrown, abject and lost lay these, covering the flood under amazement of their hideous change. He called so loud that all the hollow deep of hell resounded. Princes, potentates, warriors, the flower of heaven, once yours, now lost. If such astonishment as this can seize eternal spirits, or have you chosen this place after the toil of battle to repose your wearied virtue, for the ease you find to slumber here, as in the vales of heaven? Or in this abject posture have you sworn to adore the conqueror, who now beholds cherub and seraph rowling in the flood, with scattered arms and ensigns, till anon his swift pursuers from heaven gates discern the advantage, and, descending, tread us down, thus drooping, or with linked thunderbolts transfix us to the bottom of this gulf. Awake, arise, or be forever fallen. They heard and were abashed, and up they sprung upon the wing, as when men wont to watch, on duty sleeping, found by whom they dread, rouse and bestir themselves ere well awake. Nor did they not perceive the evil plight in which they were, or the fierce pains not feel. Yet to their general's voice they soon obeyed innumerable, as when the potent rod of Amran's son, in Egypt's evil day, waved round the coast, upcalled a pitchy cloud of locusts, warping on the eastern wind, that o'er the realm of impious Pharaoh hung like night, and darkened all the land of Nile. So numberless were those bad angels seen, hovering on wing under the cope of hell, twixt upper, nether, and surrounding fires, till, as a signal given, the uplifted spear of their great Sultan, waving to direct their course, in even balance down they light on the firm brimstone, and fill all the plain. A multitude like which the populous north poured never from her frozen loins to pass rain or the Danelaw, when her barbarous sons came like a deluge on the south, and spread beneath Gibraltar to the Libyan sands. Forthwith, from every squadron and each band, the heads and leaders thither haste where stood their great commander. Godlike shapes and forms, excelling human, princely dignities, and powers that erst in heaven sat on thrones, though of their names and heavenly records now be no memorial, blotted out and erased by their rebellion from the books of life. Nor had they yet, among the sons of Eve, got them new names, till, wandering o'er the earth, through God's high sufferance for the trial of man, by falsities and lies, the greatest part of mankind, they corrupted to forsake God their Creator, and the invisible glory of Him that made them to transform oft to the image of a brute, adorned with gay religions full of pomp and gold, and devils to adore for deities. Then were they known to men by various names and various idols through the heathen world. Say Muse, their names then known, who first, who last, roused from the slumber on that fiery couch, at their great emperor's call, as next in worth came singly, where he stood on the bare strand, while the promiscuous crowd stood yet aloof. The chief were those who, from the pit of hell, roaming to seek their prey on earth, durst fix their seat, long after, next the seat of God, their altars by his altar, gods adored among the nations round, and durst abide Jehovah thundering out of Sion, throned between the cherubim. Yea, often placed within his sanctuary itself their shrines, abominations, and with cursed things his holy rites and solemn feasts profaned, and with their darkness durst affront his light. First Moloch, horrid king, besmeared with blood of human sacrifice, and parents' tears. Though, for the noise of drums and timbrels loud, their children's cries unheard that passed through fire to his grim idol. Him the Ammonite worshipped in Rabbah and her watery plain, in Argob and in Basan, to the stream of utmost Arnon. Nor content with such audacious neighborhood, the wisest heart of Solomon he led by fraud to build his temple right against the temple of God, on that opprobrious hill, and made his grove the pleasant valley of Hinnom, Tophet thence and black Gehenna called, the type of hell. Next Chemos, the obscene dread of Moab's sons, from Aurora to Nebo and the wild of southmost Abraham, in Hezebon and Horonaim, Sion's realm, beyond the flowery dale of Sibma, clad with vines, and Delil till the asphaltic pool. Peor his other name, when he enticed Israel in Sittim on their march from Nile, to do him wanton rites, which cost them woe. Yet thence his lustful orgies he enlarged even to that hill of scandal, by the grove of Moloch homicide, lust hard by hate, till good Josiah drove them thence to hell. With these came those who, from the bordering flood of old Euphrates to the brook that parts Egypt from Syrian ground, had general names of Balaam and Ashtaroth, those male, these feminine. For spirits, when they please, can either sex assume, or both, so soft and uncompounded is their essence pure, not tied or manacled with joint or limb, nor founded on the brittle strength of bones, like cumbrous flesh, but in what shape they choose, dilated or condensed, bright or obscure, can execute their airy purposes, and works of love or enmity fulfill. For those the race of Israel oft forsook their living strength, and unfrequented left his righteous altar, bowing lowly down to bestial gods, for which their heads, as low bowed down in battle, sunk before the spear of despicable foes. With these in troop came Astoreth, whom the Phoenicians called Astarte, Queen of Heaven, with crescent horns, to whose bright image, nightly by the moon, Sidonian virgins paid their vows and songs. And Sion also, not unsung, where stood her temple on the offensive mountain, built by that uxorious king, whose heart, though large, beguiled by fair idolatresses, fell to idols foul. Tammuz came next behind, whose annual wound in Lebanon allured the Syrian damsels to lament his fate in amorous ditties all the summer's day, while smooth Adonis from his native rock ran purple to the sea, supposed with blood of Tammuz yearly wounded. The love tale infected Sion's daughters with like heat, whose wanton passions in the sacred porch Ezekiel saw, when, by the vision led, his eyes surveyed the dark idolatries of alienated Judah. Next came one who mourned in earnest, when the captive ark maimed his brute image, head and hands lopped off. In his own temple on the Gunzel edge, where he fell flat and shamed his worshippers. Dagon his name, sea monster, upward man and downward fish, yet had his temple high reared in Azotus, dreaded through the coast of Palestine, in Gath and Ascalon, and Acheron and Gaza's frontier bounds. Him followed Rimmon, whose delightful seat was fair Damascus, on the fertile banks of Abana and Pharphar, lucid streams. He also against the house of God was bold. A leper once he lost, and gained a king. Ahaz, his sottish conqueror, whom he drew God's altar to disparage, and displaced for one of Syrian mode, whereon to burn his odious offerings, and adore the gods whom he had vanquished. After these appeared a crew who, under the names of old renown, Osiris, Isis, Horus, and their train, with monstrous shapes and sorceries, abused fanatic Egypt and her priests to seek their wandering gods disguised in brutish forms rather than human. Nor did Israel scape the infection when their borrowed gold composed the calf in Oreb, and the rebel king doubled that sin in Bethel and in Dan, likening his maker to the grazed ox. Jehovah, who in one night, when he passed from Egypt marching, equaled with one stroke both her firstborn and all her bleeding gods. Belial came last, than whom a spirit more lewd fell not from heaven, or more gross to love, vice for itself. To him no temple stood or altar smoked. Yet who more oft than he in temples and at altars, when the priest turns atheist, as did Eli's sons, who filled with lust and violence the house of God. In courts and palaces he also reigns, and in luxurious cities, where the noise of riot ascends above their loftiest towers, and injury and outrage, and when night darkens the streets, then wander forth the sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine. Witness the streets of Sodom, and that night in Gibeah, when the hospitable door exposed a matron to avoid worse rape. These were the prime in order and in might, the rest were long to tell. Though far removed the Ionian gods, of Javan's issue held gods, yet confessed later than heaven and earth, their boasted parents. Titan, heaven's firstborn, with his enormous brood, and birthright seized by younger Saturn, he from mightier Jove, his own and Rhea's son, like measure found, so Jove usurping reigned. These, first in Crete and Ida known, thence on the snowy top of cold Olympus, ruled the middle air, their highest heaven, or on the Delphian cliff, or in Dodona, and through all the bounds of Doric lands, or who, with Saturn old, fled over Adria to the Hesperian fields, and o'er the Celtic roamed the utmost isles. All these and more came flocking, but with looks downcast and damp, yet such wherein appeared obscure some glimpse of joy to have found their chief not in despair, to have found themselves not lost in loss itself, which on his countenance cast like doubtful hue. But he, his wonted pride soon recollecting, with high words that bore semblance of worth, not substance, gently raised their fainting courage, and dispelled their fears. Then straight commands that, at the warlike sound of trumpets loud and clarions, he upreared his mighty standard. That proud honor claimed Azazel as his right, a cherub tall, who forthwith from the glittering staff unfurled the imperial ensign, which full high advanced, shone like a meteor streaming to the wind, with gems and golden luster rich emblazed, seraphic arms and trophies, all the while sonorous metal blowing martial sounds, at which the universal host upsent a shout that tore hell's concave, and beyond frighted the reign of chaos and old night. All in a moment through the gloom were seen 10,000 banners rise into the air, with orient colors waving. With them rose a forest huge of spears, and thronging helms appeared, and serried shields in thick array of depth immeasurable. Anon they move in perfect flanks to the Dorian mood of flutes and soft recorders, such as race to height of noblest temper heroes old, arming to battle, and instead of rage deliberate valor breathed, firm and unmoved with dread of death to flight or foul retreat, nor wanting power to mitigate and swage, with solemn touches troubled thoughts, and chase anguish and doubt and fear and sorrow and pain from mortal or immortal minds. Thus they, breathing united force with fixed thought, moved on in silence to soft pipes that charmed their painful steps o'er the burnt soil. And now advanced in view they stand, a horrid front of dreadful length and dazzling arms, in guise of warriors old, with ordered spear and shield, awaiting what command their mighty chief had to impose. He through the armed files darts his experienced eye, and soon traverse the whole battalion views, their order due, their visages and stature as of gods. The number last he sums, and now his heart distends with pride, and, hardening in his strength, glories. For never, since created man, met such emboldened force as, named with thee, could merit more than small infantry warred on by cranes. Though all the giant brood of Phlegra with the heroic race were joined, that fought at Thebes and Ilium, on each side, mixed with auxiliary gods, and what resounds in fable or romance of Uther's son, begirt with British and Armoric knights, and all who since, baptized or infidel, jousted at Aspremont or Montalban, Damasco or Morocco, or Trebizond, or whom Bizerta sent from Afric shore, when Charlemagne with all his peerage fell by Fontarabia. Thus far these beyond compare of mortal prowess, yet observed their dread commander. He, above the rest in shape and gesture proudly eminent, stood like a tower. His form had not yet lost all her original brightness, nor appeared less than archangel ruined, and the excess of glory obscured, as when the sun new risen looks through the horizontal misty air shorn of his beams, or from behind the moon in dim eclipse, disastrous twilight sheds on half the nations, and with fear of change perplexes monarchs. Darkened so, yet shone above them all the archangel. But his face deep scars of thunder had entrenched, and care sat on his faded cheek. But under brows of dauntless courage and considerate pride, waiting revenge. Cruel his eye, but cast signs of remorse and passion, to behold the fellows of his crime, the followers rather, far other once beheld in bliss, condemned forever now to have their lot in pain. Millions of spirits for his fault immersed of heaven, and from eternal splendors flung for his revolt. Yet faithful how they stood, their glory withered, as, when heaven's fire hath scratched the forest oaks or mountain pines, with singed top their stately growth, though bare, stands on the blasted heath. He now prepared to speak, whereat their doubled ranks they bend from wing to wing, and half enclose him round with all his peers. Attention held them mute. Thrice he essayed, and thrice, in spite of scorn, tears, such as angels weep, burst forth. At last words interwove with sighs found out their way. O myriads of immortal spirits! O powers matchless but with the Almighty! And that strife was not inglorious, though the event was dire, as this place testifies, and this dire change hateful to utter. But what power of mind, foreseeing or presaging, from the depth of knowledge, past or present, could have feared how such united force of gods, how such as stood like these, could ever know repulse? For who can yet believe, though after loss, that all these puissant legions, whose exile hath emptied heaven, shall fail to reascend, self-raised, and repossess their native seat? For me, be witness all the host of heaven, if counsels different, or danger shunned by me, have lost our hopes. But he who reigns monarch in heaven, till then as one secure, sat on his throne, upheld by old repute, consent, or custom, and his regal state put forth at full, but still his strength concealed, which tempted our attempt, and wrought our fall. Henceforth his might we know, and know our own, so as not either to provoke or dread new war provoked. Our better part remains to work in close design, by fraud or guile, what force affected not, that he no less at length from us may find, who overcomes by force hath overcome but half his foe. Space may produce new worlds, whereof so rife there went a fame in heaven, that he ere long intended to create, and therein plant a generation whom his choice regard should favor equal to the sons of heaven. Thither, if but to pry, shall be perhaps our first eruption, thither or elsewhere. For this infernal pit shall never hold celestial spirits in bondage, nor the abyss long under darkness cover. But these thoughts full counsel must mature. Peace is despaired, for who can think submission? War then, war open or understood, must be resolved. He spake, and then to confirm his words, out flew millions of flaming swords, drawn from the thighs of mighty cherubim. The sudden blaze far around illumed hell. Highly they raged against the highest, and fierce with grasped arms, clashed on their sounding shields a din of war, hurling defiance toward the vault of heaven. There stood a hill not far, whose grisly top belched fire and rolling smoke, the rest entire shone with glossy scurf, undoubted sign that in his womb was hid metallic ore, the work of sulphur. Thither, winged with speed, a numerous brigade hastened, as when bands of pioneers, with spade and pickaxe armed, forerun the royal camp to trench a field or cast a rampart. Mammon led them on. Mammon, the least erected spirit that fell from heaven, for even in heaven his looks and thoughts were always downward bent, admiring more the riches of heaven's pavement, trodden gold, than aught divine or wholly else enjoyed in vision beatific. By him first men also, and by suggestion taught, ransacked the centre, and with impious hands rifled the bowels of their mother earth for treasures better hid. Soon had his crew opened into the hill a spacious wound, and digged out ribs of gold. Let none admire that riches grow in hell, that soil may best deserve the prettiest bane. And here let those who boast in mortal things, and wondering tell of Babel and the works of Memphian kings, learn how their greatest monuments of fame and strength and art are easily outdone by spirits reprobate, and in an hour, what in an age they, with incessant toil and hands innumerable, scarce perform. Nigh on the plain, in many cells prepared, that underneath had veins of liquid fire, sluiced from the lake, a second multitude with wondrous art founded the messy ore, severing each kind, and scummed the bullion dross. A third as soon had formed within the ground a various mould, and from the boiling cells by strange conveyance filled each hollow nook. As in an organ, from one blast of wind, to many a row of pipes the sound-board breathed. Anon out of the earth a fabric huge rose like an exhalation, with the sound of dulcet symphonies and voices sweet. Built like a temple, where pilasters round were set, and Doric pillars overlaid with golden architrave, nor did there want cornice or frieze, with bossy sculptures graven. The roof was fretted gold, not Babylon nor great Alcaro such magnificence equaled in all their glories, to enshrine Belus or Serapis, their gods, or seat their kings, when Egypt with Assyria strove in wealth and luxury. The ascending pile stood fixed her stately height, and straight the doors, opening their brazen folds, discover, wide within, her ample spaces o'er the smooth and level pavement. From the arched roof, pended by subtle magic, many a row of starry lamps and blazing crescents, fed with naphtha and asphaltus, yielded light as from a sky. The hasty multitude, admiring, entered, and the work some praise, and some the architect. His hand was known in heaven by many a towered structure high, where sceptred angels held their residence, and sat as princes, whom the supreme king exalted to such power, and gave to rule, each in his hierarchy, the orders bright. Nor was his name unheard or unadored in ancient Greece, and in Ausonian land men called him Mulciber, and how he fell from heaven they fabled, thrown by angry Jove sheer over the crystal battlements. From morn to noon he fell, from noon to dewy eve, a summer's day, and with the setting sun dropped from the zenith like a falling star on Lemnos, the Aegean isle. Thus they relate, erring, for he was this rebellious rout, fell long before, nor aught availed him now to have built in heaven high towers, nor did he scape by all his engines, but was headlong sent with his industrious crew to build in hell. Meanwhile, the winged herald, by command of sovereign power, with awful ceremony and trumpets sound, throughout the host proclaim a solemn council forthwith to be held at Pandemonium, the high capital of Satan and his peers. Their summons called from every band and squared regiment, by place or choice the worthiest. They anon with hundreds and with thousands trooping came attended. All access was thronged, the gates and porches wide, but chief the spacious hall, though like a covered field, where champions bold wont ride in armed, and at the Soldan's chair defied the best of Panem chivalry to mortal combat or career with lance. thick swarm both on the ground and in the air, brushed with the hiss of rustling wings. As bees in springtime, when the sun with Taurus rides, pour forth their populous youth above the hive in clusters, they among fresh dews and flowers fly to and fro, or on the smooth plank, the suburb of their straw-built citadel, new rubbed with balm, expatiate and confer their state affairs. So thick the airy crowds swarmed and were straitened, till, the signal given, behold a wonder! They but now, who seemed in bigness to surpass earth's giant sons, now less than smallest dwarfs, in narrow room thronged numberless, like the pygmies' race beyond the Indian mount, or fairy elves whose midnight revels by a foreside or fountain some belated peasant sees, or dreams he sees, while overhead the moon sits arbitress, and nearer to the earth wheels her pale course. They, on their mirth and dance intent, with jocund music charm his ear. At once with joy and fear his heart rebounds. Thus incorporeal spirits to smallest forms reduce their shapes immense, and were at large, though without number still, amidst the hall of that infernal court. But far within, and in their own dimensions like themselves, the great seraphic lords and cherubim, in close recess and secret conclave, sat. 1,000 demigods on golden seats, frequent and full. After short silence then, and summons read, the great consult began. End of section 41, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 42 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost, the second book, Part 1. The Argument. The consultation begun, Satan debates whether another battle is to be hazarded for the recovery of heaven. Some advise it, others dissuade. A third proposal is preferred, mentioned before by Satan, to search the truth of that prophecy or tradition in heaven concerning another world and another kind of creature, equal or not much inferior to themselves, about this time to be created. Their doubt who shall be sent on this difficult search. Satan, their chief, undertakes alone the voyage, is honored and applauded. The council thus ended, the rest betake them several ways and to several employments, as their inclinations lead them, to entertain the time till Satan return. He passes on his journey to hell gates, finds them shut, and who sat there to guard them? By whom at length they were opened, and discovered to him the great gulf between hell and heaven. With what difficulty he passes through, directed by chaos, the power of that place, to the sight of this new world which he sought. High on the throne of royal state, which far outshone the wealth of Ormus and of Ind, or where the gorgeous East with richest hand showers on her kings barbaric pearl and gold, Satan exalted sat, by merit raised to that bad eminence, and, from despair thus high uplifted beyond hope, aspires beyond thus high, insatiate to pursue vain war with heaven, and, by success untaught, his proud imaginations thus displayed. Powers and dominions, deities of heaven, for since no deep within her gulf can hold immortal vigor, though oppressed and fallen, I give not heaven for lost. From this descent celestial virtues rising will appear more glorious and more dread than from no fall, and trust themselves to fear no second fate. Me though just right, and the fixed laws of heaven did first create your leader. Next, free choice, with what besides in council or in fight hath been achieved of merit. Yet this loss, thus far at least recovered, hath much more established in a safe, unenvied throne, yielded with full consent. The happier state in heaven, which follows dignity, might draw envy from each inferior. But who here will envy whom the highest place exposes foremost to stand against the thunderer's aim, your bulwark, and condemns to greatest share of endless pain? Where there is, then, no good for which to strive, no strife can grow up there from faction. For none sure will claim in hell precedence, none whose portion is so small of present pain that with ambitious mind will covet more. With this advantage, then, to union and firm faith and firm accord, more than can be in heaven, we now return to claim our just inheritance of old, surer to prosper than prosperity could have assured us. And by what best way, whether of open war or covert guile, we now debate. Who can advise may speak. He ceased, and next him Moloch, sceptred king, stood up, the strongest and the fiercest spirit that fought in heaven, now fiercer by despair. His trust was with the Eternal to be deemed equal in strength, and rather than be less, cared not to be at all. With that care lost went all his fear, of God or hell or worse. He recked not, and these words thereafter spake. My sentence is for open war. Of wiles more unexpert I boast not. Them let those contrive who need, or when they need. Not now, for while they sit contriving, shall the rest, millions that stand in arms and longing wait the signal to ascend, sit lingering here, heaven's fugitives, and for their dwelling place accept this dark opprobrious den of shame, the prison of his tyranny who reigns by our delay? No, let us rather choose, armed with hell flames and fury, all at once o'er heaven's high towers to force resistless way, turning our tortures into horrid arms against the torturer, when, to meet the noise of his almighty engine, he shall hear infernal thunder, and for lightning see black fire, and horror shout with equal rage among his angels, and his throne itself, mixed with Tartarian sulphur and strange fire, his own invented torments. But perhaps the way seems difficult, and steep the scale with upright wing against a higher foe. Let such bethink them, if the sleepy drench of that forgetful lake benumb not still, that in our proper motion we ascend up to our native seat. Descent and fall to us is adverse. Who but felt of late, when the fierce foe hung on our broken rear, insulting, and pursued us through the deep, with what compulsion and laborious flight we sink thus low? The ascent is easy then, the event is feared. Should we again provoke our stronger, some worse way his wrath may find to our destruction, if there be in hell fear to be worse destroyed. What can be worse than to dwell here, driven out from bliss, condemned in this abhorred deep to utter woe, where pain of inextinguishable fire must exercise us without hope of end, the vassals of his anger, when the scourge inexorably, and the torturing hour calls us to penance? More destroyed than thus, we could be quite abolished and expire. What fear we then? What doubt we to incense his utmost ire, which to the height enraged will either quite consume us, and reduce to nothing this essential, happier far than miserable to have eternal being? Or if our substance be indeed divine, and cannot cease to be, we are at worst on this side nothing, and by proof we feel our power sufficient to disturb his heaven, and with perpetual inroads to alarm, though inaccessible, his fatal throne. which if not victory, is yet revenge. He ended frowning, and his look denounced desperate revenge, and battle dangerous to less than gods. On the other side uprose Belial, in act more graceful and humane. A fairer person lost not heaven. He seemed for dignity composed, and high exploit, but all was false and hollow. Though his tongue dropped manna, and could make the worse appear the better reason, to perplex and dash maturest counsels. For his thoughts were low, to vice industrious, but to nobler deeds timorous and slothful. Yet he pleased the ear, and with persuasive accent thus began. I should be much for open war, O peers, as not behind in hate, if what was urged, main reason to persuade immediate war, did not dissuade me most, and seemed to cast ominous conjecture on the whole success. When he who most excels in fact of arms, in what he counsels and in what excels mistrustful, grounds his courage on despair and utter dissolution as the scope of all his aim, after some dire revenge. First, what revenge? The towers of heaven are filled with armed watch that render all access impregnable. Oft on the bordering deep encamp their legions, or with obscure wing scout far and wide into the realm of night, scorning surprise. Or could we break our way by force, and at our heels all hell should rise with blackest insurrection, to confound heaven's purest light, yet our great enemy, all incorruptible, would on his throne sit unpolluted, and the ethereal mold, incapable of stain, would soon expel her mischief and purge off the baser fire, victorious. Thus repulsed, our final hope is flat despair. We must exasperate the almighty victor to spend all his rage, and that must end us. That must be our cure, to be no more. Sad cure, for who would lose, though full of pain, this intellectual being, those thoughts that wander through eternity, to perish rather, swallowed up and lost in the wide womb of uncreated night, devoid of sense and motion? And who knows, let this be good, whether our angry foe can give it, or will ever. How he can is doubtful, that he never will is sure. Will he, so wise, let loose at once his ire, be like through impotence or unaware, to give his enemies their wish, and end them in his anger, whom his anger saves, to punish endless? Wherefore cease we then? Say they who counsel war. We are decreed, reserved, and destined to eternal woe. Whatever doing, what can we suffer more? What can we suffer worse? Is this then worst? Thus sitting, thus consulting, thus in arms? What when we fled amain, pursued and struck with heaven's afflicting thunder, and besought the deep to shelter us? This hell then seemed a refuge from those wounds. Or when we lay chained on the burning lake, that sure was worse. What if the breath that kindled these grim fires, awake, should blow them into sevenfold rage, and plunge us in the flames? Or from above should intermitted vengeance arm again his red right hand to plague us? What if all her stores were opened, and this firmament of hell should spout her cataracts of fire, impendent horrors, threatening hideous fall one day upon our heads? While we, perhaps, designing or exhorting glorious war, caught in a fiery tempest, shall be hurled, each on his rock transfixed, the sport and prey of racking whirlwinds, or forever sunk under yon boiling ocean, wrapped in chains, there to converse with everlasting groans, unrespited, unpitied, unreprieved, ages of hopeless end. This would be worse. War, therefore, open or concealed alike, my voice dissuades. For what can force or guile with him, or who deceive his mind, whose eye views all things at one view? He from heaven's height, All these our motions vain sees and derides, not more almighty to resist our might than wise to frustrate all our plots and wiles. Shall we, then, live thus vile, the race of heaven thus trampled, thus expelled, to suffer here chains and these torments? Better these than worse, by my advice, since fate inevitable subdues us, and omnipotent decree the victor's will. To suffer as to do, our strength is equal, nor the law unjust that so ordains. This was at first resolved, if we were wise, against so great a foe contending, as so doubtful what might fall. I laugh when those who at the spear are bold and venturous, if that fail them, shrink, and fear what they know must follow. To endure exile, or ignominy, or bonds, or pain, the sentence of their conqueror. This is now our doom, which, if we can sustain and bear, our supreme foe in time may such remit his anger, and perhaps, thus far removed, not mind us not offending, satisfied with what is punished, whence these raging fires will slacken, if his breath stir not their flames. Our purer essence then will overcome that noxious vapor, or inured not feel, or changed at length, and to the place conformed in temper and in nature, will receive familiar the fierce heat, and void of pain, this horror will grow mild, this darkness light. Besides, what hope the never-ending flight of future days may bring, what chance, what change worth waiting, since our present lot appears for happy, though but ill, for ill not worst, if we procure not to ourselves more woe. Thus Belial, with words clothed in reason's garb, counselled ignoble ease and peaceful sloth, not peace, and after him thus Mammon spake. Either to disenthrone the King of Heaven we war, if war be best, or to regain our own right lost. Him to unthrone we then may hope, when everlasting fate shall yield to fickle chance, and chaos judge the strife. The former, vain to hope, argues as vain the latter, for what place can be for us within heaven's bound, unless heaven's Lord supreme we overpower? Suppose he should relent, and publish grace to all, on promise made of new subjection, with what eyes could we stand in his presence humble, and receive strict laws imposed, to celebrate his throne with warbled hymns, and to his Godhead sing forced hallelujahs, while he lordly sits our envied sovereign, and his altar breathes ambrosial odors and ambrosial flowers, our servile offerings. This must be our task in heaven, this our delight. How wearisome eternity to spend in worship paid to whom we hate. Let us not then pursue by force impossible, by leave obtained unacceptable, though in heaven our state of splendid vassalage, but rather seek our own good from ourselves, and from our own live to ourselves, though in this vast recess, free and to none accountable, preferring hard liberty before the easy yoke of servile pomp. Our greatness will appear then more conspicuous, when great things of small, useful if hurtful, prosperous if adverse, we can create, and in what place soe'er thrive under evil, and work ease out of pain through labor and endurance. This deep world of darkness do we dread? How oft amidst thick clouds and dark doth heaven's all-ruling Sire choose to reside, his glory unobscured, and with the majesty of darkness round covers his throne, from whence deep thunders roar, mustering their rage, and heaven resembles hell. As he our darkness, cannot we his light imitate when we please? This desert soil wants not her hidden luster, gems and gold, nor want we skill or art from whence to raise magnificence. And what can heaven show more? Our torments also may, in length of time, become our elements, these piercing fires as soft as now severe, our temper changed into their temper, which must needs remove the sensible of pain. All things invite the peaceful counsels and the settled state of order, how in safety best we may compose our present evils, with regard of what we are and where, dismissing quite all thoughts of war. Ye have what I advise. He scarce had finished when such murmur filled the assembly as when hollow rocks retain the sound of blustering winds, which all night long had roused the sea, now with hoarse cadence lull seafaring men o'erwatched, whose bark by chance or penance anchors in a craggy bay after the tempest. Such applause was heard as Mammon ended, and his sentence pleased, advising peace. For such another field they dreaded worse than hell. So much the fear of thunder and the sword of Michael wrought still within them, and no less desire to found this nether empire, which might rise, by policy and long process of time, in emulation opposite to heaven. Which when Beelzebub perceived, than whom, Satan except, none higher sat, with grave aspect he rose, and in his rising seemed a pillar of state. Deep on his front engraven, deliberation sat, and public care. And princely counsel in his face yet shone, majestic, though in ruin. Sage he stood, with Atlantean shoulders, fit to bear the weight of mightiest monarchies. His look drew audience and attention, still as night or summer's noontide air, while thus he spake. Thrones and imperial powers, offspring of heaven, ethereal virtues, or these titles now must we renounce, and changing style be called princes of hell. For so the popular vote inclines, here to continue and build up here a growing empire. Doubtless, while we dream and know not that the King of Heaven hath doomed this place our dungeon, not our safe retreat beyond his potent arm, to live exempt from heaven's high jurisdiction, in new league banded against his throne, but to remain in strictest bondage, though thus far removed, under the inevitable curb reserved his captive multitude. For he, be sure, in height or depth, still first and last will reign sole king, and of his kingdom lose no part by our revolt, but over hell extend his empire, and with iron scepter rule us here, as with his golden those in heaven. What sit we then projecting peace and war? War hath determined us, and foiled with loss irreparable, terms of peace, yet none vouchsafed or sought, for what peace will be given to us enslaved, but custody severe, and stripes and arbitrary punishment inflicted? And what peace can we return, but to our power, hostility and hate, untamed reluctance and revenge, though slow, yet ever plotting how the conqueror least may reap his conquest, and may least rejoice in doing what we most in suffering feel? Nor will occasion want, nor shall we need, with dangerous expedition, to invade heaven, whose high walls fear no assault or siege, or ambush from the deep. What if we find some easier enterprise? There is a place, if ancient and prophetic fame in heaven err not, another world, the happy seat of some new race, called man, about this time to be created like to us, though less in power and excellence, but favored more of him who rules above. So was his will pronounced among the gods, and by an oath that shook heaven's whole circumference confirmed. Thither let us bend all our thoughts, to learn what creatures there inhabit, of what mold or substance, how endued, and what their power, and where their weakness, how attempted best, by force or subtlety. Though heaven be shut, and heaven's high arbitrator sit secure in his own strength, this place may lie exposed, the utmost border of his kingdom, left to their defense who hold it. Here perhaps some advantageous act may be achieved by sudden onset, either with hellfire to waste the whole creation, or possess all as our own, and drive, as we are driven, the puny inhabitants, or, if not drive, seduce them to our party, that their God may prove their foe, and, with repenting hand, abolish his own works. This would surpass common revenge, and interrupt his joy in our confusion, and our joy upraise in his disturbance, when his darling sons, hurled headlong to partake with us, shall curse their frail original and faded bliss. Faded so soon. Advise if this be worth attempting, or to sit in darkness here, hatching vain empires. Thus Beelzebub pleaded his devilish counsel, first devised by Satan, and in part proposed. For whence, but from the author of all ill, could spring so deep a malice, to confound the race of mankind in one root, and earth with hell to mingle and involve, done all to spite the great Creator? But their spite still serves his glory to augment. The bold design pleased highly those infernal states, and joy sparkled in all their eyes. With full assent they vote, whereat his speech he thus renews. Well have ye judged, well ended long debate, synod of gods, and like to what ye are, great things resolved, from which the lowest deep will once more let us up, in spite of fate, nearer our ancient seat, perhaps in view of those bright confines, whence, with neighboring arms and opportune excursion, we may chance re-enter heaven, or else in some mild zone dwell, not unvisited of heaven's fair light, secure, and at the brightening orient beam purge off this gloom. The soft delicious air, to heal the scar of these corrosive fires, shall breathe her balm. But first, whom shall we send in search of this new world? Whom shall we find sufficient? Who shall tempt with wandering feet the dark, unbottomed, infinite abyss, and through the palpable obscure find out his uncouth way, or spread his airy flight, unborn with indefatigable wings, over the vast abrupt, ere he arrive the happy isle? What strength, what art can then suffice, or what evasion bear him safe through the strict sentries and stations thick of angels watching round? Here he had need all circumspection, and we now know less choice in our suffrage, for on whom we send the weight of all, and our last hope relies. This said, he sat, and expectation held his look suspense, awaiting who appeared to second, or oppose, or undertake the perilous attempt. But all sat mute, pondering the danger with deep thoughts, and each in other's countenance read his own dismay, astonished. None among the choice and prime of those heaven-warring champions could be found so hardy as to proffer or accept, alone, the dreadful voyage. Till, at last, Satan, whom now transcendent glory raised above his fellows, with monarchal pride, conscious of highest worth, unmoved, thus spake. O progeny of heaven, imperial thrones, with reason hath deep silence and demur seized us, though undismayed. Long is the way and hard that out of hell leads up to light. Our prison strong, this huge convex of fire, outrageous to devour, immures us round ninefold, and gates of burning adamant, barred over us, prohibit all egress. These past, if any pass, the void profound of unessential night receives him next, wide gaping, and with utter loss of being threatens him, plunged in that abortive gulf. If thence escape into whatever world or unknown region, what remains him less than unknown dangers, and as hard escape. But I should ill become this throne, O peers, and this imperial sovereignty, adorned with splendor, armed with power, if aught proposed and judged of public moment in the shape of difficulty or danger could deter me from attempting. Wherefore do I assume these royalties, and not refuse to reign, refusing to accept as great a share of hazard as of honor, due alike to him who reigns, and so much to him due of hazard more, as he above the rest high honored sits. Go therefore, mighty powers, terrors of heaven, though fallen, intend at home, while here shall be our home, while best may ease the present misery, and render hell more tolerable. If there be cure or charm to respite, or deceive, or slack the pain of this ill mansion, intermit no watch against the wakeful foe, while I abroad through all the coasts of dark destruction seek deliverance for us all. This enterprise none shall partake with me. Thus saying, rose the monarch, and prevented all reply. Prudent lest, from his resolution raised, others among the chief might offer now, certain to be refused, what erst they feared, and so refused might in opinion stand his rivals, winning cheap the high repute, which he through hazard huge must earn. But they dreaded not more the adventure than his voice forbidding, and at once with him they rose. Their rising all at once was as the sound of thunder heard remote. Towards him they bend with awful reverence prone, and as a god extol him equal to the highest in heaven. Nor failed they to express how much they praise that, for the general safety, he despised his own. For neither do the spirits damned lose all their virtue, lest bad men should boast their specious deeds on earth, which glory excites, or close ambition varnished o'er with zeal. Thus they their doubtful consultations dark ended, rejoicing in their matchless chief. As, when from mountain tops the dusky clouds ascending, while the north wind sleeps, o'erspread heaven's cheerful face, the lowering element scowls o'er the darkened landscape snow or shower. If chance the radiant sun, with farewell sweet, extend his evening beam, the fields revive. The birds their notes renew, and bleating herds attest their joy, that hill and valley rings, O shame to men. Devil with devil damned firm concord holds. Men only disagree of creatures rational, though under hope of heavenly grace, and God proclaiming peace, yet live in hatred, enmity, and strife among themselves, and levy cruel wards, wasting the earth, each other to destroy. As if, which might induce us to accord, man had not hellish foes enow besides, that day and night for his destruction wait. End of section 42, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio. Section 43 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Paradise Lost, the second book, Part 2. The Stygian Council thus dissolved, and forth in order came the grand infernal peers. Midst came their mighty paramount, and seemed alone the antagonist of heaven, nor less than hell's dread emperor, with pomp supreme, and godlike imitated state. Him round a globe of fiery seraphim, enclosed with bright emblazonry, and horrent arms. Then of their session ended, they bid cry with trumpets' regal sound the great result. Toward the four winds 4 speedy cherubims put to their mouths the sounding alchemy, by Harold's voice explained. The hollow abyss heard far and wide, and all the host of hell, with deafening shout return them loud acclaim. Thence more at ease their minds, and somewhat raised by false presumptuous hope, the ranged powers disband. In wandering, each his several way pursues, as inclination or sad choice leads him perplexed, where he may likeliest find truce to his restless thoughts, and entertain the irksome hours till his great chief return. Part on the plain, or in the air sublime, upon the wing, or in swift race contend, as at the Olympian games or Pythian fields. Part curb their fiery steeds, or shun the goal with rapid wheels, or fronted brigades form. As when, to warn proud cities, war appears waged in the troubled sky, and armies rush to battle in the clouds. Before each van prick forth the airy knights, and couch their spears till thickest legions close. With feats of arms from either end of heaven the welkin burns. Others, with vast Typhoean rage, more fell, rend up both rocks and hills, and ride the air in whirlwind. Hell scarce holds the wild uproar, as when Lycidas, from Oechalia crowned with conquest, felt the envenomed robe, and tore through pain up by the roots the Sicilian pines, and Lycus, from the top of Ida, threw into the Euboic sea. Others, more mild, retreated in a silent valley, sing with notes angelical to many a harp their own heroic deeds, and hapless fall by doom of battle, and complain that fate-free virtue should enthrall to force or chance. Their song was partial, what could it less when spirits immortal sing? Suspended hell, and took with ravishment the thronging audience. In discourse more sweet, for eloquence the soul, song charms the sense. Others apart sat on a hill retired, in thoughts more elevate, and reasoned high of providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate. Fixed fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute, and found no end, in wandering mazes lost. Of good and evil much they argued then, of happiness and final misery, passion and apathy, and glory and shame, vain wisdom all, and false philosophy. Yet with a pleasing sorcery could charm pain for a while, or anguish, and excite fallacious hope, or arm the obdured breast with stubborn patience as with triple steel. Another part, in squadrons and gross bands, on bold adventure to discover wide that dismal world, if any clime perhaps might yield them easier habitation, bend four ways their flying march, along the banks of four infernal rivers, that disgorge into the burning lake their baleful streams. Abhorred Styx, the flood of deadly hate, sad Acheron of sorrow, black and deep. Lycidas, named of lamentation loud, heard on the rueful stream. Fierce Phlegethon, whose waves of torrent fire inflame with rage. Far off from these, a slow and silent stream, Lethe, the river of oblivion, rowels her watery labyrinth, whereof who drinks forthwith his former state and being forgets both joy and grief, pleasure and pain. Beyond this flood a frozen continent lies dark and wild, beat with perpetual storms of whirlwind and dire hail, which on firm land thaws not, but gathers heap, and ruin seems of ancient pile. All else deep snow and ice, a gulf profound as that Zerbonian bog, betwixt Damiata and Mount Cassius old, where armies whole have sunk. The parching air burns frore, and cold performs the effect of fire. Thither by harpy-footed furies hailed, at certain revolutions all the damned are brought, and feel by turns the bitter change of fierce extremes, extremes by change more fierce, From beds of raging fire to starve in ice their soft ethereal warmth, and there to pine immovable, infixed, and frozen round periods of time, thence hurried back to fire. They ferry over this Lethean sound, both to and fro, their sorrow to augment, and wish and struggle, as they pass, to reach the tempting stream, with one small drop to lose in sweet forgetfulness all pain and woe, all in one moment, and so near the brink. But fate withstands, and to oppose the attempt, Medusa, with Gorgonian terror, guards the ford, and of itself the water flies, all taste of living white, as once it fled the lip of Tarantalus. Thus roving on in confused march forlorn, the adventurous bands, with shuddering horror pale, and eyes aghast, viewed first their lamentable lot, and found no rest. Through many a dark and dreary vale they passed, and many a region dolorous, o'er many a frozen, many a fiery Alp, rocks, caves, lakes, fens, bogs, dens, and shades of death. A universe of death, which God by curse created evil, for evil only good. Where all life dies, death lives, and nature breeds, perverse, all monstrous, all prodigious things, abominable, unutterable, and worse than fables have yet feigned or fear conceived, gorgons and hydras and chimeras dire. Meanwhile, the adversary of God and man, Satan, with thoughts inflamed of highest design, puts on swift wings, and toward the gates of hell explores his solitary flight. Sometime he scours the right-hand coast, sometimes the left. Now shaves with level wing the deep, then soars up to the fury concave, towering high, as when far off at sea a fleet descried hangs in the clouds, by equinoctial winds, close sailing from Bengala, or the isles of Ternate and Tidor, whence merchants bring their spicy drugs. They on the trading flood, through the wide Ethiopian to the Cape, ply stemming nightly toward the pole, so seem far off the flying fiend. At last appear hellhounds, high reaching to the horrid roof, and thrice threefold the gates. Threefold were brass, 3 iron, 3 of adamantine rock, impenetrable, impaled with circling fire, yet unconsumed. Before the gates there sat on either side a formidable shape. The one seemed a woman to the waist, and fair, but ended foul in many a scaly fold, voluminous and vast, a serpent armed with mortal sting. About her middle round a cry of hellhounds, never ceasing, barked with wide Cerberian mouths full loud, and rung a hideous peal. Yet when they list would creep, if aught disturbed their noise, into her womb, and kennel there. Yet there still barked and howled within, unseen. Far less a horde than these vexed Cilia, bathing in the sea that parts Calabria from the hoarse Trinacrian shore. Nor uglier follow the night hag, when called in secret, riding through the air she comes, lured with the smell of infant blood, to dance with Lapland witches, while the laboring moon eclipses at their charms. The other shape, if shape it might be called, that shape had none distinguishable in member, joint, or limb, or substance might be called that shadow seemed, for each seemed either. Black it stood as night, fierce as 10 furies, terrible as hell, and shook a dreadful dart. What seemed his head the likeness of a kingly crown had on. Satan was now at hand, and from his seat the monster moving onward came as fast with horrid strides. Hell trembled as he strode. The undaunted fiend, what this might be admired, not feared, God and his Son except, created thing not, valued he nor shunned, and with disdainful look thus first began. Whence and what art thou, execrable shape, that darest, though grim and terrible, advance thy miscreated front athwart my way to yonder gates? Through them I mean to pass, that be assured, without leave asked of thee. Retire, or taste thy folly, and learn by proof, hell-born, not to contend with spirits of heaven. To whom the goblin, full of wrath, replied, Art thou that traitor angel? Art thou he who first broke peace in heaven and faith, till then unbroken and in proud rebellious arms, drew after him the third part of heaven's sons, conjured against the highest, for which both thou and they, outcast from God, and here condemned to waste eternal days in woe and pain? And reckonest thou thyself with spirits of heaven, hell-doomed, and breathest defiance here in scorn, where I reign king, and, to enrage thee more, thy king and lord? Back to thy punishment, false fugitive, and to thy speed add wings, lest with the whip of scorpions I pursue thy lingering, or with one stroke of this start strange horror seize thee, and pangs unfelt before. So spake the grisly terror, and in shape, so speaking and so threatening, grew tenfold more dreadful and deformed. On the other side, incensed with indignation, Satan stood unterrified, and like a comet burned, that fires the length of Ophiuchus huge in the Arctic sky, and from his horrid hair shakes pestilence and war. Each at the head levelled his deadly aim. Their fatal hands no second stroke intend, and such a frown each cast at the other as the two black clouds, with heaven's artillery, fraught, came rattling on over the Caspian, then stand front to front, hovering a space, till winds the signal blow to join their dark encounter in mid-air. So frowned the mighty combatants that hell grew darker at their frown, so matched they stood. For never but once more was either like to meet so great a foe. And now great deeds had been achieved, whereof all hell had rung, had not the snaky sorceress, that sat fast by Hellgate, and kept the fatal key, risen, and with hideous outcry rushed between. O Father, what intends thy hand, she cried, against thy only Son? What fury, O Son, possesses thee to bend that mortal dart against thy Father's head? And knowest for whom? For him who sits above, and laughs the while at thee, ordained his drudge to execute whate'er his wrath, which he calls justice, bids? His wrath, which one day will destroy you both? She spake, and at her words the hellish pest forbore. Then these to her Satan returned. So strange thy outcry, and thy words so strange thou interposest, that my sudden hand, prevented, spares to tell thee yet thy deeds, what it intends, till first I know of thee what thing thou art, thus double formed, and why in this infernal vale first met thou callest me Father, and that phantasm called my Son. I know thee not, nor ever saw till now sight more detestable than him and thee. To whom thus the portress of Hellgate replied, Hast thou forgot me then? And do I seem now in thine eye so foul, once deemed so fair in heaven, when at the assembly, and in sight of all the seraphim, with thee combined in bold conspiracy against heaven's king, all of a sudden miserable pain surprised thee, dimmed thine eyes, and dizzy swum in darkness, while thy head flames thick and fast drew forth, till on the left side opening wide, likest to thee in shape and countenance bright, then shining heavenly fair, a goddess armed, out of thy head I sprung. Amazement seized all the host of heaven. Back they recoiled afraid at first, and called me Sin, and for a sign portentous held me. But familiar grown I pleased, and with attractive graces won the most averse. Thee chiefly, who full oft thyself in me thy perfect image viewing, became enamored, and such joy thou tookest with me in secret, that my womb conceived a growing burden. Meanwhile war arose, and fields were fought in heaven, wherein remained, for what could else, to our almighty foe clear victory, to our part loss and rout through all the Empyrean. Down they fell, driven headlong from the pitch of heaven, down into this deep, and in the general fall I also, at which time this powerful key into my hands was given, with charge to keep these gates forever shut, which none can pass without my opening. Pensive here I sat alone, but long I sat not, till my womb, pregnant by thee, and now excessive grown, prodigious motion felt, and rueful throes, at last this odious offspring whom thou seest, thine own begotten, breaking violent way, tore through my entrails that, with fear and pain distorted, all my nether shape thus grew transformed. But he, my inbred enemy, forth issued, brandishing his fatal dart, made to destroy. I fled and cried out, Death! Hell trembled at the hideous name, and sighed from all her caves, and back resounded, Death! I fled, but he pursued, though more, it seems, inflamed with lust than rage, and swifter far me overtook his mother, all dismayed, and in embraces forcible and foul, engendering with me, of that rape begot these yelling monsters, that with ceaseless cry surround me, as thou sawest, hourly conceived and hourly born, with sorrow infinite to me, for when they list, into the womb that bred them they return, and howl, and gnaw my bowels, their repast. Then bursting forth afresh, with conscious terrors vex me round, that rest or intermission none I find. Before mine eyes in opposition sits grim death, my son and foe, who sets them on, and me, his parent, would full soon devour for want of other prey. But that he knows his end with mine involved, and knows that I should prove a bitter morsel, and his bane, whenever that shall be. So fate pronounced. But thou, O Father, I forewarn thee, shun his deadly arrow, neither vainly hope to be invulnerable in those bright arms, though tempered heavenly, for that mortal dint, save he who reigns above, none can resist. She finished, and the subtle fiend his lore soon learned, now milder, and thus answered smooth. Dear daughter, since thou claimest me for thy sire, and my fair son here showest me the dear pledge of dalliance had with thee in heaven, and joys then sweet, now sad to mention, through dire change befallen us unforeseen, unthought of, know, I come no enemy, but to set free from out this dark and dismal house of pain both him and thee, and all the heavenly host of spirits that, in our just pretenses armed, fell with us from on high. From them I go this uncouth errant soul, and one for all myself expose, with lonely steps to tread the unfounded deep, and through the void immense to search, with wandering quest, a place foretold should be, and by concurring signs, ere now created vast and round, a place of bliss in the portlios of heaven, and therein placed a race of upstart creatures, to supply perhaps our vacant room, though more removed, lest heaven, surcharged with potent multitude, might hap to move new broils. Be this, or aught than this more secret, now designed, I haste to know, and this once known, shall soon return, and bring it to the place where thou and death shall dwell at ease, and up and down unseen wings silently the buxom air, embalmed with odors. There you shall be fed and filled immeasurably. All things shall be your prey. He ceased, for both seemed highly pleased, and Death grinned horrible, a ghastly smile, to hear his famine should be filled, and blessed his maw, destined to that good hour. No less rejoiced his mother bad, and thus bespake her sire. The key of this infernal pit, by due and by command of heaven's all-powerful King, I keep. By him forbidden to unlock these adamantine gates, against all force death ready stands to interpose his dart, fearless to be o'ermatched by living might. But what owe I to his commands above, who hates me and hath hither thrust me down into this gloom of Tartarus profound, to sit in a hateful office here confined, inhabitant of heaven and heavenly born, here in perpetual agony and pain, with terrors and with clamors compassed round of mine own brood that on my bowels feed? Thou art my Father, thou my author, thou my being gavest me. Whom should I obey but thee? Whom follow? Thou wilt bring me soon to that new world of light and bliss, among the gods who live at ease, where I shall reign at thy right hand, voluptuous, as beseems thy daughter and thy darling, without end. Thus saying, from her side the fatal key, sad instrument of all our woe, she took, and toward the gate rowling her bestial train, forthwith a huge portcullis high updrew, which, but herself, not all the Stygian powers could once have moved. Then in the keyhole turns the intricate wards, and every bolt and bar of massy iron or solid rock with ease unfastens. On a sudden open fly, with impetuous recoil and jarring sound, the infernal doors, and on their hinges great harsh thunder, that the lowest bottom shook of Erebus. She opened, but the shut exceeded her power. The gates wide open stood, that with extended wings a bannered host, under spread ensigns marching, might pass through with horse and chariots ranked in loose array. So wide they stood, and like a furnace mouth cast forth redounding smoke and ruddy flame. Before their eyes in sudden view appeared the secrets of the hoary deep, a dark, illimitable ocean, without bound, without dimension, where length, breadth, and height, and time, and place are lost, where eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, hold eternal anarchy amidst the noise of endless wars, and by confusion stand. For hot, cold, moist, and dry, four champions fierce strive here for mastery, and to battle bring their embryon atoms. They around the flag of each his faction, in their several clans, light-armed or heavy, sharp, smooth, swift, or slow, swarm populous, unnumbered as the sands of Barca or Kyrene's torrid soil, levy to side with warring winds, and poise their lighter wings. To whom these most adhere, he rules a moment. Chaos umpire sits, and by decision more embroils the fray by which he reigns. Next him, high arbiter, chance governs all. Into this wild abyss, the womb of nature, and perhaps her grave, of neither sea, nor shore, nor air, nor fire, but all these and their pregnant causes mixed confusedly, and which thus must ever fight, unless the Almighty Maker them ordain his dark materials to create more worlds. Into this wild abyss the wary fiend stood on the brink of hell, and looked awhile, pondering his voyage. For no narrow frith he had to cross, nor was his ear less peeled with noises loud and ruinous, to compare great things with small, than when Bellona stormed with all her battering engines, bent to raise some capital city, or less than if this frame of heaven were falling, and these elements in mutiny had from her axle torn the steadfast earth. At last his sail broad vans he spreads for flight, and in the surging smoke uplifted, spurns the ground, thence many a league, as in a clouded chair, ascending, rides audacious. But that seat soon falling meets a vast vacuity. All unawares, fluttering his pennon's vein, plumb down he drops 10,000 fathom deep, and to this hour down had been falling, had not, by ill chance, the strong rebuff of some tumultuous cloud, instinct with fire and nitre, hurried him as many miles aloft. That fury stayed, quenched in a boggy Syrtis, neither sea nor good dry land, nigh foundered on his fares, threading the crude consistence, half on foot, half flying, behoves him now both oar and sail. As when a griffin through the wilderness with winged course, o'er hill or moory dale, pursues the Arampassian, who by stealth had from his wakeful custody purloined the guarded gold. So eagerly the fiend o'er bog or steep, through strait, rough, dense, or rare, with head, hands, wings, or feet, pursues his way, and swims, or sinks, or wades, or creeps, or flies. At length a universal hubbub wild of stunning sounds, and voices all confused, borne through the hollow dark, assaults his ear with loudest vehemence. Thither he plies undaunted, to meet there whatever power or spirit of the nethermost abyss might in that noise reside, of whom to ask which way the nearest coast of darkness lies, bordering on light. When straight behold the throne of chaos, and his dark pavilion spread wide on the wasteful deep. With him enthroned sat sable-vested Night, eldest of things, the consort of his reign, and by them stood Orcus and Adis, and the dreaded name of Demogorgon. Rumor next, and chance, and tumult, and confusion, all embroiled, and discord with 1,000 various mouths. To whom Satan, turning boldly, thus: Ye powers and spirits of this nethermost abyss, chaos and ancient night, I come no spy with purpose to explore or to disturb the secrets of your realm, but by constraint wandering this darksome desert, as my way lies through your spacious empire up to light, alone and without guide, half lost, I seek what readiest path leads where your gloomy bounds confine with heaven. Or if some other place from your dominion one, the ethereal king, possesses lately, thither to arrive I travel this profound. Direct my course. Directed, no mean recompense it brings to your behoof, if I that region lost. All usurpation thence expelled, reduced to her original darkness and your sway, which is my present journey, and once more erect the standard there of ancient night. Yours be the advantage all, mine the revenge. Thus Satan, and him thus the anarch old, with faltering speech and visage incomposed, answered: I know thee, stranger, who thou art, that mighty leading angel, who of late made head against heaven's kings, though overthrown. I saw and heard, for such a numerous host fled not in silence through the frighted deep, with ruin upon ruin, rout on rout, confusion worse confounded, and heaven gates poured out by millions her victorious bands, pursuing. I upon my frontiers here keep residence, if all I can will serve that little which is left so to defend, encroached on still through our intestine broils, weakening the scepter of old night. First hell, your dungeon, stretching far and wide beneath, now lately heaven and earth, another world, hung o'er my realm, linked in a golden chain to that side heaven from thence your legions fell. If that way be your walk, you have not far, so much the nearer danger. Go and speed. Havoc and spoil and ruin are my gain. He ceased, and Satan stayed not to reply, but glad now his sea should find a shore. With fresh alacrity and force renewed, springs upward like a pyramid of fire into the wild expanse, and through the shock of fighting elements, on all sides round environed, wins his way. Harder beset and more endangered than when Argo passed through Bosporus betwixt the justling rocks, or when Ulysses on the larboard shunned Charybdis, and by the other whirlpool steered. So he, with difficulty and labor hard, moved on. With difficulty and labor he, but once he passed soon after, when man fell, strange alteration. Sin and death amain following his track, such was the will of heaven, paved after him a broad and beaten way over the dark abyss, whose boiling gulf tamely endured a bridge of wondrous length, from hell continued, reaching the utmost orb of this frail world, by which the spirits perverse, with easy intercourse, pass to and fro, to tempt or punish mortals, except whom God and good angels guard by special grace. But now at last the sacred influence of light appears, and from the walls of heaven shoots far into the bosom of dim night a glimmering dawn. Here nature first begins her farthest verge, and chaos to retire, as from her utmost works a broken foe, with tumult less and with less hostile din. That Satan, with less toil, and now with ease, wafts on the calmer wave by dubious light, and, like a weather-beaten vessel, holds gladly the port, though shrouds and tackle torn. Or in the emptier waste, resembling air, waves his spread wings, at leisure to behold, far off, the imperial heaven, extended wide in circuit, undetermined, square or round, with opal towers and battlements adorned of living sapphire, once his native seat, and fast by, hanging in a golden chain, this pendant world, in bigness as a star of smallest magnitude close by the moon. Thither, full fraught with mischievous revenge, accursed and in a cursed hour, he hies. End of section 43. Read by Bryce Cries, Ohio.
Section 44 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adrian Stevens. The Complete Poems of John Milton. Paradise Lost, the third book. The Argument. God, sitting on his throne, sees Satan flying towards this world, then, newly created, shows him to the Son, who sat at his right hand, foretells the success of Satan in perverting mankind, clears his own justice and wisdom from all imputation, having created man free, and able enough to have withstood his tempter, yet declares his purpose of grace towards him. In regard he fell not of his own malice, as did Satan, but by him seduced. The Son of God renders praises to his Father for the manifestation of his gracious purpose towards man. But God again declares that grace cannot be extended towards man without the satisfaction of divine justice. Man hath offended the majesty of God by aspiring to Godhead, and therefore, with all his progeny, devoted to death, must die, unless someone can be found sufficient to answer for his offence, and undergo his punishment. The Son of God freely offers himself a ransom for man. The Father accepts him, ordains his incarnation, pronounces his exaltation above all names in heaven and earth, commands all the angels to adore him. they obey, and hymning to their harps in full choir, celebrate the Father and the Son. Meanwhile, Satan alights upon the bare convex of this world's outermost orb, where, wandering, he first finds a place since called the limbo of vanity. What persons and things fly up thither, thence comes to the gate of heaven, described ascended by stairs, and the waters above the firmament that flow about it. His passage thence to the orb of the sun, he finds there Uriel, the regent of that orb, but first changes himself into the shape of a meaner angel, and pretending a zealous desire to behold the new creation, and man whom God hath placed here, inquires of him the place of his habitation, and is directed, alights first on Mount Nephates. Hail, holy light, offspring of heaven firstborn, or of the eternal, co-eternal beam, may I express thee unblamed, since God is light, and never but in unapproached light dwelt from eternity, dwelt then in thee, bright effluence of bright essence increate. Or hissed thou, rather, pure ethereal stream, whose fountain shall tell all? Before the sun, before the heavens thou wert, and at the voice of God, as with a mantle, didst invest the rising world of waters dark and deep, one from the void and formless infinite. Thee I revisit now with bolder wing, escaped the Stygian pool, though long detained in that obscure sojourn, while in my flight, through utter and through middle darkness borne, with other notes than to the Orphean lyre, I sung of chaos and eternal night, taught by the heavenly muse to venture down the dark descent and up to reascend, though hard and rare. Thee I revisit safe, and feel thy sovereign vital lamp, but thou revisitest not these eyes, that rowl in vain to find thy piercing ray, and find no dawn. So thick a drop serene hath quenched their orbs, or dim suffusion veiled, yet not the more cease I to wander where the muses haunt, clear spring, or shady grove, or sunny hill, smit with the love of sacred song, but chief thee, Sion, and the flowery brooks beneath that wash thy hallowed feet, and warbling flow, nightly I visit, nor sometimes forget those other two equalled with me in fate, so were I equalled with them in renown, and blind Maeonides, and Tiresias, and Phineus, prophets old, then feed on thoughts that voluntary move harmonious numbers, as the wakeful bird sings darkling, and in shadiest covert hid tunes her nocturnal note. Thus, with the year seasons return, but not to me returns day, or the sweet approach of even or morn, or sight of vernal bloom, or summer's rose, or flocks, or herds, or human face divine. But cloud instead, and ever-during dark surrounds me, from the cheerful ways of men cut off, and for the book of knowledge fair, presented with a universal blank of nature's works, to me expunged and raised, and wisdom at one entrance quite shut out. So much the rather thou, celestial light, shine inward, and mine through all her powers irradiate, there plant eyes, or mist from thence purge and disperse, that I may see and tell of things invisible to mortal sight. Now hath the Almighty Father from above, from the pure empyrean where he sits, high-throned above all height, bent down his eye, his own works and their works at once to view. About him all the sanctities of heaven stood thick as stars, and from his sight received beatitude past utterance. On his right the radiant image of his glory sat, his only Son. On earth he first beheld our two first parents, yet the only two of mankind, in the happy garden placed, reaping immortal fruits of joy and love, uninterrupted joy, unrivalled love, in blissful solitude. He then surveyed hell, and the gulf between, and Satan there, coasting the wall of heaven on this side night, in the dun air sublime, and ready now to stoop with wearied wings and willing feet on the bare outside of this world, that seemed firm land embosomed without firmament, uncertain which in ocean or in air. Him God beholding from his prospect high, wherein past, present, future he beholds, thus to his only Son forseeking spake, Only Son, seest thou what rage transports our adversary, whom no bounds prescribed, no bars of hell, nor all the chains heaped on him there, nor yet the main abyss wide interrupt, can hold, so bent he seems on desperate revenge, that shall redound upon his own rebellious head. And now, through all restraint broke loose, he wings his way, not far off heaven, in the precincts of light, directly towards the newly created world, and man there placed with purpose to assay if him by force he can destroy, or worse, by some false guile pervert, and shall pervert, for man will hearken to his glozing lies, and easily transgress the sole command, sole pledge of his obedience, so will fall he and his faithless progeny. Whose fault? Whose but his own? Ingrate, he had of me all he could have. I made him just and right, sufficient to have stood, though free to fall. Such I created all the ethereal powers and spirits, both them who stood and them who failed. Freely they stood who stood, and fell who fell. Not free, what proof could they have given sincere of true allegiance, constant faith, or love, where only what they needs must do appeared, not what they would? What praise could they receive, what pleasure I from such obedience paid, when will and reason also is choice, useless and vain, of freedom both despoiled, made passive both, had serving necessity, not me? They, therefore, as to right belonged, so were created, nor can justly accuse their maker, or their making, or their fate, as if predestination overruled their will, disposed by absolute decree of high foreknowledge. They themselves decreed their own revolt, not I. If I foreknew, foreknowledge had no influence on their fault, which had no less proved certain unforeknown. So, without least impulse or shadow of fate, or aught by me immutably foreseen, they trespass, authors to themselves in all, both what they judge and what they choose, for so I formed them free, and free they must remain, till they enthrall themselves. I else must change their nature, and revoke the high decree, unchangeable, eternal, which ordained their freedom. They themselves ordained their fall. The first sought by their own suggestion fell, self-tempted, self-depraved. Man falls, deceived by the other first. Man, therefore, shall find grace, the other none. In mercy and justice, both, through heaven and earth, so shall my glory excel. But mercy, first and last, shall brightest shine. Thus, while God spake, ambrosial fragrance filled all heaven, and in the blessed spirits elect, sense of new joy ineffable diffused. Beyond compare, the Son of God was seen most glorious. In him all his Father shone, substantially expressed, and in his face divine compassion visibly appeared, love without end and without measure grace, which uttering thus he to his Father spoke, O Father, gracious was that word which closed thy sovereign sentence, that man should find grace, for which both heaven and earth shall high extol thy praises, with the innumerable sound of hymns and sacred songs, wherewith thy throne encompassed shall resound the ever blessed. For, should man finally be lost, should man, thy creature late so loved, thy youngest son, fall, circumvented thus by fraud, though joined with his own folly? That be from thee far, that far from thee, Father, who judge of all things made, and judgedst only right. Or shall the adversary thus obtain his end and frustrate thine? Shall he fulfil his malice, and thy goodness bring to naught, or proud return, though to his heavier doom, yet with revenge accomplished, and to hell draw after him the whole race of mankind by him corrupted? Or wilt thou thyself abolish thy creation, and unmake for him what for thy glory hast made? So should thy goodness and thy greatness both be questioned and blasphemed without defence. To whom the great Creator thus replied, O Son, in whom my soul hath chief delight, Son of my bosom, Son who art alone my word, my wisdom, and effectual might, all hast thou spoken, as my thoughts are, all as my eternal purpose hath decreed. Man shall not quite be lost, but saved who will, yet not of will in him, but grace in me freely vouchsafed. Once more I will renew his lapsed powers, though forfeit and enthralled by sin to foul exorbitant desires. Upheld by me, yet once more he shall stand on even ground against his mortal foe, by me upheld, that he may know how frail his fallen condition is, and to me owe all his deliverance, and to none but me. Some I have chosen of peculiar grace, elect above the rest. So is my will. The rest shall hear me call, and oft be warned their sinful state, and to appease betimes the insensate deity, while offered grace invites, for I will clear their senses dark, what may suffice, and soften stony hearts to pray, repent, and bring obedience due. To prayer, repentance, and obedience due, though but endeavoured with sincere intent. Mine ear shall not be slow, mine eye not shut, and I will place within them as a guide my umpire conscience, whom, if they will hear, light after light well used they shall attend, and to the end persisting safe arrive. This is my long sufferance, and my day of grace. They who neglect and scorn shall never taste, but hard be hardened, blind be blinded more, that they may stumble on and deeper fall, and none but such from mercy I exclude. But yet all is not done. Man, disobeying, disloyal, breaks his fealty, and sins against the high supremacy of heaven, affecting Godhead, and so losing all. To expiate his treason hath naught left but to destruction sacred and devote. He with his whole posterity must die. Die he or justice must, unless for him some other, able and as willing, pay the rigid satisfaction, death for death. Say, heavenly powers, where shall we find such love? Which of ye will be mortal, to redeem man's mortal crime, and just the unjust to save? Dwells in all heaven charity so dear? He asked, but all the heavenly choir stood mute, and silence was in heaven. On man's behalf, patron or intercessor, none appeared, much less that durst upon his own head draw the deadly forfeiture and ransom set. And now, without redemption, all mankind must have been lost, adjudged to death and hell by doom severe, but not the Son of God, in whom the fullness dwells of love divine, his dearest meditation thus renewed. Father, thy word is past. Man shall find grace, and grace not find means that finds her way, the speediest of thy winged messengers, to visit all thy creatures, and to all comes unprevented, unimplored, unsought. Happy for man so coming, he her aid can never seek, once dead in sins and lost, atonement for himself or offering meet. Indebted and undone, hath none to bring. Behold me! Then me for him, life for life, I offer. On me let thine anger fall. Account me, man. I for his sake will leave thy bosom, and this glory next to thee freely put off, and for him, lastly, die. Well pleased, on me let death wreak all his rage, under his gloomy power. I shall not long lie vanquished. Thou hast given me to possess life in myself for ever. By thee I live, though now to death I yield, and am his due. All that of me can die, yet the debt paid, thou wilt not leave me in the loathsome grave, his prey, nor suffer my unspotted soul for ever with corruption there to dwell. But I shall rise victorious, and subdue my vanquisher, spoiled of his vaunted spoil. Death to death's wound shall then receive, and stoop inglorious, of his mortal sting disarmed. I, through the ample air, in triumph high, shall lead hell captive, maugre hell, and show the powers of darkness bound. Thou, at the sight pleased, out of heaven shall look down, and smile, while, by thee raised, I ruin all my foes. Death last, and with his carcass glut the grave. Then, with the multitude of my redeemed, shall enter heaven, long absent, and return, Father, to see thy face, wherein no cloud of anger shall remain, but peace assured, and reconcilement. Wrath shall be no more, thenceforth, but in thy presence, joy entire. His words here ended, but his meek aspect silent yet spake, and breathed immortal love to mortal man, above which only shone filial obedience. As a sacrifice glad to be offered, he attends the will of his great Father. Admiration seized all heaven, what this might mean, and whither tend. Wondering, but soon the Almighty thus replied, O thou in heaven and earth, the only peace found out for mankind under wrath, O thou, my sole complacence, well thou knowest how dear to me are all my works, nor man the least, though last created, that for him I spare thee from my bosom and right hand, to save by losing thee a while, the whole race lost. Thou, therefore, whom thou only canst redeem, their nature also to thy nature join, and be thyself man among men on earth, made flesh, when time shall be, of virgin seed. By wondrous birth be thou in Adam's room, the head of all mankind, though Adam's son. As in him perish all men, so in thee, as from a second root shall be restored, as many as are restored, without thee none. His crime makes guilty all his sons, thy merit imputed shall absolve them, who renounces their own, both righteous and unrighteous deeds, and live in thee transplanted, and from thee receive new life. So man, as is most just, shall satisfy for man, be judged and die, and dying, rise and rising, with him raise his brethren, ransomed with his own dear life. So heavenly love shall outdo hellish hate, giving to death and dying to redeem, so dearly to redeem what hellish hate so easily destroyed, and still destroys, in those who, when they may, accept not grace. Nor shalt thou, by descending to assume man's nature, lessen or degrade thine own, because thou hast, though throned in highest bliss, equal to God and equally enjoying godlike fruition, quitted all to save a world from utter loss, and hast been found by merit more than birthright, Son of God, found worthiest to be so by being good, far more than great or high, because in thee love hath abounded more than glory abounds. Therefore thy humiliation shall exalt with thee thy manhood also to this throne. Here shalt thou sit incarnate, here shalt reign both God and man, Son both of God and man, anointed universal King. All power I give thee, reign for ever, and assume thy merits. Under thee as head supreme, thrones, princedoms, powers, dominions I reduce. All knees to thee shall bow of them that bide in heaven or earth or under earth, in hell. When thou, attended gloriously from heaven, shalt in the sky appear, and from thee send the summoning archangels to proclaim thy dread tribunal, forthwith from all winds the living, and forthwith the sighted dead of all past ages to the general doom shall hasten. Such appeal shall rouse their sleep. Then all thy saints assembled thou shalt judge, bad men and angels, they arranged shall sink beneath thy sentence. Hell, her numbers full, thenceforth shall be for ever shut. Meanwhile the world shall burn, and from her ashes spring new heaven and earth, wherein the just shall dwell. And after all her tribulations long, see golden days, fruitful of golden deeds, with joy and love triumphing, and fair truth. Then thou thy regal sceptre shalt lay by, for regal sceptre then no more shall need. God shall be all in all. But all ye gods, adore him, who to compass all this dies. Adore the Son, and honour him with me. No sooner had the Almighty ceased, but all the multitude of angels, with a shout loud as from numbers without number, sweet as from blessed voices, uttering joy, heaven rung with jubilee, and loud hosannas filled the eternal regions. Lowly, reverent towards either throne they bow, and to the ground with solemn adoration down they cast their crowns, inwove with amaranth and gold, immortal amaranth, a flower which once in paradise, fast by the tree of life, began to bloom, but soon for man's offence, to heaven removed where first it grew, there grows, and flowers aloft, shading the fount of life. And where the river of bliss through the midst of heaven rolls over Elysian flowers her amber stream. With these that never fade, the spirits elect bind their resplendent locks, enwreathed with beams, now in loose garlands, thick grown off the bright pavement, that like a sea of jasper shone, empurpled with celestial roses, smiled. Then crowned again, their golden harps they took, harps overtuned that glittering by their side like quivers hung, and with preamble sweet of charming symphony they introduce their sacred song, and waken raptures high, no voice exempt, no voice but well could join melodious part, such concord is in heaven. Thee, Father, first they sung, omnipotent, immutable, immortal, infinite, eternal King, thee, author of all being, fountain of light, thyself invisible amidst the glorious brightness where thou sitt'st, throned, inaccessible, but when thou shadest the full blaze of thy beams, and through a cloud drawn round about thee like a radiant shrine, dark with excessive bright thy skirts appear, yet dazzle heaven, that brightest seraphim approach not, but with both wings veil their eyes. Thee next they sang, of all creation first, begotten Son, divine similitude, in whose conspicuous countenance, without cloud made visible, the Almighty Father shines, whom else no creature can behold. On thee, impressed the effulgence of his glory abides, transfused on thee his ample spirit rests. He, heaven of heavens, and all the powers therein by thee created, and by thee threw down the aspiring dominations. Thou, that day, thy father's dreadful thunder didst not spare, nor stop thy flaming chariot wheels that shook heaven's everlasting frame, while o'er the necks thou drovest of warring angels disarrayed. Back from pursuit thy powers with loud acclaim thee only extolled, son of thy father's might, to execute fierce vengeance on all his foes. Not so on man. Him, through their malice fallen, Father of mercy and grace, thou didst not doom so strictly, but much more to pity incline. No sooner did thy dear and only Son perceive thee purported not to doom frail man so strictly, but much more to pity inclined, he to appease thy wrath and end the strife of mercy and justice in thy face discerned. Regardless of the bliss wherein he sat, second to thee, offered himself to die for man's offence. O unexampled love, love nowhere to be found less than divine. Hail, Son of God, Saviour of men, thy name shall be the copious matter of my song henceforth, and never shall my harp thy praise forget, nor from thy Father's praise disjoin. Thus they in heaven, above the starry sphere, their happy hours in joy and hymning spent. Meanwhile, upon the firm opacious globe of this round world, whose first convex divides the luminous inferior orbs, enclosed from chaos and the inroad of darkness old, Satan alighted walks. A globe far off, it seemed, now seems a boundless continent, dark, waste and wild, under the frown of night, starless, exposed, and ever-threatening storms of chaos blustering round, inclement sky, save on that side which from the wall of heaven, though distant far, some small reflection gains of glimmering air less vexed with tempest loud. Here walked the fiend, at large in spacious field, as when a vulture on Emmaus bred, whose snowy ridge the roving Tartar bounds, dislodging from a region scarce of prey, to gorge the flesh of lambs or yeanling kids, on hills where flocks are fed, flies towards the springs of Ganges or Hydaspes, Indian streams, but in his way lights on the barren plains of Sericana, where Chineses drive with sails and wind their canny wagons light. So on this windy sea of land, the fiend walked up and down alone, bent on his prey, alone for other creature in this place, living or lifeless to be found was none, none yet, but store hereafter from the earth, up hither like aerial vapours flew of all things transitory and vain, when sin with vanity had filled the works of men, both all things vain, and all who in vain things built their fond hopes of glory, or lasting fame, or happiness in this or the other life. All who have their reward on earth, the fruits of painful superstition and blind zeal, naught seeking but the praise of men, here find fit retribution, empty as their deeds. All the unaccomplished works of nature's hand, abortive, monstrous, or unkindly mixed, dissolved on earth, fleet hither, and in vain, to final dissolution wander here. Not in the neighbouring moon, as some have dreamed, those argent fields more likely habitants, translated saints or middle spirits hold, betwixt the angelical and human kind. Hither of ill-joined sons and daughters born, first from the ancient world those giants came, with many a vain exploit, though then renowned. The builders next of Babel on the plain of Sennaar, and still with vain design, new Babels, had they wherewithal would build. Others came singly. He who, to be deemed a god, leaped fondly into Etna flames, Empedocles, and he who, to enjoy Plato's Elysium, leapt into the sea, Cleombrotus, and many more, too long, embryos and idiots, eremites and friars, white, black, and grey, with all their trumpery. Here pilgrims roam, that strayed so far to seek in Golgotha him dead who lives in heaven, and they who, to be sure of paradise, dying put on the weeds of Dominic, or in Franciscan think to pass disguised. They pass the planet Seven, and pass the fixed, and that crystalline sphere, whose balance weighs the trepidation talked, and that first moved. And now St. Peter at heaven's wicket seems to wait them with his keys, and now at foot of heaven's ascent they lift their feet, when, lo, a violent crosswind from either coast blows them transverse 10,000 leagues awry into the devious air. Then might ye see cowls, hoods, and habits, with their wearers tossed and fluttered into rags. Then relics, beads, indulgences, dispenses, pardons, bulls, the sport of winds, all these, upwelled aloft, fly o'er the backside of the world far off, into a limbo, large and broad, since called the paradise of fools, to few unknown, long after, now unpeopled and untrod. All this dark globe the fiend found as he passed, and long he wandered, till at last a gleam of dawning light turned thitherward in haste his travelled steps. Far distant he descries, ascending by degrees magnificent, up to the wall of heaven, a structure high, at top whereof, but far more rich, appeared the work of a kingly palace gate, with frontispiece of diamond and gold embellished. Thick with sparkling orient gems, the portal shone, inimitable on earth, by model, or by shading pencil drawn. The stairs were such as whereon Jacob saw, angels ascending and descending, bands of guardians bright, when he from Esau fled to Paddan Aram, in the field of Luz, dreaming by night under the open sky, and waking cried, "This is the gate of heaven!" Each stair mysteriously was meant, nor stood there always, but drawn up to heaven sometimes, viewless, and underneath a bright sea flowed of jasper or of liquid pearl, whereon who after come from earth sailing arrived, wafted by angels, or flew o'er the lake, wrapped in a chariot drawn by fiery steeds. The stairs were then let down, whether to dare the fiend by easy ascent, or aggravate his sad exclusion from the doors of bliss, direct against which opened from beneath, just o'er the blissful seat of paradise, a passage down to the earth, a passage wide, wider by far than that of after times, over Mount Sion, and, though that were large over the promised land to God so dear, by which to visit oft those happy tribes, on high behests his angels to and fro passed frequent, and his eye with choice regard from Paneas, the fount of Jordan's flood, to Beer-Seba, where the Holy Land borders on Egypt and the Arabian shore. So wide the opening seemed, where bounds were set to darkness, such as bound the ocean wave. Satan from hence, now on the lower stair, that scaled by steps of gold to heaven gate, looks down with wonder at the sudden view of all this world at once, as when a scout, through dark and desert ways with peril gone, all night, at last, by break of cheerful dawn, obtains the brow of some high-climbing hill, which to his eye discovers unaware the goodly prospect of some foreign land, first seen, or some renowned metropolis, with glistering spires and pinnacles adorned, which now the rising sun gilds with his beams. Such wonder seized, though, after heaven seen, the spirit malign, but much more envy seized, at sight of all this world beheld so fair. Round he surveys, and well might, where he stood so high above the circling canopy of night's extended shade, from eastern point of Libya to the fleecy star that bears Andromeda far off Atlantic seas, beyond the horizon, then from pole to pole he views in breadth, and without longer pause, down right into the world's first region throws his flight precipitant, and winds with ease through the pure marble air his oblique way, amongst innumerable stars that shone, stars distant, but nigh-handed seemed other worlds, or other worlds they seemed, or happy isles, like those Hesperian gardens famed of old. Fortunate fields and groves, and flowery vales, thrice happy isles. But who dwelt happy there, he stayed not to inquire. Above them all the golden sun in splendour, likest heaven, allured his eye. Thither his course he bends, through the calm firmament, but up or down, by centre or eccentric, hard to tell, or longitude. Where the great luminary, aloof the vulgar constellations thick, that from the lordly eye keep distance due, dispenses light from far. They, as they move their starry dance, in numbers that compute days, months, and years, towards his all-cheering lamp, turn swift their various motions, or are turned by his magnetic beam that gently warms the universe, and to each inward part with gentle penetration, though unseen, shoots invisible virtue even to the deep. So wondrously was set his station bright. There lands the fiend, a spot like which, perhaps, astronomer in the sun's lucent orb, through his glazed optic tube, yet never saw. The place he found beyond expression bright, compared with aught on earth, metal or stone, not all parts like, but all alike informed with radiant light, as glowing iron with fire. If metal, part seemed gold, part silver clear; if stone, carbuncle most or chrysolite, ruby or topaz, to the 12 that shone in Aaron's breastplate, and a stone besides, imagined rather oft than elsewhere seen, that stone or like to that, which here below philosophers in vain so long have sought. In vain, though by their powerful art they bind volatile Hermes, and call up unbound in various shapes old Proteus from the sea, drained through a limbec to his native form. What wonder then if fields and regions here breathe forth elixir pure, and rivers run potable gold, when, with one virtuous touch, the arch chymic sun, so far from us remote, produces with terrestrial humour mixed, here in the dark, so many precious things, of colour glorious and effect so rare? Here matter new to gaze the devil met undazzled. Far and wide his eye commands. For sight no obstacle found here, nor shade, but all sunshine, as when his beams at noon culminate from the equator, as they now shot upward still direct, whence no way round, shadow from body opaque can fall, and the air nowhere so clear sharpened his visual ray to objects distant far, whereby he stood, saw within ken a glorious angel stand, the same whom John saw also in the sun. His back was turned, but not his brightness hid. Of beaming sunny rays a golden tiara circled his head, nor less his locks behind, illustrious on his shoulders fledged with wings, lay waving round, on some great charge employed. He seemed or fixed in cogitation deep. Glad was the spirit impure, and now, in hope, to find who might direct his wandering flight to paradise, the happy seat of man, his journey's end, and our beginning woe. But first he casts to change his proper shape, which else might work him danger or delay. And now a stripling cherub he appears, not of the prime, yet such as in his face youth smiled celestial, and every limb suitable grace diffused, so well he feigned, under a coronet his flowing hair, in curls on either cheek played, wings he wore, of many a coloured plume sprinkled with gold. His habit fit for speed succinct, and held before his decent steps a silver wand, he drew not nigh unheard. The angel bright, ere he drew nigh, his radiant visage turned, admonished by his ear, and straight was known the archangel Uriel, one of the 7 who in God's presence, nearest to his throne, stand ready to command, and are his eyes, that run through all the heavens, or down to the earth, bear his swift errands over moist and dry, o'er sea and land. Him Satan thus accosts: Uriel, for thou, of those 7 spirits that stand in the sight of God's high throne, gloriously bright, the first art wont his great authentic will, interpreter, through his highest heaven to bring, where all his sons thy embassy attend, and here art likest by supreme decree, like honour to obtain, and round his eye to visit oft this new creation round, unspeakable desire to see and know all these his wondrous works, but chiefly man, his chief delight and favour, him for whom all these his works so wondrous he obtained, hath brought me from the choirs of cherubim, alone thus wandering. Brightest seraph, tell, in which of these shining orbs hath man his fixed seat, or fixed seat hath none? But all these shining orbs his choice to dwell, that I may find him, and with secret gaze, or open admiration, him behold, on whom the great Creator hath bestowed worlds, and on whom hath all these graces poured, that both in him and all things as is meet, the universal Maker we may praise, who justly hath driven out his rebel foes to deepest hell, and to repair that loss created this new happy race of men to serve him better. Wise are all his ways. So spake the false dissembler unperceived, for neither man nor angel can discern hypocrisy, the only evil that walks invisible except to God alone. By his permissive will, through heaven and earth, and oft, though wisdom wake, suspicion sleeps at wisdom's gate, and to simplicity resigns her charge, while goodness thinks no ill, where no ill seems, which now for once beguiled Uriel, though regent of the sun, and held the sharpest sighted spirit of all in heaven, who to the fraudulent impostor foul, in his uprightness, answer thus returned: Fair angel, thy desire, which tends to know the works of God, thereby to glorify the great workmeister, leads to no excess that reaches blame, but rather merits praise, the more it seems excess that led thee hither from thy imperial mansion thus alone, to witness with thine eyes what some, perhaps, contented with report, hear only in heaven. For wonderful indeed are all his works, pleasant to know, and worthiest to be all had in remembrance always with delight. But what created mind can comprehend their number, or the wisdom infinite that brought them forth, but hid their causes deep? I saw when, at his word, the formless mass, this world's material mould, came to a heap. Confusion heard his voice, and wild uproar stood, ruled, stood vast, infinite, confined, till, at his second bidding, darkness fled, light shone, and order from disorder sprung. Swift to their several quarters hastened then the cumbrous elements, earth, flood, air, fire, and this ethereal quintessence of heaven flew upward, spirited with various forms that rolled orbicular, and turned to stars numberless, as thou seest, and how they move. Each had his place appointed, each his course, the rest in circuit walls this universe. Look downward on that globe, whose hither side with light from hence, though but reflected, shines. That place is earth, the seat of man, that light his day, which else, as the other hemisphere, night would invade. But there the neighbouring moon, so called that opposite fair star, her aid timely interposes, and her monthly round still ending, still renewing, through mid-heaven with borrowed light. Her countenance triform, hence fills and empties to enlighten the earth, and in her pale dominion checks the night. That spot to which I point is paradise, Adam's abode, those lofty shades his bower. Thy way thou canst not miss, me mine requires. Thus said, he turned, and Satan, bowing low, as to superior spirits is wont in heaven, where honour due and reverence none neglects, took leave, and toward the coast of earth beneath, down from the ecliptic, sped with hoped success, throws his steep flight in many an airy wheel, nor stayed till on Nephati's top he lights. End of section 44.
Section 45 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Section 45. The Argument. Satan, now in prospect of Eden, and nigh the place where he must now attempt the bold enterprise which he undertook alone against God and man, falls into many doubts with himself, and many passions, fear, envy, and despair, but at length confirms himself in evil, journeys on to paradise, whose outward prospect and situation is described, overleaps the bounds, sits in the shape of a cormorant on the tree of life as highest in the garden to look about him. The garden described, Satan's first sight of Adam and Eve, his wonder at their excellent form and happy state, but with resolution to work their fall, overhears their discourse, thence gathers that the tree of knowledge was forbidden them to eat of under penalty of death, and thereon intends to found his temptation by seducing them to transgress, and then leaves them awhile to know further of their state by some other means. Meanwhile, Uriel, descending on a sunbeam, warns Gabriel, who had in charge the gate of paradise, that some evil spirit had escaped the deep and passed at noon by his sphere, in the shape of a good angel, down to paradise, discovered after by his furious gestures in the mount. Gabriel promises to find him ere morning. Night coming on, Adam and Eve discourse of going to their rest, their bower described, their evening worship. Gabriel, drawing forth his bands of night watch to walk the rounds of paradise, appoints 2 strong angels to Adam's bower, lest the evil spirit should be there doing some harm to Adam or Eve sleeping. There they find him at the ear of Eve, tempting her in a dream, and bring him, though unwilling, to Gabriel, by whom questioned he scornfully answers, prepares resistance, but hindered by a sign from heaven, flies out of paradise. Oh, for that warning voice, which he who saw the apocalypse heard cry in heaven aloud. Then when the dragon, put to the second rout, came furious down to be revenged on men, woe to the inhabitants on earth, that now, while time was, our first parents had been warned, the coming of their secret foe, and scaped, haply so scaped, his mortal snare. For now Satan, now first inflamed with rage, came down, the tempter, ere the accuser of mankind, to wreak on innocent frail man his loss of that first battle, and his first flight to hell, yet not rejoicing in his speed, though bold, far off and fearless, nor with cause to boast, begins his dire attempt, which nigh the birth, now rowling, boils in his tumultuous breast, and like a devilish engine back recoils upon himself. Horror and doubt distract his troubled thoughts, and from the bottom stir the hell within him. For within him hell he brings, and round about him, nor from hell one step no more than from himself can fly by change of place. Conscience wakes despair that slumbered, wakes the bitter memory of what he was, what is, and what must be worse. Of worse deeds, worse sufferings must ensue, sometimes towards Eden, which now, in his view, lay pleasant, his grieved look he fixes sad, sometimes towards heaven and the full blazing sun, which now sat high in his meridian tower, then much revolving, thus in sighs began, quote, O thou that, with surpassing glory crowned, lookest from thy sole dominion like God of this new world, at whose sight all the stars hide their diminished heads, to thee I call, but with no friendly voice, and add thy name, O Sun, to tell thee how I hate thy beams that bring to my remembrance from what state I fell, how glorious once above thy sphere, till pride and worse ambition threw me down, warring in heaven against heaven's matchless king. Ah, wherefore? He deserved no such return from me, whom he created, what I was, that bright eminence, and with his good upbraided none, nor was his service hard. What could be less than to afford him praise, the easiest recompense, and pay him thanks, how due? Yet all his good proved ill in me, and wrought but malice. Lifted up so high, I disdained subjection, and thought one step higher would set me highest, and in a moment quit the debt immense of endless gratitude, so burdensome, still pain, still to owe, forgetful from what him I still received, and understood, not that a grateful mind by owing owes not, but still pays at once, indebted and discharged. What burden then? Oh, had his powerful destiny ordained me some inferior angel, I had stood then happy. No unbounded hope had raised ambition. Yet why not? Some other power, as great, might have aspired in me, though mean, drawn to his part. But other powers as great fell not, but stand unshaken from within or from without, to all temptations armed. Hadst thou the same free will and power to stand? Thou hadst. Whom hast thou then or what to accuse, but heaven's free love dealt equally to all? Be then his love accursed, since, love or hate, to me alike it deals eternal woe. Nay, cursed be thou, since against his thy will chose freely what it now so justly rues. Me miserable. Which way shall I fly? Infinite wrath and infinite despair? Which way I fly is hell. Myself am hell, and in the lowest deep, a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide, to which the hell I suffer seems a heaven. Oh, then, at last relent. Is there no place left for repentance? None for pardon left? None left but by submission. And that word disdain forbids me, and my dread of shame among the spirits beneath, whom I seduced with other promises and other vaunts, than to submit, boasting I could subdue the omnipotent. Ay me, they little know how dearly I abide that boast so vain, under what torments inwardly I groan, while they adore me on the throne of hell, with diadem and scepter high advanced, the lower still I fall. Only supreme in misery, such joy ambition finds. But say I could repent, and could obtain, by act of grace, my former state, how soon would Hiath recall high thoughts? How soon unsay what feigned submission swore? Ease would recant vows made in pain, as violent and void. For never can true reconcilement grow, where wounds of deadly hate have pierced so deep, which would but lead me to a worse relapse and heavier fall. So should I purchase dear, short intermission, bought with double smart? This knows my punisher, therefore as far from granting he, as I from begging peace, all hope excluded thus, behold instead of us, outcast, exiled, his new delight, mankind created, and for him this world. So farewell hope, and with hope farewell fear, farewell remorse. All good to me is lost. Evil, be thou my good. By thee at least divided empire with heaven's king I hold, by thee, and more that hath perhaps will reign, as man ere long, and this new world shall know. End quote. Thus, while he spake, each passion dimmed his face, thrice changed with pale, ire, envy, and despair, which marred his borrowed visage, and betrayed him counterfeit. If any eye behold, for heavenly minds from such distempers foul are ever clear, whereof he soon aware, Bashan smooth with outward calm, artificer of fraud, and was the first that practiced falsehood under saintly shew, deep malice to conceal, couched with revenge. Not enough had practiced to deceive Uriel, once warned, whose eye pursued him down the way he went, and on the Assyrian mount saw him disfigured, more than could befall a spirit of happy sort, his gestures fierce. He marked and mad demeanor, then alone, as he supposed all unobserved, unseen. So on he fares, and to the border comes of Eden, where delicious paradise, now nearer, crowns with her enclosure green, as with a rural mound the champion head of a steep wilderness, whose hairy sides with thicket overgrown, grotesque and wild. Access denied, and overhead upgrew insuperable height of loftiest shade, cedar and pine and fir and branching palm, sylvan scene, and, as the ranks ascend, shade above shade, a woody theatre of stateliest view. Yet higher than their tops, the verdurous wall of paradise upsprung, which to our general sire gave prospect large into his nether empire neighboring round. And higher than that wall a circling row of goodliest trees, loaden with fairest fruit, blossoms and fruits at once of golden hue, appeared with gay enamelled colours mixed, on which the sun more glad impressed his beams than in fair evening cloud or humid bow. When God hath showered the earth, so lovely seemed that landskip, and of pure, now purer air meets his approach, and to the heart inspires vernal delight and joy, able to drive all sadness but despair. Now gentle gales, fanning their odoriferous wings, dispense native perfumes, and whisper whence they stole those balmy spoils, as when to them, who sailed beyond the Cape of Hope, and now are past Mozambique, off at sea northeast winds blow, Sabian odors from the spicy shore of Araby the blest. With such delay, well pleased they slack their course. Many a league cheered with the grateful smell old ocean smiles. So entertained those odorous sweets the fiend, who came their bane, though with them better pleased than Asmodeus with the fishy fume that drove him, though enamored from the spouse of Tobit's son, and with a vengeance sent from Medea post to Egypt, there fast bound. Now to the ascent of that steep savage hill, Satan had journeyed on, pensive and slow, but further way found none, so thick entwined as one continued brake, the undergrowth of shrubs and tangling bushes had perplexed all path of man or beast that passed that way. One gate there only was, and that looked east on the other side, which when the arch felon saw, due entrance he disdained, and in contempt, at one slight bound high, overleaped all bound of hill or highest wall, and sheer within lights on his feet. And when a prowling wolf, whom hunger drives to seek new haunt for prey, watching where shepherds pen their flocks at eve, in hurdled coats amid the fields secure, leaps o'er the fence with ease into the fold, or as a thief, bent to unhoard the cash of some rich burgher, whose substantial doors, cross-barred and bolted fast, fear no assault, in at the window climbs, or o'er the tiles, so clomb this first grand thief into God's fold. So since into his church lewd hirelings climb, thence up he flew, and on the tree of life, the middle tree, and highest there that grew, sat like a cormorant, yet not true life thereby regained, but sat devising death to them who lived, nor on the virtue thought of that life-giving plant, but only used for prospect what well used had been the pledge of immortality. So little knows any but God alone to value right the good before him, but perverts best things to worst abuse, or to their meanest use. Beneath him with new wonder now he views, to all delight of human sense exposed, in narrow room nature's whole wealth, yea, more, a heaven on earth, for blissful paradise of God the garden was, by him in the east of Eden planted. Eden stretched her line from Aran eastward to the royal towers of great Seleucia, built by Grecian kings, or where the sons of Eden long before dwelt in Telassar. In this pleasant soil his far more pleasant garden God ordained. Out of the fertile ground he caused to grow all trees of noblest kind for sight, smell, taste, and all amid them stood the tree of life, high eminent, blooming ambrosial fruit of vegetable gold. And next to life, our death, tree of knowledge, grew fast by, knowledge of good, bought dear by knowing ill. Southward through Eden went a river large, nor changed his course, but through the shaggy hill passed underneath engulfed. For God had thrown that mountain, as his garden mold, high raised upon the rapid current, which, through veins of porous earth, with kindly thirst updrawn, rose a fresh fountain, and with many a rill watered the garden. Thence united fell down the steep glade, and met the nether flood, from which his darksome passage now appears. And now, divided into four main streams, runs diverse, wandering many a famous realm and country whereof here needs no account, but rather to tell how, if art could tell, how from that sapphire fount the crisp brooks, rowling on orient pearl and sands of gold, with mazy air under pendant shades, ran nectar, visiting each plant, and fed flowers worthy of paradise, which not nice art in beds and curious knots, but nature boon poured forth profuse on hill and dale and plain, both where the morning sun first warmly smote the open field, and where the unpierced shade embrowned the noontide bowers. Thus was this place, a happy rural seat of various view, groves whose rich trees wept odorous gums and balm, others whose fruit burnished with golden rind, hung amiable, Hesperian fables true, if true here only, and of delicious taste. Betwixt them lawns or level downs and flocks, grazing the tender herb, or interposed or palmy hillock, or the flowery lap of some irriguous valley spread her store, flowers of all hue, and without thorn the rose. Another side, umbrageous groats, and caves of cool recess, o'er which the mantling vine lays forth her purple grape, and gently creeps luxuriant. Meanwhile, murmuring waters fall down the slope hills dispersed, or in the lake, that to the fringed bank with myrtle crowned her crystal mirror holds unite their streams. The birds their choir apply, airs, vernal airs, breathing the smell of field and grove, attune the trembling leaves, while universal Pan, knit with the graces and the hours in dance, led on the eternal spring. Not that fair field of Enna, where Proserpine gathering flowers, herself a fair flower, by glooming Dis was gathered, which cost Ceres all that pain to seek her through the world, nor that sweet grove of Daphne by Orontes, and the inspired Castalian spring, might with this paradise of Eden strive, nor that Nicean isle, girt with the river Triton, or old Cham, whom Gentiles Ammon call, and Libyan Jove, hid Amalthea and her florid son, young Bacchus, from his stepdame Rhea's eye, nor where absent kings their issue guard, Mount Amara, though this by some supposed true paradise, under the Ethiop line, by Nilus's head, enclosed with shining rock, a whole day's journey high, but wide remote from this Assyrian garden, where the fiend saw undelighted all delight, all kind of living creatures, new to sight and strange, to a far nobler shape, erect and tall, godlike erect, with native honor clad in naked majesty, seemed lords of all, and worthy seemed. For in their looks divine the image of their glorious Maker shone. Truth, wisdom, sanctitude, severe and pure, severe, but in true filial freedom placed, whence true authority in men, though both not equal, as their sex not equal seemed. For contemplation he in valor formed, for softness she in sweet attractive grace. He for God only, she for God in him. His fair large front and eye sublime declared absolute rule, and Hyacinthian locks, round from his parted forelock, mainly hung clustering, but not beneath his shoulders broad. She, as a veil down to the slender waist, her unadorned golden tresses wore disheveled, but in wanton ringlets waved, as the vine curls her tendrils, which implied subjection, but required with gentle sway, and by her yielded, by him best received, yielded with coy submission, modest pride, and sweet, reluctant, amorous delay. Nor those mysterious parts were then concealed. Then was not guilty shame, dishonest shame of nature's works, honor dishonorable, sin bred. How have ye troubled all mankind with shoes instead, mere shoes of seeming pure, and banished from man's life, his happiest life, simplicity and spotless innocence? So passed they naked on, nor shunned the sight of God or angel, for they thought no ill. So hand in hand they passed, the loveliest pair that ever since in love's embraces met. Adam, the goodliest man of men, since born his sons, the fairest of her daughters Eve, under a tuft of shade that on a green stood whispering soft by a fresh fountain side. They sat them down, and after no more toil of their sweet gardening labor than suffered to recommend cool zephyr, and make ease more easy, wholesome thirst and appetite more grateful, to their supper fruits they fell, nectarine fruits, which the compliant boughs yielded them, sidelong as they sat reclined, on the soft downy bank damasks with flowers. The savory pulp they chew, and in the rind, still as they thirsted, scoop the brimming stream. Nor gentle purpose, nor endearing smiles wanted, nor youthful dalliance, as beseems fair couple linked in happy nuptial league, alone as they. About them frisking played all beasts of the earth, since wild, and of all chase in wood or wilderness, forest or den. Sporting the lion ramped, and in his paw dandled the kid, bears, tigers, ounces, pards, gamboled before them, the unwieldy elephant, to make them mirth, used all his might, and wreathed his lithe proboscis. Close, the serpent sly, insinuating, wove with Gordian twine his breathed train, and of his fatal guile gave proof unheeded. Others on the grass, couched, and now filled with pasture, gazing sat, or bedward ruminating, for the sun, declined, was hastening now with prone career to the ocean isles, and in the ascending scale of heaven the stars that usher evening rose, when Satan still in gaze as first he stood, scarce thus at length failed speech recovered sad, quote, "O hell, what do mine eyes with grief behold? Into our room of bliss thus high advanced creatures of other mold, earth-born perhaps, not spirits, yet to heavenly spirits, bright, little inferior, whom my thoughts pursue with wonder, and could love, so lively shines in them divine resemblance, and such grace, the hand that formed them on their shape hath poured. Ah, gentle pair, ye little think how nigh your change approaches, when all these delights will vanish and deliver ye to woe, more woe. The more your taste is now of joy, happy, but for so happy, ill secured, long to continue. And this high seat, your heaven, ill fence for heaven to keep out such a foe as now is entered, yet no purpose foe to you, whom I could pity thus forlorn, though I unpitied. League with you I seek, and mutual amity, so straight, so close, that I with you must dwell, or you with me henceforth. My dwelling, haply, may not please, like this fair paradise, your sense, yet such accept your Maker's work. He gave it me, which I as freely give. Hell shall unfold, to entertain you too, her widest gates, and send forth all her kings. There will be room, not like these narrow limits, to receive your numerous offspring. If no better place, thank him who puts me loath to this revenge on you, who wrong me not for him who wronged. And should I at your harmless innocence melt as I do, yet public reason just, honor and empire with revenge enlarged, by conquering this new world, compels me now to do what else, though damned, I should abhor. End quote. So spake the fiend, and with necessity the tyrant's plea excused his devilish deeds. Then, from his lofty stand on that high tree, down he alights among the sportful herd of those four-footed kinds, himself now one, now other, as their shape served best his end, near to view his prey, and unespied to mark what of their state he more might learn by word or action marked. About them round a lion now he stalks with fiery glare, then as a tiger, who by chance hath spied, in some pourlieu, two gentle fawns at play, straight crouches close, then rising changes oft his couchant watch, as one who chose his ground, whence rushing he might surest seize them both, gripped in each paw, when Adam, first of men, to the first of women, Eve, thus moving speech, turned him all ear to hear new utterance flow. Quote, sole partner and sole part of all these joys, dearer thyself than all, needs must the power that made us, and for us this ample world be infinitely good, and of his good as liberal and free as infinite, that raised us from the dust and placed us here in all this happiness, who at this hand have nothing merited, nor can perform aught whereof he hath need. He who requires from us no other service than to keep this one, this easy charge, of all the trees in paradise that bear delicious fruit so various, not to taste that only tree of knowledge, planted by the tree of life. So near grows death to life. Whate'er death is, some dreadful thing no doubt, for well thou knowest. God hath pronounced it death to taste that tree, the only sign of our obedience left among so many signs of power and rule conferred upon us and dominion given over all other creatures that possess earth, air, and sea. Then let us not think hard one easy prohibition, who enjoy free leave so large to all things else, and choice unlimited of manifold delights. But let us ever praise him, and extol his bounty, following our delightful task, to prune these growing plants, and tend these flowers, which, were it toilsome, yet with thee were sweet. End quote. To whom thus Eve replied, quote, O thou, for whom and from whom I was formed flesh of thy flesh, and without whom am I to no end my guide and head? What thou hast said is just and right, for we to him indeed all praises owe, and daily thanks I chiefly who enjoy so far the happier lot, enjoying thee preeminent by so much odds, while thou, like consort to thyself, canst nowhere find. That day I oft remember, when from sleep I first awaked, and found myself reposed under a shade on flowers, much wondering where and what I was, whence thither brought, and how, not disdain far from thence a murmuring sound of waters issued from a cave and spread into a liquid plain, then stood unmoved, pure as the expanse of heaven. I thither went with unexperienced thought, and laid me down on the green bank to look into the clear, smooth lake that to me seemed another sky. As I bent down to look, just opposite, a shape within the watery gleam appeared. Bending to look on me, I started back. It started back, but pleased I soon returned. Pleased it returned as soon with answering looks of sympathy and love. There I had fixed mine eyes till now, and pined with vain desire, had not a voice thus warned me. What there thou seest, fair creature, is thyself. With thee it came and goes, but follow me, and I will bring thee where no shadow stays thy coming, and thy soft embraces, he whose image thou art. Him thou shalt enjoy inseparably thine. To him shalt bear multitudes like thyself, and thence be called mother of human race. What could I do but follow straight, invisibly thus led, till I espied thee, fair indeed and tall, under a plantain, yet methought less fair, less winning soft, less amiably mild, than that smooth watery image. Back I turned, thou following, criedest aloud, Return, fair Eve. Whom fliest thou? Whom thou fliest of him thou art? His flesh, his bone, to give thee being I lent out of my side to thee, nearest my heart, substantial life to have thee by my side. Henceforth, an individual solace, dear. Part of my soul, I seek thee, and thee claim my other half. With that thy gentle hand seized mine. I yielded, and from that time see how beauty is excelled by manly grace, and wisdom, which alone is truly fair. End quote. End of section 45.
Section 46 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Section 46. So spake our general mother, and with eyes of conjugal attraction unreproved, and meek surrender, half embracing, leaned on our first father, half her swelling breast naked met his, under the flowing gold of her loose tresses hid. He, in delight both of her beauty and submissive charms, smiled with superior love, as Jupiter on Juno smiles when he impregns the clouds that shed May flowers, and pressed her matron lip with kisses pure. Aside the devil turned for envy, yet with jealous leer malign eyed them askance, and to himself thus plained, Sight hateful, sight tormenting, thus these two imparadised in one another's arms, the happier eaten, shall enjoy their fill of bliss on bliss, while I to hell am thrust, where neither joy nor love, but fierce desire, among our other torments not the least, still unfulfilled with pain of longing pines. Yet let me not forget what I have gained from their own mouths. All is not theirs, it seems. One fatal tree there stands, of knowledge called, forbidden them to taste. Knowledge forbidden? Suspicious, reasonless, why should their lord envy them that? Can it be sin to know? Can it be death? And do they only stand by ignorance? Is that their happy state, the proof of their obedience and their faith? O fair foundation laid whereon to build their ruin! Hence I will excite their minds with more desire to know, and to reject envious commands invented with design to keep them low, whom knowledge might exalt equal with gods. Aspiring to be such, they taste and die. What likelier can ensue? But first, with narrow search I must walk round this garden, and no corner leave unspied. A chance, but chance, may lead where I may meet some wandering spirit of heaven, by fountain side or in thick shade retired, from him to draw what further would be learned. Live while ye may, yet happy pair, enjoy, till I return, short pleasures, for long woes are to succeed. So saying, his proud step he scornful turned, but with sly circumspection, and began through wood, through waste, or hill, or dale, his roam. Meanwhile, in utmost longitude, where heaven with earth and ocean meets, the setting sun slowly descended, and with right aspect against the eastern gate of paradise levelled his evening rays. It was a rock of alabaster, piled up to the clouds, conspicuous far, winding with one ascent accessible from earth, one entrance high. The rest was craggy cliff that overhung still as it rose, impossible to climb. Betwixt these rocky pillars Gabriel sat, chief of th' angelic guards, awaiting night. About him exercised heroic games th' unarmored youth of heaven. But nigh at hand celestial armory, shields, helms, and spears hung high, with diamond flaming, and with gold. Thither came Uriel, gliding through the even on a sunbeam, swift as a shooting star in autumn thwarts the night, when vapours fired impress the air, and shows the mariner from what point of his compass to beware impetuous winds. He thus began in haste: Gabriel, to thee thy course by lot hath given charge and strict watch, that to this happy place no evil thing approach or enter in. This day, at height of noon, came to my sphere a spirit, zealous as he seemed to know more of the Almighty's works, and chiefly man, God's latest image. I described his way bent on all speed, and marked his airy gait, but in the mount that lies from Eden north, where he first lighted, soon discerned his looks alien from heaven, with passions foul obscured. Mine eye pursued him still, but under shade lost sight of him. One of the banished crew, I fear, hath ventured from the deep to raise new troubles. Him thy care must be to find. To whom the winged warrior thus returned: Uriel, no wonder if thy perfect sight amid the sun's bright circle where thou sitt'st see far and wide. In at this gate none pass the vigilance here placed, but such as come well known from heaven, since meridian hour no creature thence. If spirits of other sort so minded have o'erleaped these earthly bounds on purpose, hard thou know'st it to exclude spiritual substance with corporeal bar. But if within the circuit of these walks, in whatsoever shape, he lurk of whom thou tell'st, by morrow dawning I shall know. So promised he, and Uriel to his charge returned on that bright beam, whose point, now raised, bore him slope downward to the sun, now fall'n beneath his oars. Whether the prime orb, incredible how swift, had thither rolled diurnal, or this less voluble earth, by shorter flight to the east, had left him there, arraying with reflected purple and gold the clouds that on his western throne attend. Now came still evening on, and twilight grey had in her sober livery all things clad. Silence accompanied, for beast and bird, they to their grassy couch, these to their nests were slunk, all but the wakeful nightingale. She all night long her amorous descant sung. Silence was pleased. Now glowed the firmament with living sapphires. Hesperus, that led the starry host, rode brightest, till the moon, rising in clouded majesty, at length the parent queen unveiled her peerless light, and o'er the dark her silver mantle threw, when Adam thus to Eve: Fair consort, the hour of night, and all things now retire to rest. Mind us of light repose, since God hath set labor and rest, as day and night, to men successive, and the timely dew of sleep, now falling with soft slumberous weight, inclines our eyelids. Other creatures all day long rove idle, unemployed, and less need rest. Man hath his daily work of body or mind appointed, which declares his dignity, and the regard of heaven on all his ways, while other animals unactive range, and of their doings God takes no account. Tomorrow, ere fresh morning streak the east with first approach of light, we must be risen, and at our pleasant labor to reform yon flowery arbors, yonder alleys green, our walk at noon, with branches overgrown, that mock our scant manuring, and require more hands than ours to lop their wanton growth. Those blossoms also, and those dropping gums that lie bestrown, unsightly and unsmooth, ask riddance, if we mean to tread with ease. Meanwhile, as nature wills, night bids us rest. To whom thus Eve, with perfect beauty adorned: My author and disposer, what thou bidst unargued I obey. So God ordains. God is thy law, thou mine. To know no more is woman's happiest knowledge and appraise. With thee conversing, I forget all time, all seasons and their change. All please alike. Sweet is the breath of morn, her rising sweet, with charm of earliest birds. Pleasant the sun, when first on this delightful land he spreads his orient beams, on herb, tree, fruit, and flower, glistering with dew. Fragrant the fertile earth after soft showers, and sweet the coming on of grateful evening mild. Then silent night with this her solemn bird, and this fair moon, and these the gems of heaven, her starry train. But neither breath of morn, when she ascends with charm of earliest birds, nor rising sun on this delightful land, nor herb, fruit, flower, glistering with dew, nor fragrance after showers, nor grateful evening mild, nor silent night with this her solemn bird, nor walk by moon or glittering starlight, without thee is sweet. But wherefore all night long shine these? For whom this glorious sight, when sleep hath shut all eyes? To whom our general ancestor replied: Daughter of God and man, accomplished Eve, those have their course to finish round the earth by morrow evening, and from land to land in order, though to nations yet unborn, ministering light prepared, they set and rise, lest total darkness should by night regain her old possession, and extinguish life in nature and all things, which these soft fires not only enlighten, but with kindly heat of various influence foment and warm, temper or nourish, or in part shed down their stellar virtue on all kinds that grow on earth, made hereby apter to receive perfection from the sun's more potent ray. These then, though unbeheld in deep of night, shine not in vain, nor think, though men were none, that heaven would want spectators, God want praise. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. All these with ceaseless praise his works behold both day and night. How often, from the steep of echoing hill or thicket, have we heard celestial voices to the midnight air, sole or responsive each to other's note, singing their great Creator. Oft in bands, while they keep watch or nightly rounding walk, with heavenly touch of instrumental sounds in full harmonic number joined, their songs divide the night, and lift our thoughts to heaven. Thus talking, hand in hand, alone they passed on to their blissful bower. It was a place chosen by the sovereign planter, when he framed all things to man's delightful use. The roof of thickest covert was in woven shade, laurel and myrtle, and what higher grew of firm and fragrant leaf. On either side acanthus, and each odorous bushy shrub fenced up the verdant wall. Each beauteous flower, iris all hues, roses and jessamine, reared high their flourished heads between, and wrought mosaic. Underfoot the violet, crocus, and hyacinth, with rich inlay broidered the ground, more coloured than with stone of costliest emblem. Other creature here, beast, bird, insect, or worm, durst enter none. Such was their awe of man. In shadier bower, more sacred and sequestered, though but feigned, Pan or Sylvanus never slept, nor nymph for Faunus haunted. Here in close recess, with flowers, garlands, and sweet-smelling herbs, espoused Eve decked first her nuptial bed, and heavenly choirs the Hymenaean sung, what day the genial angel to our sire brought her, in naked beauty, more adorned, more lovely than Pandora, whom the gods endowed with all their gifts. And oh, too like in sad event, when to the unwiser son of Japhet, brought by Hermes, she ensnared mankind with her fair looks, to be avenged on him who had stole Jove's authentic fire. Thus at their shady lodge arrived, both stood, both turned, and under open sky adored the God that made both sky, air, earth, and heaven, which they beheld, the moon's resplendent globe and starry pole. Thou also madest the night, Maker omnipotent, and thou the day, which we in our appointed work employed have finished, happy in our mutual help and mutual love, the crown of all our bliss ordained by thee. And this delicious place, for us too large, where thy abundance wants partakers, and uncropped falls to the ground. But thou hast promised from us too a race to fill the earth, who shall with us extol thy goodness infinite, both when we wake, and when we seek, as now, thy gift of sleep. This said unanimous, and other rites observing none, but adoration pure, which God likes best, into their inmost bower handed they went, and eased the putting off these troublesome disguises which we wear, straight side by side were laid. Nor turned, I ween, Adam from his fair spouse, nor Eve the rites mysterious of connubial love refused. Whatever hypocrites austerely talk of purity and place and innocence, defaming as impure what God declares pure, and commands to some, leaves free to all. Our Maker bids increase, who bids abstain, but our destroyer, foe to God and man. Hail, wedded love, mysterious law, true source of human offspring, sole propriety in paradise, of all things common else. By thee adulterous lust was driven from men among the bestial herds to range. By thee founded in reason, loyal, just, and pure, relations dear, and all the charities of father, son, and brother first were known. Far be it that I should write thee sin or blame, or think thee unbefitting holiest place, perpetual fountain of domestic sweets, whose bed is undefiled and chaste pronounced, present or past, as saints and patriarchs used. Here love his golden shafts employs, here lights his constant lamp, and waves his purple wings, reigns here and revels, not in the bought smile of harlots, loveless, joyless, unendeared, casual fruition, nor in court amours, mixed dance, or wanton masque, or midnight ball, or serenade, which the starved lover sings to his proud fair, best quitted with disdain. These, lulled by nightingales, embracing slept, and on their naked limbs the flowery roof showered roses, which the morn repaired. Sleep on, blessed pair, and oh, yet happiest, if ye seek no happier state, and know to know no more. Now had night measured with her shadowy cone halfway uphill this vast sublunar vault, and from their ivory port the cherubim forth issuing at the accustomed hour stood armed to their night watches in warlike parade, when Gabriel to his next in power thus spake: Uzziel, half these draw off, and coast the south with strictest watch. These other wheel the north. Our circuit meets full west. As flame they part, half wheeling to the shield, half to the spear. From these 2 strong and subtle spirits he called that near him stood, and gave them thus in charge: Ithuriel and Zephon, with winged speed search through this garden, leave unsearched no nook, but chiefly where those 2 fair creatures lodge, now laid perhaps asleep, secure of harm. This evening from the sun's decline arrived, who tells of some infernal spirit seen hitherward bent, who could have thought, escaped the bars of hell, on errand bad no doubt. Such where ye find, seize fast, and hither bring. So saying, on he led his radiant files, dazzling the moon. These to the bower direct, in search of whom they sought. Him there they found, squat like a toad, close at the ear of Eve, essaying by his devilish art to reach the organs of her fancy, and with them forge illusions as he list, phantasms and dreams. Or if inspiring venom he might taint the animal spirits, that from pure blood arise like gentle breaths from rivers pure, thence raise at least distempered, discontented thoughts, vain hopes, vain aims, inordinate desires, blown up with high conceits, engendering pride. Him thus intent Ithuriel with his spear touched lightly, for no falsehood can endure touch of celestial temper, but returns of force to its own likeness. Up he starts, discovered and surprised, as when a spark lights on a heap of nitrous powder, laid fit for the ton, some magazine to store against a rumoured war, the smutty grain with sudden blaze diffused inflames the air. So started up in his own shape the fiend. Back stepped those 2 fair angels, half amazed so sudden to behold the grisly king. Yet thus, unmoved with fear, accost him soon. Which of those rebel spirits adjudged to hell comest thou, escaped thy prison, and transformed, why satst thou like an enemy in wait, here watching at the head of these that sleep? Know ye not then, said Satan, filled with scorn, know ye not me? Ye knew me once no mate for you, there sitting where ye durst not soar. Not to know me argues yourselves unknown, the lowest of your throng. Or if ye know, why ask ye, and superfluous begin your message, like to end as much in vain? To whom thus Zephon, answering scorn with scorn, think not, revolted spirit, thy shape the same, or undiminished brightness, to be known as when thou stoodst in heaven upright and pure. That glory then, when thou no more wast good, departed from thee, and thou resemblest now thy sin, and place of doom obscure and foul. But come, for thou be sure shalt give account to him who sent us, whose charge is to keep this place inviolable, and these from harm. So spake the cherub, and his grave rebuke, severe in youthful beauty, added grace invincible. Abashed the devil stood, and felt how awful goodness is, and saw virtue in her shape how lovely, saw and pined his loss, but chiefly to find here observed his lustre visibly impaired, yet seemed undaunted. If I must contend, said he, best with the best, the sender, not the sent, or all at once, more glory will be won, no less be lost. Thy fear, said Zephon bold, will save us trial what the least can do, single against thee, wicked, and thence weak. The fiend replied not, overcome with rage, but like a proud steed reined, went haughty on, champing his iron curb. To strive or fly he held it vain. From above had quelled his heart, not else dismayed. Now drew they nigh the western point, where those half-rounding guards just met, and closing stood in squadron joined, awaiting next command. To whom their chief, Gabriel, from the front thus called aloud, O friends, I hear the tread of nimble feet hasting this way, and now by glimpse discern Ithuriel and Zephon through the shade, and with them comes a third of regal port, but faded splendor wan, who by his gait and fierce demeanor seems the prince of hell, not likely to part hence without contest. Stand firm, for in his look defiance lowers. He scarce had ended, when those two approached, and brief related whom they brought, where found, how busied, in what form and posture couched. To whom with stern regard thus Gabriel spake: Why hast thou, Satan, broke the bonds prescribed to thy transgressions, and disturbed the charge of others who approve not to transgress by thy example, but have power and right to question thy bold entrance on this place, employed, it seems, to violate sleep, and those whose dwelling God hath planted here in bliss? To whom thus Satan, with contemptuous brow: Gabriel, thou hadst in heaven the esteem of wise, and such I held thee. But this question asked puts me in doubt. Lives there who loves his pain? Who would not, finding way, break loose from hell, though thither doomed? Thou wouldst thyself, no doubt, and boldly venture to whatever place farthest from pain, where thou mightst hope to change torment with ease, and soonest recompense dole with delight, which in this place I sought. To thee no reason, who knowst only good, but evil hast not tried, and wilt object his will who bound us? Let him surer bar his iron gates, if he intends our stay in that dark durance. Thus much what was asked. The rest is true. They found me where they say, but that implies not violence or harm. Thus he in scorn. The warlike angel, moved, disdainfully half smiling, thus replied: O loss of one in heaven to judge of wise, since Satan fell, whom folly overthrew, and now returns him from his prison scaped, gravely in doubt whether to hold them wise or not, who ask what boldness brought him hither, unlicensed, from his bounds in hell prescribed. So wise he judges it to fly from pain, however, and to scape his punishment. So judge thou still, presumptuous, till the wrath which thou incurst by flying meet thy flight sevenfold, and scourge that wisdom back to hell, which taught thee yet no better that no pain can equal anger infinite provoked. But wherefore thou alone? Wherefore with thee came not all hell broke loose? Is pain to them less pain, less to be fled? Or thou than they less hardy to endure? Courageous chief, the first in flight from pain, hadst thou alleged to thy deserted host this cause of flight, thou surely hadst not come sole fugitive. To which the fiend thus answered, frowning stern: Not that I less endure or shrink from pain, insulting angel. Well thou knowst I stood thy fiercest, when in battle to thy aid the blasting volleyed thunder made all speed, and seconded thy else not dreaded spear. But still thy words at random, as before, argue thy inexperience, what behooves from hard assays and ill successes past a faithful leader, not to hazard all through ways of danger by himself untried. I, therefore, I alone, first undertook to wing the desolate abyss, and spy this new created world, whereof in hell fame is not silent. Here in hope to find better abode, and my afflicted powers to settle here on earth, or in mid-air. Though for possession put to try once more what thou and thy gay legions dare against, whose easier business were to serve their Lord high up in heaven, with songs to him his throne, and practice distances to cringe, not fight. To whom the warrior angel soon replied: To say and straight unsay, pretending first wise to fly pain, professing next to spy, argues no leader but a liar traced, Satan. And couldst thou faithful had, O name, O sacred name of faithfulness profaned, faithful to whom? To thy rebellious crew, army of fiends, fit body to fit head? Was this your discipline and faith engaged, your military obedience, to dissolve allegiance to the acknowledged power supreme? And thou, sly hypocrite, who now wouldst seem patron of liberty, Who more than thou once fawned and cringed and servilely adored heaven's awful monarch? Wherefore, but in hope to dispossess him, and thyself to reign? But mark what I read thee now, avaunt, fly thither whence thou fledst. If from this hour within these hallowed limits thou appear, back to th' infernal pit I drag thee chained, and seal thee so as henceforth not to scorn the facile gates of hell, too slightly barred. So threatened he, but Satan to no threats gave heed, but waxing more in rage, replied, Then when I am thy captive, talk of chains, proud limitary cherub. But ere then, far heavier load thyself expect to feel from my prevailing arm, though heaven's king ride on thy wings, and thou with thy compeers, used to the yoke, drawst his triumphant wheels in progress through the road of heaven's star-paved. While thus he spake, the angelic squadron bright turned fiery red, sharpening in mooned horns their phalanx, and began to hem him round with ported spears, as thick as when a field of Ceres, ripe for harvest, waving, bends her bearded grove of ears, which way the wind sways them. The careful ploughman, doubting, stands, lest on the threshing floor his hopeful sheaves prove chaff. On the other side, Satan, alarmed, collecting all his might, delated stood, like Tenerife or Atlas unremoved. His stature reached the sky, and on his crest sat horror plumed, nor wanted in his grasp what seemed both spear and shield. Now dreadful deeds might have ensued, nor only paradise in this commotion, but the starry cope of heaven perhaps, or all the elements at least had gone to wrack, disturbed and torn with violence of this conflict, had not soon the Eternal, to prevent such horrid fray, hung forth in heaven his golden scales, yet seen betwixt Astrea and the Scorpion sign, wherein all things created first he weighed, the pendulous round earth with balanced air in counterpoise, now ponders all events, battles, and realms. In these he put two weights, the sequel each of parting and of fight. The latter quick up flew and kicked the beam, which Gabriel spying thus bespake the fiend, Satan, I know thy strength, and thou knowst mine, neither our own but given. What folly then to boast what arms can do, since thine no more than heaven permits, nor mine, though doubled now to trample thee as mire. For proof look up, and read thy lot in yon celestial sign, where thou art weighed, and shown how light, how weak, if thou resist. The fiend looked up, and knew his mounted scale aloft, no more, but fled murmuring, and with him fled the shades of night. End of section 46. End of the 4th book. Read by Thomas Copeland.
Section 47 of the Complete Poems of John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Complete Poems of John Milton, Paradise Lost, the 5th book, Part 1. The argument. Morning approached. Eve relates to Adam her troublesome dream. He likes it not, yet comforts her. They come forth to their day labors, their morning hymn at the door of their bower. God, to render man inexcusable, sends Raphael to admonish him of his obedience, of his free estate, of his enemy near at hand, who he is and why his enemy, and whatever else may avail Adam to know. Raphael comes down to paradise, his appearance described, his coming discerned by Adam afar off, sitting at the door of his bower. He goes out to meet him, brings him to his lodge, entertains him with the choicest fruits of paradise, got together by Eve, their discourse at table. Raphael performs his message, minds Adam of his state and of his enemy, relates at Adam's request who that enemy is and how he came to be so, beginning from his first revolt in heaven and the occasion thereof, how he drew his legions after him to the parts of the north, and there incited them to rebel with him, persuading all but only Abdiel, a seraph, who in argument dissuades and opposes him, then forsakes him. Now morn, her rosy steps in the eastern clime advancing, sowed the earth with orient pearl, when Adam waked, so customed. For his sleep was airy light, from pure digestion bred, and tempered vapors bland, which the only sound of leaves and fuming rills, Aurora's fan, lightly dispersed, and the shrill matin song of birds on every bough. So much the more his wonder was to find unawakened Eve, with tresses decomposed and glowing cheek, as though unquiet rest. He on his side, leaning half raised, with looks of cordial love, hung over her enamored, and beheld beauty which, whether waking or asleep, shot forth peculiar graces. Then, with voice mild as when Zephyrus on Flora breathes, her hand soft touching, whispered thus, Awake, my fairest, my espoused, my latest found, heaven's last, best gift, my ever-new delight. Awake, the morning shines, and the fresh field calls us. We lose the prime to mark how spring our tended plants, how blows the citron grove, what drops the myrrh, and what the balmy reed, how nature paints her colors, how the bee sits on the bloom, extracting liquid sweet. Such whispering waked her, but with startled eye on Adam, whom embracing, thus she spake. O soul, in whom my thoughts find all repose, my glory, my perfection, glad I see thy face, and morn returned, for I this night, such night till this I never passed, have dreamed, if dreamed not, as I oft am wont of thee, works of day past or morrow's next design, but of offence and trouble, which my mind knew never till this irksome night. Methought close at mine ear one called me forth to walk with gentle voice. I thought it thine. It said, Why sleepest thou, Eve? Now is the pleasant time, the cool, the silent, save where silent yields to the night-warbling bird, the now awake tunes sweetest his love-labored song. Now reigns full-orbed the moon, and, with more pleasing light, shadowy sets off the face of things. In vain if none regard. Heaven wakes with all his eyes. Whom to behold but thee, nature's desire, in whose sight all things joy, with ravishment attracted by thy beauty, still to gaze. I rose as at thy call, but found thee not. To find thee I directed then my walk. And on, methought, alone I passed through ways that brought me on a sudden to the tree of interdicted knowledge. Fair it seemed, much fairer to my fancy than by day. And as I wondering looked, beside it stood one shaped and winged like one of those from heaven by us oft seen. His dewy locks distilled ambrosia. On that tree he also gazed, and, O fair plant, said he, with fruit surcharged, deigns none to ease thy load, and taste thy sweet, nor God nor man. Is knowledge so despised, or envy, or what reserve forbids to taste? Forbid who will, none shall from me withhold longer thy offered good. Why else set here? This said, he paused not, but with venomous arm he plucked, he tasted. My damp horror chilled at such bold words, vouched with a deed so bold. But he thus overjoyed, O fruit divine, sweet of thyself, but much more sweet thus cropped, forbidden here, it seems, as only fit for gods, yet able to make gods of men. And why not gods of men, since good, the more communicated, more abundant grows, the author not impaired, but honored more? Here, happy creature, fair angelic Eve, partake thou also. Happy though thou art, happier thou mayest be. Worthier canst not be. Taste this, and be henceforth among the gods, thyself a goddess, not to earth confined, but sometimes in the air, as we sometimes ascend to heaven, by merit thine, and see what life the gods live there, and such live thou. So saying, he drew nigh, and to me held, even to my mouth of that same fruit held part which he had plucked. The pleasant savory smell so quickened appetite that I, methought, could not but taste. Forthwith up to the clouds with him I flew, and underneath beheld the earth outstretched immense, a prospect wide and various. Wondering at my flight and change to this high exaltation, suddenly my guide was gone, and I, methought, sunk down and fell asleep. But oh, how glad I waked to find this but a dream. Thus Eve her night related, and thus Adam answered sad. Best image of myself and dearer half, the trouble of thy thoughts this night in sleep affects me equally. Nor can I like this uncouth dream, of evil sprung, I fear. Yet evil whence? In thee can harbor none, created pure. But know that in the soul are many lesser faculties that serve reason as chief. Among these fancy next her office holds. Of all external things which the 5 watchful senses represent, she forms imaginations, airy shapes, which reason, joining or disjoining, frames all what we affirm or what deny, and call our knowledge or opinion. Then retires into her private cell when nature rests. Oft in her absence, mimic fancy wakes to imitate her, but misjoining shapes, wild work produces oft, and most in dreams, ill-matching words and deeds, long past or late. Some such resemblance, methinks, I find our last evening's talk in this thy dream, but with addition strange. Yet be not sad, evil into the mind of God or man may come and go, so unapproved, and leave no spot or blame behind, which gives me hope that what in sleep thou didst abhor to dream, waking thou never wilt consent to do. Be not disheartened, then, nor cloud those looks that want to be more cheerful and serene than when fair morning first smiles on the world. And let us to our fresh employments rise among the groves, the fountains, and the flowers, that open now their choicest blossom smells, reserved from night, and kept for thee in store. So cheered he his fair spouse, and she was cheered, but silently a gentle tear let fall from either eye, and wiped them with her hair. 2 other precious drops that ready stood, each in their crystal sluice, he, ere they fell, kissed as the gracious signs of sweet remorse and pious awe that feared to have offended. So all was cleared, and to the field they haste. But first, from under shady arbor's roof, soon as they forth were come to open sight of day-spring and the sun, who, scarce uprisen, with wheels yet hovering over the ocean brim, shot parallel to the earth his dewy ray, discovering in wide landskip all the east of paradise and Eden's happy plains. Lowly they bowed, adoring, and began their orisons, each morning duly paid in various style. For neither various style nor holy rapture wanted they to praise their Maker in fit strains pronounced, or sung unmeditated. Such prompt eloquence flowed from their lips, in prose or numerous verse, more tunable than needed lute or harp to add more sweetness. And thus they began. These are thy glorious works, parent of good, almighty, thine this universal frame, thus wondrous fair. Thyself how wondrous then, unspeakable, who sittest above these heavens, to us invisible or dimly seen, in these thy lowest works. Yet these declare thy goodness beyond thought and power divine. Speak, ye who best can tell, ye sons of light, angels, for ye behold him, and with songs and choral symphonies, day without night, circle his throne rejoicing. Ye in heaven, on earth join, all you creatures, to extol him first, him last, him midst, and without end. Fairest of stars, last in the train of night, if better thou belong not to the dawn, sure pledge of day, that crownest the smiling morn, with thy bright circlet, praise him in thy sphere, while day arises, that sweet hour of prime. Thou sun of this great world, both eye and soul, acknowledge him thy greater. Sound his praise in thy eternal course, both when thou climbest, and when high noon hast gained, and when thou fallest. Moon that now meetest the orient sun, now fliest with the fixed stars, fixed in their orb that flies. And ye 5 other wandering fires, that move in mystic dance, not without song, resound his praise, who out of darkness called up light. Air and ye elements, the oldest birth of nature's womb, that in quaternions run perpetual circle, multiform, and mix and nourish all things, let your ceaseless change vary to our great Maker still new praise. Ye mists and exhalations, that now rise from hill or streaming lake, dusky or gray, till the sun paint your fleecy skirts with gold, in honor to the world's great author, rise. Whether to deck with clouds the uncolored sky, or wet the thirsty earth with falling showers, rising or falling, still advance his praise. His praise, ye winds, that from 4 quarters blow, breathe soft or loud, and wave your tops, ye pines, with every plant, in sign of worship wave. Fountains and ye, that warbles as ye flow, melodious murmurs, warbling tune his praise. Join voices, all ye living souls, ye birds that singing up to heaven gate ascend, bear on your wings and in your notes his praise. Ye that in waters glide, and ye that walk the earth, and stately tread, or lowly creep, witness if I be silent, morn or even, to hill or valley, fountain, or fresh shade, made vocal by my song, and taught his praise. Hail, universal Lord, be bounteous still to give us only good, and if the night have gathered aught of evil, or concealed, disperse it, as now light dispels the dark. So prayed they innocent, and to their thoughts firm peace recovered soon, and wonted calm. Unto their morning's rural work they haste, among sweet dews and flowers, where any row of fruit trees, over woody, reach too far their pampered boughs, and needed hands to check fruitless embraces. Or they led the vine to wed her elm, she, spoused, about him twines her marriageable arms, and with her brings her dower, the adopted clusters, to adorn his barren leaves. Them thus employed beheld with pity heaven's high king, and to him called Raphael, the sociable spirit, that deigned to travel with Tobias, and secured his marriage with the 7 times wedded maid. Raphael, said he, thou hearest what stir on earth. Satan, from hell scaped through the darksome gulf, hath raised in paradise, and how disturbed this night the human pair. Now he designs in them at once to ruin all mankind. Go therefore half this day, as friend with friend, converse with Adam, in what bower or shade thou findest him from the heat of noon retired, to respite his day labor with repast or with repose, and such discourse bring on as may advise him of his happy state. Happiness in his power left free to will, left to his own free will, his will, though free, yet mutable. Whence warn him to beware he swerve not, too secure. Tell him with all his danger, and from whom. What enemy, late fallen, himself from heaven, is plotting now the fall of others from like state of bliss? By violence? No, for that shall be withstood, but by deceit and lies. This let him know, lest wilfully transgressing, he pretend surprised, unadmonished, and unforewarned. So spake the Eternal Father, and fulfilled all justice, nor delayed the winged saint after his charge received, but from among thousand celestial ardors, where he stood veiled with his gorgeous wings, upspringing light flew through the midst of heaven. The angelic choirs, on each hand parting, to his speed gave way through all the imperial road, till at the gate of heaven arrived, the gate self opened wide, on golden hinges turning, as by work divine the sovereign architect had framed. From hence, no cloud o'er to obstruct his sight, star interposed, however small, he sees, not unconformed to other shining globes, earth and the garden of God, with cedars crowned above all hills, as when by night the glass of Galileo, less assured, observes imagined lands and regions in the moon. Or Pilate from amidst the Cyclades, Delos, or Samos, first appearing kens a cloudy spot. Down thither prone in flight he speeds, and through the vast ethereal sky sails between worlds and worlds, with steady wing now on the polar winds, then with quick fan winnows the buxom air, till, within soar of towering eagles, to all the fowls he seems a phoenix, gazed by all as that sole bird, when, to enshrine his relics in the sun's bright temple, to Egyptian Thebes he flies, at once on the eastern cliff of paradise he lights, and to his proper shape returns, a seraph winged. 6 wings he wore to shade his lineaments divine. The pair that clad each shoulder broad came mantling over his breast with regal ornament. The middle pair, girt like a starry zone his waist, and round skirted his loins and thighs with downy gold and colors dipped in heaven. The third his feet shadowed from either heel with feathered mail, sky tinctured grain. Like Maia's son he stood, and shook his plumes, that heavenly fragrance filled the circuit wide. Straight knew him all the bands of angels under watch, and to his state and to his message high in honor rise. For on some message high they guessed him bound, their glittering tents he passed, and now is come into the blissful field, through groves of myrrh and flowering odors, cassia, nard, and balm, a wilderness of sweets. For nature here, wanton as in her prime, and played at will her virgin fancies, pouring forth more sweet, wild above rule or art, enormous bliss. Him through the spicy forest onward come, Adam discerned, as in the door he sat of his cool bower, while now the mounted sun shot down direct his fervid rays to warm earth's inmost womb, more warmth than Adam needs. And Eve within, due at her hour, prepared for dinner savory fruits, of taste to please true appetite, and not disrelished thirst of nectareous draughts between, from milky cream, berry or grape. To whom thus Adam called, Haste hither, Eve, and worth thy sight, behold eastward among those trees what glorious shape comes this way moving. Seems another morn risen on mid-noon. Some great behest from heaven to us perhaps he brings, and will vouchsafe this day to be our guest. But go with speed, and what thy stores contain bring forth, and pour abundance fit to honor and receive our heavenly stranger. Well may we afford our givers their own gifts, and large bestow from large bestowed. Where nature multiplies her fertile growth, and by disburdening grows more fruitful, which instructs us not to spare. To whom thus Eve: Adam, earth's hallowed mold of God inspired, small store will serve where store, all seasons, ripe for use, hangs on the stalk. Save what, by frugal storing, firmness gains to nourish, and superfluous moist consumes. But I will haste, and from each bough and brake, each plant and juiciest gourd, will pluck such choice to entertain our angel guest, as he, beholding, shall confess that here on earth God hath dispensed his bounties as in heaven. So saying, with dispatchful looks in haste, she turns, on hospitable thoughts intent, what choice to choose for delicacy best, what order so contrived as not to mix tastes, not well joined, inelegant, but bring taste after taste, upheld with kindliest change, bestirs her then, and from each tender stalk, whatever earth, all bearing mother, yields in India east or west, or middle shore in Pontus or the Punic coast, or where Alcinous reigned, fruit of all kinds, in coat rough or smooth rind, or bearded husk or shell, she gathers, tribute large, and on the board heaps with unsparing hand. For drink the grape she crushes, inoffensive must, and meats from many a berry, and from sweet kernels pressed she tempers dulcet creams, nor those to hold wants her fixed vessels pure. Then screws the ground with rose and odors from the shrub unfumed. Meanwhile our primitive great sire, to meet his godlike guest, walks forth, without more train accompanied than with his own complete perfections. In himself was all his state, more solemn than the tedious pomp that waits on princes, when their rich retinue long of horses led, and grooms besmeared with gold, dazzles the crowd, and sets them all agape. Nearer his presence, Adam, though not awed, yet with submiss approach and reverence meek, as to a superior nature, bowing low, thus said: Native of heaven, for other place none can than heaven such glorious shape contain, since by descending from the thrones above, those happy places thou hadst deigned awhile to want, and honor these, vouchsafe with us, two only, who yet by sovereign gift possess this spacious ground, in yonder shady bower to rest, and what the garden choicest bears, to sit and taste, till this meridian heat be over, and the sun more cool decline. Whom thus the angelic Virtue answered mild: Adam, I therefore came, nor art thou such created, or such place hast here to dwell, as may not oft invite, though spirit of heaven, to visit thee. Lead on then, where thy bower o'ershades, for these mid-hours, till evening rise, I have at will. So to the sylvan lodge they came, that like Pomona's arbor smiled, with flowerets decked and fragrant smells. But Eve, undecked, save with herself, more lovely fair than wood-nymph, or the fairest goddess feigned, of three that in Mount Ida naked strove, stood to entertain her guest from heaven. No veil she needed, virtue-proof. No thought infirm altered her cheek. On whom the angel Hail bestowed, the only salutation used, long after, to blessed Mary, second Eve. Hail, Mother of mankind, whose fruitful womb shall fill the world more numerous with thy sons, than with these fairest fruits the trees of God have heaped this table. Raised of grassy turf their table was, and mossy seats had round, and on her ample square, from side to side, all autumn piled, though spring and autumn here danced hand in hand. Awhile discourse they hold, no fear lest dinner cool, when thus began our author: Heavenly stranger, pleased to taste these bounties, which our nourisher, from whom all perfect good, unmeasured out, descends, To us for food and for delight hath caused the earth to yield. Unsavory food perhaps to spiritual natures. Only this I know, that one celestial Father gives to all, to whom the angel, therefore what he gives, whose praise be ever sung, to man, in part spiritual, may of purest spirits be found no ingrateful food. And food alike those pure intelligential substances require, as doth your rational, and both contain within them every lower faculty of sense, whereby they hear, see, smell, touch, taste, tasting concoct, digest, assimilate, and corporeal to incorporeal turn. For know, whatever was created needs to be sustained and fed. Of elements, the grosser feeds the purer. Earth the sea, earth and the sea feed air, the air those fires ethereal, and, as lowest, first the moon, whence in her visage round these spots, unpurged, vapours not yet into her substance turned. Nor doth the moon no nourishment exhale from her moist continent to higher orbs. The sun, that light imparts to all, receives from all his elemental recompense in humid exhalations, and at even sups with the ocean. Though in heaven the trees of life ambrosial fruitage bear, and vines yield nectar, though from off the bough each morn we brush mellifluous dews, and find the ground covered with pearly grain, yet God hath here buried his bounty so with new delights as may compare with heaven. And to taste think not I shall be nice. So down they sat, and to their viands fell, nor seemingly the angel, nor in mist, the common gloss of theologians, but with keen dispatch of real hunger, and concoct heat to transubstantiate, what redounds transpires through spirits with ease. Nor wonder, if by fire of sooty coal the empire alchemist can turn, or hold it possible to turn, metals of drossiest ore to perfect gold, as from the mine. Meanwhile at table Eve ministered naked, and their flowing cups with pleasant liquors crowned. O innocents deserving paradise! If ever then had the sons of God excuse to have been enamored at that sight. But in those hearts love unlibidinous reigned, nor jealousy was understood, the injured lover's hell. End of section 47, read by Bryce Cries, Ohio.